we're not right
So
back.
I'm just not gonna get my paper yet. So this is how I do. I finally printed out my paper and I made it larger fonts.
Oh, yeah, I feel like that's a milestone.
Isn't that a milestone?
Which size have we gone for? 14?
I went for 14.
14.
But honestly, 16 looked good to me. It's a middle-aged milestone.
Yeah.
Yeah. 16 looks good. I know, exactly.
Hi, Philip.
14 seems just about right.
I felt fine. It was just like a cold, like a head cold. Yeah. I had like a bit of congestion or something, but like it wasn't anything major.
The thing is, with small kids as well, it's like you can tell. Do you know what they
Yeah,
get sick all the
sure.
time?
Yeah. The only reason I tested myself actually was because my parents had just literally just visited, and I kind of thought like I should probably give them a heads up because they're kind of old.
I've been doing that thing, yeah. Like, do I still want to know?
Yeah. But then I got this. I get this like I had this last time. I get like myalgia in my back randomly, so I was like, oh. Anyway, so that was kind of a big tell for me.
I think everyone's going back to school.
Everyone,
Ding, ding, ding.
starting.
I'm the director. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all here. It's a sign that we are getting that our conferences are again after 2.5 years that the Institute was practically there, supporting the groups that we have here. And well, the Institute was founded a long time ago in 1975. It was the fourth institute for advanced studies around the world, and one of the best. And our pride is on our research groups that we do here. We are, apart from the Netherlands Institute for Advanced Studies, we are the only institute that gives the opportunity to groups to come over here and work for a year on their topic. Although they can't see it right now, I think this year will be a formative stage in their academic career, whatever stage in their career they are. I don't have anything smart to say about the topic of this conference. I'm a historian, not a literary scholar. Still haven't reached that degree of sophistication, pluralism. So I don't have to excuse it. And I don't, well, I know what the senses are. I don't have anything smart to say about it. So whenever I'm stuck in that position, I'm going back to my good old friend, Isidore Civil, who actually was the knowledge for the entire Middle Ages. Everyone who wants to know something about anything went to read the etymology of Isidore Civil. And he says something which I think you will all subscribe to. The senses are expressed in poetry and literature, whose function is to transform things that are actually taking place into other forms, modified with some grace by means of indirect representations. And it is for us to decipher these processes of transformation. I think that's what the group has done throughout the year. And so many people express similar ideas before Isidore was here. But he makes it so nicely and so accurately that there's no wonder he became the patron saint of. So all I have to do now is to shut up. Wish you a successful and fruitful conference, which is the culmination of a great year I think we've had here at the Institute. Thank you.
Some administrative announcements. We are strongly suggesting that you wear masks. If you do not wear masks, we can't oblige you. We have a history of physical restrictions here at the Institute, but you can certainly not put on masks. We've had some COVID cases recently, so whatever. I hope you have insurance and so good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure and honor to open the works of this exciting conference, which comes as the concluding event. Can you see me from home? Yeah. We have Lizzie, who's sick with COVID, by the way, and Ron from Tübingen, who's not sick, which comes as a concluding event of our activities as a research group here at the Institute, Israel Institute for Advanced Studies in Jerusalem. It's been an extremely stimulating and galvanizing year, and it's also been a very challenging year. Some of us have had to deal with the logistics of relocating their entire families to a different country. I can relate with that. Geographically distant and culturally alien, COVID and its ever-changing variants has made our life more challenging than usual. And of course, those with children, little children who had to juggle family obligations and other different activities at the Institute. But we have done an enormous amount of work together. We have hosted about 30 external speakers, not including those present in this room, who addressed at times successfully and with thought-provoking talks, and at times absolutely unsuccessfully and with rather unrelated papers. I'm not going to mention names, but these are big names. The topics of interest defined in the project proposal. We have had guided discussions on religious and literary and philosophical texts. We've had a joint workshop with what they call in Beersheba at the Ben Gurion University JUTACT project with an ERC-funded budget, Jewish translation and cultural transfer in early modern Europe, a group that cooperated with us, and we had an extremely interesting and stimulating day there. And a series of informal meetings, usually on Sunday mornings, which we called casually coffee on couches, in which we discuss sources on more banal administrative matters. We've had collective institute trips to Caesarea and Beit She'an, and a group trip to Mitzpe Ramon, Masada, concluded by an extremely interesting Dead Sea experience with dinosaurs and all sorts of things. And as said, today we are very happy and honored to open our concluding conference. A few words on the reasons behind the choice for this topic. The senses and truth in 2015. These are things that I've already said in the past. David House, Michael Bull, and Paul Gilroy pointed to a phenomenon in the humanities which had been developing since the late 1990s of the sensual revolution in the humanities, a process which, in their words, had disclosed the startling multiplicity of different formations of the senses in history across as well as within cultures. This statement came partially as a reaction to the return to reality. A few years ago in Italy, a volume came out with essays from foremost philosophers today called Bentornata Realtà, Welcome Back Reality. The body and the material, after decades of linguistic turn and emphasis on the fact that the past does not exist outside our textual representations of it, and that these representations cannot be separated from the ideological baggage that historians bring to them. And yet this was not a reactionary turn to the objective, but rather a way of representing the objective sphere of the bodily experience as part of broader and more complex processes of cultural elaborations. The sensorium, stated House, meaning the entire perceptual apparatus as an operational complex, is an ever-shifting social and historical construct, end quote, and not, as more scientific approaches, like our colleagues here at the entomologists' approaches wanted to argue, a matter of cognitive processes or neurological mechanisms located in the individual subject, end quote. The senses are not only everywhere, the senses are, so to speak, the means and the product of social constructs, and thus provide scholars with a very interesting point of encounter between the so-called subjective and objective spheres, and provide an element of enrichment to what is now the logocentric approach in history. The emphasis on the senses has therefore led to a problematized notion of the body and the social, which we, I hope, have contributed to problematize further, arguing in favor of an intermodal approach to those human faculties, playing such a central role in the perception and representation of the world. This scholarly thread has also problematized the rather standard understanding of that human beings perceive the real through 5 distinct senses, showing how the human sensorial perception is more about overlap, blurring, and intermodality than clear-cut distinctions. Sensory studies are thus weary of engaging in what Mark Jenner called, who also spoke at our seminar, called scholarly discussions of, quote, each sense in turn, historical meta-narratives which stress, unrealistically so, how, quote, in one sense grows in if one grows in significance, if one sense grows in significance, others must decline correspondingly. And as in the way that the triumph of vision was accompanied by a diminution of morality. Monosensual histories are not only digestible simplifications of a rather messier state of affairs, they obscure the ways in which the senses work together, occluding to the modern reader the possibility of addressing the possible reasons why one or more senses is or was foregrounded by particular historical actors. So relying on these assumptions, our work as a group has been throughout this year to discuss and complicate the role of senses in the early modern taste as physical and then as metaphorical instrument for cultural refinement, touch, conceived in certain religious contexts as both dangerously immediate means of perception of the divine and as a necessary means for contact with a carnality of the verbum, smell, as indicative of cultural cultivation of an ingratiated divine, and the stench of slavery. The acoustics of early modern colonialism and the soundscapes of religious dissent, and ultimately the visual importance of natural philosophical observation for the understanding of truth. So to conclude this obnoxiously long introduction, I would like to wish you all a multi-sensorial experience, both here at the Institute and in Jerusalem as a whole. We will be hearing and seeing things here in this room, tasting and touching and smelling many others tomorrow at dinner and on Wednesday's tour of the Old City with its spices and its, to use Umberto Eco's words, infinite world of possible things. That has nothing to do with it, but I just felt extremely cultivated in quoting Umberto Eco. I would like to express, what's that? It worked. I would like to express my gratitude to and for each and every one of the members of this research group, Emily, Miriam, Ofer, Stephanie, Lizzie, and Bill for their work and physical presence, and my unending gratitude to the Institute as a whole, and in particular to Iris Avivi, who's not here yet, Karen Rechnitzer, and last but not least, Itzik Chen, who just spoke. Thank you very much all for being here. Thank you. Who's cheering? Alex. So we have our first. So speakers can either speak from there. They will see you and hear you from home. We have microphones here. You can stay put. David, you don't have a presentation. And who's after David? Yeah, and you do have a presentation.
Did you want to wait 10 minutes just in case anybody's going to zoom in or anything?
Yeah, we can wait until
No,
then. Yeah, so we go. That's great.
Yeah.
Kat, which one is yours?
Do you recommend?
Don't have a.
You don't?
No, I am.
Because we're both thinking about it. So we just.
We all do. I'm just happy to have you. It's all about physical presence, embodiment. Take a look at the screen, how it looks, and whatever is best. I mean, you and Kat, you can sit here near the computer. Whatever's good. They'll see you and they'll hear you.
You can relax a little bit.
Hear them.
When did you come in?
Actually, it's gonna be, no, I'm gonna sit at the, it's like turning to everybody. It's all complicated.
2 hours I did phone. So I came up. I left Thursday night. So I was
But anyway, obviously I'm looking at everything. So yes, but then
Oh, good to see you, Stephanie. Oh, no. Yes, in January. I know how awful it can be and how hungry it can be. Well, maybe we can still find a way of talking, but and I'm sure you're not contagious. You are? Okay. Yeah, I know that you can stay in there without necessarily being infected. It seemed to be Omicron rather than the old Delta variant. I came to Tel Aviv 3 days ago. It's been interesting. It was actually really good to reconnect with my nephew and niece. There are some major political differences between my cousin. I think we navigated those gracefully. That's Yaakov. I do. Yeah, when I got COVID, I was coughing with dull, dry cough for about 3 weeks.
It makes you feel better, Gil. I also had it in January, and my round this time has been like fine. Like, because I was quite worried. Like in January, it was rough, and like weeks coughing, out of breath.
The acupuncture in the throat thing.
Oh yeah, and I get like crippling back pain.
Yes, yes, that was the biggest surprise.
Yeah, this is why I knew I was ready for this time. I like woke up, I was like, this hasn't felt like this since January. But then that was anyway.
So it's spread through you guys here.
No, it's all. I think we're all separate.
Okay.
So
it's not that Miriam was the typhoid Mary.
No, so Steph's family got this from Edith. I think I then got it. My husband and I went for dinner at this like really busy, really cool Magnuda in the shop. I think so. Yeah. My husband, I think, retained his antibodies since January. That's fine. And then I quarantined in the house like 6 days. So then my son tested positive, but then also our neighbor's daughter tested positive, and then I came to school. So I think they got it from school, and that's Lizzie's daughter. And they were all getting it from. Yeah. So yeah. So I don't think we're like a little. I think weirdly we're not actually a research group spread event. I think we're just something separate.
I hope it's okay.
I feel like I definitely earlier.
Well, yeah, it's sort of a sequel to what I wrote. Revisited from the age of news.
Sometimes it's not quite the same.
I was keeping myself to do today. I like crazy. I needed that. And then I got so I've written it yet. Hopefully everyone will understand.
This is the year of hot messes. So I think often I think hot messes are much more interesting than something that's polished and perfect.
It's so messy. I don't
Very interesting. Yeah. But you're still sensing the air tonight.
It's very,
some of them are abstracting and case study.
I'm very interested in why.
Okay. Yes, and the festival of its congregation.
No, not so much.
Nice. That is like from Cambridge as well. Like, I don't know anybody, I genuinely don't know anybody who's got a permanent job at Oxford that hasn't done a degree there. Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we did years ago. She edited an issue of
Very fancy, love it.
we did an issue on time. And we did some,
I'm a humidity today as well.
Yeah, and the humidity.
the American Sense continues.
Okay, 2 more minutes.
Interesting to meet old friends here again after how are things in Syracuse.
I saw JD tweeted about his GA job.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just made an offer to him.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, so
Really
I was tweeting that he said.
Yeah, and he also said like medieval and early modern scholars. Anyway,
Super happy to see that, yeah. I mean, yeah, so like, so I'm, that must be the I'm so excited.
yeah. Yeah, and I think that is really, it's just, yeah, it's
Sorry,
nice to be
I'm
able
going
to.
to repeat that right.
He tweeted it on the 11th.
As if these are simply two separate stories.
It's only his second tweet.
No, I've heard nothing about it.
Negotiate a settlement. People have money.
In the fall of 2019,
Is Digna still around? She's a dear friend, but I've not been in touch with her for about 3 years actually, through the pandemic.
Doesn't want to scroll.
I'll make sure that I can.
I'm in the
Please do. No, I love Digna dearly, and I feel I'm very embarrassed. I last saw her in Paris 5 years ago, and it's strange. We had spent so much time with each other for so many years. She and Chris would often come to us. Chris and I were in the same year at school. A different school. High school.
Yeah.
Yeah, still in New Zealand. And we went to different schools, but we figured out that we probably played cricket against each other.
It's just a clean white room.
Yeah, combination of the political situation, getting worse in India and the pandemic, a whole lot of radio silence.
Well, tell her the budget, and tell us you can.
2011.
Yeah.
I cut my ties.
Their hotel.
Oh my god.
Really nice.
Just imagine all the flute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When is your conference? I'm gonna put it in my diary. When is your conference? When is it on Zoom as well? Or no? Yeah, Josiah's like starting school, and this is like the biggest class known to man because they just do half days. It's like weeks on end, like settling them in. And like my children do 10 hours a day of childcare, and I've done this for years. So
And she said.
it's I'm not sure. I'll be able to come up to I would love to watch the video. Right, I think we'll start.
Okay, I think we'll start. Be seated. Alex, floor is yours. Yeah, you can, I mean, they will see you and hear you.
Okay. Okay. Great. Well, let me add my thanks to everybody for being here, to Jakob for the invitation. I've been really desperate to come here for over a year now, so I'm really happy it's finally taken place. So it's my pleasure first to introduce David B Goldstein, and this is incredible. I've been given a bio to read, so I'm going to read the hell out of this bio. We're going to do it. So. David B. Goldstein serves as Associate Professor of English and Coordinator of the Creative Writing Program at York University in Toronto. His first monograph, Eating and Ethics in Shakespeare's England, shared the Shakespeare's Globe Book Award in 2013. A former restaurant critic and food magazine editor, he's also published 3 co-edited essay collections, Culinary Shakespeare, Shakespeare and Hospitality, and Early Modern Hospitality. 2 books of poetry, a range of essays on early modern literature, food studies, Emmanuel Levinas, ecology, and contemporary poetics. For 4 years, he co-directed the Folger Shakespeare Library's Mellon-funded collaborative research project. I heard about this. This looked amazing. Before Farm to Table, Early Modern Foodways and Cultures. His current projects include co-editing the first anthology of foodways in early modern England and 2 new monographs, one on recipes and authorship in Renaissance England, and one on commensality literature from Aristophanes to YouTube. And today he's going to tell us about the early modern ecology of taste.
Thank you. Yeah, so first of all, I was in a taxi yesterday. The driver asked what I did and why I was here. He was like, oh, you know, they say there are 5 senses, but there are really more, right? And I was like, well, there's proprioception and interoception. He was like, yeah, but there's another one. There's the one where you can tell what someone else is thinking. And I was like, well, that's like empathy. And he was like, no. The way my mother can tell what I'm thinking when I'm doing something wrong, even though she lives in another country. I was like, we need to come up with a word for that sense. So that is not what this talk is going to be about, but I now wish it were.
It's called Yiddish Shamama.
Yiddish Shamama. Exactly. This is kind of a new project for me because I've often stayed away from taste, as I'm going to talk about. You may hear some things in here that you're like, duh, I knew that. So just skip over that paragraph, just kind of chill out. And hopefully other things will be of interest. We'll see how it goes. The main focus here is going to be Ben Jonson's Bartlemy Fair. How many people have read that play, by the way? We're really comfortable with it.
Story.
I was going to say.
Despite the very human desire to maintain strict categories in this as all things, the sense of taste defies boundary making. We don't even know whether the so-called basic tastes, sweet, salty, bitter, sour, possibly acrid, possibly umami, so maybe 6, can be mapped onto our taste buds or have in fact any scientific empirical basis. A site of active debate, the neurology of taste seems to be following in the footsteps of the sciences of olfaction, color, and emotion, all of which have over the past 2 decades explored constructivist theories, suggesting that perhaps all sensation, including emotional sensation, may emerge from a complex set of interactions between biology, chemistry, language, and culture, rather than as an intrinsic and universal neurobiological system. Perhaps we don't call lemons sour because they're inherently sour, but rather because we've been culturally conditioned to use that word and concept to describe them. As the neurobiologist Robert Erickson writes of one of his experiments, quote, "Many of the subjects reported that they had learned from textbooks in middle school through college that there are 4 basic tastes. This unexamined bias may be unavoidable in all psychophysical studies involving the basic tastes. This bias would raise the issue of whether the use of basic words is learned or a sensory verity. These questions might be approached experimentally, but the cultural common truth of basic tastes would be hard to null out," end quote. So this is a neurobiologist finally kind of being like, wow, language matters and we can't tell anything besides language. So we as early modern scholars are more likely than the average person to accept this notion because the archive constantly confronts us with descriptions of taste that hardly fit those middle school textbooks. Hugh Platt's 1596 treatise, Sundry New and Artificial Remedies Against Famine, to name one among many examples, and about a third of this paper was going to be devoted to that text, which I find super interesting. I ended up just obsessed with Johnson instead. If anyone wants to talk about Platt, let's talk about Platt. Describes pasta as sweet and cold water as raw, of arum root, a starchy root that's toxic unless boiled for several hours. Platt says that in the early stages, the water will be hot and biting, and that the roots are ready when they wax sweet. Hot here is used to describe, of course, flavor, not temperature, obviously inflected by the same Galenic understanding that described wine and spices as hot and cucumber and melon as cold, no matter what their temperature. Here we see the early modern language of taste telling us what taste science is finally starting to reckon with, a complex feedback loop between the linguistic and social constructedness of sensation and the embodied experience of it. As Lizzie Swan, sick with COVID, hi, I'm so sorry you're not present here, whose marvelous work I'm learning so much about in my current thinking about these issues, puts it, quote, "The historical and cultural specificity of sensation is always already embedded in that sensory experience, though, for instance, the inculcation of specific modes and practices of butchering your quote, through, for example, for instance, the inculcation of specific modes and practices of tasting that inform the experience itself, rather than simply its retrospective construal," end quote. In what follows, I aim to reconcile a constructionist theory of taste with a second major facet of taste studies, which also pushes against a long history of framing sense and sensation, a framing in which I'd say literature, philosophy, and language have been complicit. I'm referring to the insistence upon taste as foremost an individual sense, whether described as a gustatory or an aesthetic experience. I'll return to the relation between these two zones shortly. As evidenced by, for example, Hume's axiom that, quote, "the great variety of taste as well as of opinion which prevails in the world is too obvious not to have fallen under everyone's observation," end quote. It's easy to see how taste became and remains a hallmark of individuation. My own family is united by certain preferences that clearly indicate, as the sociologists Mary Douglas and Pierre Bourdieu have argued, our shared class, geographical location, and cultural positioning. But very quickly, we run up against preferences that separate and individuate us and that make it very hard to agree upon dinner. One family member hates pasta and cheese. The 10-year-old, what 10-year-old boy hates pasta and cheese? How did I get this kid? Another refuses steak. A third is nauseated by eggs. I detest mayonnaise. I mean, detest.
Even aioli with garlic?
You know, if you call it aioli and put garlic in it, I'll eat it.
All right.
But mayonnaise, forget it. It's got nothing to do with language at all. So if these are cultural or economic preferences, they're interwoven with biology and neurology in complex, but nevertheless individuating ways. Taste is not only how each of us experiences the world, morsel by morsel, artwork by artwork, encounter by encounter, judgment by judgment. It is more profoundly how each of us learns the concept, I am this, not that. I am me, not them. And yet, as we well know, taste is not only an individuation machine, it is also a key engine by which groups, communities, and cultures form. Quote, tastes are not simply a reflection of our individual identity, but work to construct our cultural identity, writes Bob Ashley. This is especially obvious in the case of aesthetic taste, which easily forges communities around shared sensibilities, leading us in a winding path, let's say, from a shared taste in avant-garde art to agreement about progressive activism, to a shared set of values and opinions about the relationship between humans and government. I'm not saying that it's a linear relationship, just that, as Bourdieu shows, shared aesthetic tastes predict a variety of group affiliations and cohesions with discomforting accuracy. In the case of gustatory tastes, such connections may be harder to see, but they very much inform our lives as well, and they do as well in early modernity. Wendy Wall has already identified taste communities in early modern cookbooks. Anthropologist Suzanne Hoyland calls gustatory taste a social sense, a shared cultural activity that needs to be examined in relationship to how an object is, her phrase, brought into the social world of relationship. Physical taste is a powerful magnet for group formation. It facilitates the suturing of culture. It includes, and in the process of creating bonds among those who share taste, produces negative judgments about those who don't. It powers the forces of inclusion and exclusion, and it is in the Venn diagram where individuation and community formation meet that taste not only becomes most interesting, but also where, for most of the early modern period, taste resided as a matter of course. The relationship between aesthetic and gustatory taste and eating might seem obvious, but they are rarely linked in a theoretically rigorous way. As David Sutton argues, studies of food and taste have, quote, largely run on separate parallel tracks, end quote. And I find this to be true of early modern studies as well as of Sutton's field, which is anthropology. My own work has indeed embodied this division because I tend to steer clear of the topic of taste as it smacks of hermetic individual experience on the gustatory hand and of intellectual snobbery on the aesthetic one. I'm with Lizzie on the fact that like the 18th centuryists have kind of owned taste as an aesthetic sensibility, even though it's obviously also an early modern one. And that's another reason why I've tended to stay away from it. To bring food studies together with taste studies is in an early modern context, however, is to open up new pathways to considering how the tasting body intersects not only with the judging and discriminating mind or body, but also how the tasting and judging individual helps comprise the taste organism within a cultural network. By taste organism, I mean the organism built from the various organs of taste, whether biological, chemical, social, aesthetic, philosophical, or legal. An organism that includes individual people but subsumes and interpenetrates them, an organism whose boundaries are impossible to fix and are thus akin to the vibrating matter of indefinite boundary making described by Jane Bennett, Karen Barad, and the new materialists. In making this association, I resist making taste just one more hyper-object, in Timothy Morton's terms, an object so constantly spilling over itself in its ability to demarcate and describe culture that, in Bennett's words, it renders us, meaning humans, kind of moot. I want to approach taste instead as an ecology, a system that houses, again in Bennett's words, quote, an undetermined surplus, offering an account of the emergence of novelty without also rendering the trajectory, impetus, drive, or energetic push of any existing body epiphenomenal to its relations, end quote. Taste appears as an impossibly complex system, but it is one with real empirical roots in the apparent impossibility of what we do every day, to encounter the direct substance of an object with one's tongue, to become vulnerable to another organism, and in doing so, to simultaneously identify it as the not me and to begin absorbing it into the me. Once we've done this enough times, we eventually become entirely constructed by the not me, by the food we are eating and have been eating, because the food we are eating becomes literally the construction of ourselves. We're composed and composted of matter that was other before it was us. At that philosophical and material threshold, taste becomes a way of distinguishing parts of ourselves as saturated, intra-essential objects, as worldlings, to repurpose an early modern term. Taste, through one frame appearing as the quintessential mark of individuality, through another frame, therefore becomes the quintessential expression of the self as always already the other, the self as an assemblage made of other organisms, going back through the layers of earthly biology all the way to stardust. When we taste, we distinguish, but we also absorb, integrate, and are integrated. With each taste, we enact the primal fact of ourselves as unique concatenations within the great and universal scattering of matter. In order to illustrate the notion of taste as an ecology, as a system of relationships, I'll look at Bartlemy Fair to see how Ben Jonson uses the technologies of taste to mediate between individual and communal claims ranging from the material to the abstract. We see the activation here of taste rhetoric to address a specific and urgent issue of political economy. Let's just move on. Of all the early modern writers, Ben Jonson is perhaps the most attuned, I'd say, to the ecology of taste. That's another reason why I think it took me a while to get there, because I usually work on Shakespeare, who I think has all sorts of interesting things to say about taste, but maybe doesn't have the ecological sense of it that Jonson does. In poetry, masques, prose, and plays, he returns to the question of how taste mediates between individual, biological, material, and communal identities and demands. Taste frequently maps the gradient of cultural connectivity, often rapidly moving from individuated to communal positions, even in the same sentence. In Neptune's triumph over the return of Albion, for instance, one of his slightly later masques, the anti-mask characters of the cook and the poet debate the question of gustatory taste in relation to food and art. The cook summarizes his argument by saying, "I am by my place to know how to please the palates of the guests. So you are to know the palate of the times, study the several tastes, what every nation, the Spaniard, the Dutch, the French, the Walloon, the Neapolitan, the Briton, the Sicilian, can expect of you." The speech begins by invoking the individual culinary palate, which is quickly analogized to the taste preferences of geopolitical communities. The opening section continues to oscillate between individual sensory taste and communal taste, both cultural and political. Taste operates here as a mediator, not just between the individual and the group, but also between embodied and aesthetic taste, and between edible objects and cultural frameworks as a grounding for a kind of embodied theory of network. From the cook's initial argument, one might infer an embedded hierarchy in which culinary or sensory taste is subordinate to intellectual or aesthetic taste, a very common hierarchy today. Sensory taste is individual and immediately gratified, whereas other sorts are more supple, complex, and important. This attitude towards sensory taste would be in keeping with the Platonic, Aristotelian, and Christian attitudes that governed notions of the subject in early modernity and still do. But this assumption is not Jonson's. He has in mind a first principle more radical and more integrative. The cook continues, "For there's a palate of the understanding as well as of the senses. The taste is taken with good relishes, the sight with fair objects, the hearing with delicate sounds, the smelling with pure sense, the feeling with soft and plump bodies, but the understanding with all of these, for which you must begin at the kitchen. There the art of poetry was learned and found out, or nowhere, on the same day with the art of cookery. So it looks like the understanding is going to cover everything. And then suddenly Johnson pulls it right back to the kitchen, to eating, to cooking, and that's where everything builds from. It is, and again, I agree with Lizzie on this, it's an Aristotelian argument in its way, but I think he increases the power of taste over and above what Aristotle, for me, is willing to do in the De Anima. We can talk about that later. While the cook's speech is meant to be taken with a grain of salt, it's an anti-mask and a conscious parody of Rabelais. The point is serious. The origin of sensibility and sensation is fundamental. The palate is the gateway to the understanding. Johnson leverages the interplay between savor and sapere. To have tasted experience, to be wise. To taste is to understand. Philosophers and poets were and continue to be aware of this, but few base an entire philosophy of literature upon it. I think Johnson was one of those. So let's turn to the double prologue of Johnson's Bartlemy Fair, a play that thematizes the problems and challenges of taste as a negotiating principle. The play opens with the entrance of a stage keeper who holds forth breathlessly about the theatrical event the audience is going to see. His speech emphasizes the speaker's low socioeconomic status and therefore his rationale for critiquing the author as not understanding the experience of lower class types who populate the actual fair. He dismisses the entire proceeding as an error in taste, describing it as, quote, the fashion in the stage practice. Theater serves the tastes of its audience, not those it purports to represent. The stage keeper, meanwhile, appeals to the audience in a parody of both the lawyer and the art critic, explaining, I'll be judged by you, gentlemen, and insisting, when interrupted by the better educated bookholder, that, quote, the understanding gentlemen of the ground here asked for my judgment. Of course, they did not. The bookholder incredulously suggests that the stage keeper's opinion might be better solicited, quote, for gathering up the broken apples for the bears within, end quote. A reference both to the bear baiting that shared the stage with playgoing, providing a constant reminder of the ways in which both theater and animal torture must gratify the tastes of the same population, and to the sensory taste occupying the lowest rung of discriminatory knowledge, so low that it's shared with bears, those broken apples. At stake is the relationship between individual taste, socioeconomic identity, and the means of judging the relationship between the two. The stage keeper is not only barred from membership in a taste community, but his very attempt to join it is construed as a threat. Framed comically, the exchange is about poking fun at both the upper and lower classes. More seriously, it's about the necessity of art to respond to and honor the accuracy of life, with the suggestion that failure to do so results in a lack of empathy that deepens animosity and frays the societal fabric. I'm going to, since I did it in an earlier version of the talk, I'm going to skip over the second of the double prologue. We can talk about it at another point, but I want to make sure that I'm trying to hold to time. The double prologue's efforts prepare us for the entire play's networked approach to the question of discernment. Bartlemy Fair unfolds among competing forms of gustatory taste, aesthetic sensibility, and judgment. Almost each scene shows a different aspect of how taste operates in relation to individual and communal settings, ranging from material to abstract frameworks. The play opens by introducing us to Littlewit. I love these names. I never get tired of them. A proctor, a lawyer who argues ecclesiastical cases, whose legal judgments are never lent dramatic interest, but whose literary aesthetics inform the play's climax, the staging of the puppet show that he has written. Almost immediately in the first scene of the play, Johnson develops a piece of stage business surrounding the sartorial taste of Littlewit's wife, Win. Littlewit gushes about her hat. This cap does convince, which is then transformed by his friend Winwife into a comment about Win's sexual desirability. He delivers a blason composed entirely of fruit metaphors that ends with a soft velvet head like a mellicotton. And that is then cut down by Wasp, the play's irascible cynic, into a velvet custard on her head. The exchange of wit here serves to illustrate how gustatory, erotic, and aesthetic taste both demarcate individual character and create group bonds, in this case, unmistakably homosocial and patriarchal, that question the stability of such judgments in the first place, and which leave ample room for the theater to participate in those judgments, considering that the three lines will mean very differently depending on what the cap actually looks like and how it's worn. If Johnson stages taste on the micro level in brief and often apparently ancillary exchanges, such as the argument about Wynn's hat, he also does so on the macro level to the extent that the play appears to turn on the question of what taste is and does. The play's opening act hinges on an argument about the literal and spiritual taste of pork, with Rabbi Zeal of the Land busy, the play's avatar of Christian hypocrisy, should say Puritan hypocrisy, twisting himself in knots in order to justify eating a foodstuff that is as delicious to him as it is besmirched with gluttony. It is this plot device that propels us into the second act, the center of whose action is the stall of Ursula, the pig woman. Ursula, as critics have noted, stands as a kind of icon for the larger fare, excessive, leaky, a mix of generosity and underhandedness, both erotic and grotesque, appealing and problematic, an incarnation of anti-feminist stereotypes as well as a subversion of them. She also cathects community, drawing the characters together in various combinations in the name of the conspicuous consumption of pig, in a parody of ancient Greek or even more bitingly, biblical sacrifice. It is to the point that the biblical parody enters Ursula's stall through the taste language of Justice Overdue, Justice Adam Overdue, disguised as a fool, who says, "Let me drink, boy, that I may be eloquent, but of thy best, lest it be bitter in my mouth." The activation of taste as simultaneously gustatory, the taste of ale, discriminating, the quality of ale, rhetorical, bitter words, and spiritual, bitter experience, adumbrates the full range of sensibility. The fact that the character who speaks it is a magistrate pretending to be a fool prepares us for the carnivalesque inversions of judgment and discrimination to come. The taste community that forms around Ursula doesn't just treat roast pig as a sacrificial lamb, it also hungrily threatens to devour Ursula herself, whose body is not only discussed as a metaphorical foodstuff, as a pool of fat by the men, as juicy and wholesome by herself, but also partially transformed into food, which is fitting in a play always seeking to destabilize the boundary between the physical, the social, and the linguistic body. Scalded like a pig by accident, she treats her wounds with cream and salad oil, and later has egg white, honey, and hog's grease applied to her in the form of a typically food-based medical poultice. The taste community circles Ursula like a school of sharks, reminding the viewer that taste is always also erotic and therefore threatens violence, figuring lower class women as comestibles for the communal male appetite. The taste ecology of Bartlemy Fair, in other words, is never valorized. One of the most successful and for many earlier critics reprehensible aspects of the play is that no character escapes it unscathed by moral ambiguity. It is rather rhizomatic, tumultuous, energetic, which I'm proposing is what Johnson imagines the early modern taste organism to be. As the play progresses, the scaffolding of correspondences between gustatory and other forms of taste, of which Ursula, along with Joan Trash, the gingerbread woman, and Leatherhead, the hobby horse seller and puppet master, forms the foundation, acquires further layers and elaborations, meanwhile shifting away from physical taste towards interrogations of aesthetic taste and ultimately the administration of justice. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not saying that that's a hierarchical thing, that Johnson starts with the basics and then gets higher. He starts with the foundation and then shows you how the scaffold is in every aspect of the taste organism. Throughout the play, Leatherhead's market cry, "What do you lack? What is it you lack, gentlemen?" echoes with a kind of meta-theatrical resonance. What are these characters seeking? What are we as playgoers attempting to fulfill or resolve? How do we repair what we lack by entering into taste communities and ultimately into an ecology? Nearly each scene contains a set piece, often puzzling to critics, that enacts these interrogations. For example, Act 4 features 2 back-to-back games that are predicated both on the existence of taste communities and the arbitrary nature of them. In Act 4, Scene 3, the play's ingenue, the subtly named Grace Wellborn, institutes a game in which her 2 suitors, between whom she seems disinclined to distinguish, will each write a name on a piece of paper. The next person who walks by will choose the name they like better, and that suitor will marry Grace. This faint parody of the magical love and idleness of A Midsummer Night's Dream highlights here not the arbitrary nature of love, as it is in Midsummer, but the arbitrary nature of taste. In the game, Winwife chooses Argalus from Sidney's Arcadia, while Quarles selects Palamon from Chaucer and Shakespeare. 2 somewhat interchangeable, or at least generic, chivalric protagonists. The first character to pass by, Trouble-All, is a madman who only cares about one name, that of Justice Adam Overdue, his former employer. By insisting that only Overdue's name carries semantic or judicial meaning, thus supplanting a literary judgment with a legal one, Trouble-All renders the entire act of discrimination, from the aesthetic to the jurisprudential, dependent on mere semiotics. In the following scene, an even stranger game unfolds, the famously perplexing Game of Vapors among Knockham, Wasp, and a host of other characters who seem to materialize expensively from a theatrical point of view, simply in order to deliver this comic moment. We never see them again. This game, and I should say, I think the question of gaming also plays into the ecology of taste in really interesting ways. We can talk about that. Requires each interlocutor to disagree with whatever the prior speaker has uttered, no matter how banal, unobjectionable, or inarguable. I've been in conversations like this. Maybe we should try it tonight at the reception.
No.
Maybe we will anyway. The game, which seems perfectly attuned to the talents and disposition of Wasp, who's already been established as a pure contrarian, almost immediately devolves into a series of substanceless contraries. Curiously, however, when Wasp announces, "I have no reason, nor will I hear of no reason," Cutting responds, "Yes, in some sense, you may have reason, sir." The resulting quibble on reason and sense, which continues for a few lines, suggests that whereas reason is a fixed position, either a statement has reason or it doesn't, sense emerges as a relational phenomenon, which may flow between polarities. Knockham terms one of Wasp's avowals a sweet vapor, which sends the group into a debate about sweet and stinking vapors that manages to both remind us of the arbitrary claims of individuals to opinions about taste, one person sweet is another bitter, and to show the building of taste community as one of adversarial gaming. The conceit here is that judgments, whether they begin as physical, intellectual, or purely linguistic, are all less relevant for their particular content than for their ability to create social bonds and a more general porousness of relationship, kind of activity of relationship. The Game of Vapors, with its vague hints of Galenic attention to bodily spirits and to the environment, in this case, the fair, that interpenetrates the bodies of fairgoers with its own banquet of sense, enacts in comic form the ecology of sensation that permeates Johnson's theatrical ethos. The more serious version of this insight is glimpsed in the conversion of Justice Adam Overdue from a stern, self-assured arbiter of justice to an empath aware that his judgment is not fixed, but rather needs to be passed fluidly through the taste ecology of which he's a part. "I will be more tender hereafter," he vows, borrowing the language of cookery. To be empathetic is to be tasteful, to be more careful in how one exercises the power of taste, but also to be more tender, to be tastier to the supplicant. Overdue becomes vulnerable in the way the tongue is vulnerable when it touches another organism. He is tenderized by the experience of empathy. The puppet show with which Bartlemy Fair culminates is much discussed as one of the great early modern meditations on gender and theatricality, but less so as a culmination of the play's working out of the politics and poetics of taste. Littlewood's bowdlerization of Marlowe's Hero and Leander functions as a brilliant undercutting of elite aesthetics. But in the process, it implicates everyone, the various classes portrayed on stage, the common and elite theater goers, and ultimately King James himself, which I'm not going to give you an argument about that, but we can talk about that, in a taste ecology rooted in a kind of carnivalesque fluidity. From this vantage point, Leatherhead's recurring call of, "What do you lack?" resonates even more powerfully. His question is on one very witty level, answered at long last by the puppets, voiced again by Leatherhead. What do they lack? Genitals. But in uncovering that lack, Johnson brings home a point that is neither entirely erotic nor entirely theatrical. The characters and audience lack objects, hobby horses, gingerbread, wallets, husbands, justice, understanding, love. But they do not recognize until the last scene what they do have or have achieved is membership in an erratically boundaried and unstable taste organism, dangerous and alive. In Johnson's play, it's called The Fair, and it is a particularly expansive way of articulating the communal sensorium in which we, with our dim human awareness, exist. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. It was very exciting. I wrote a little quotation down there. I think there's little things to ruminate on. This cat that's convinced. I love that. It's very bizarre. Let's make it up. So, we're going to move straight on. So, try to remember your questions. And now we're going to hear from Kat Becky. And she is about to move on to a very fancy new job as research professor in English at Loyola University in Chicago. This year, she's been a Solomson Fellow at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and she serves as the series editor of a brilliantly named Aperçu with Botanical University Press. Her research focuses on popular forms of intellectual history, what kinds of knowledge became common, by studying the early modern cheap print market and commerce. Her first book, Pocket Maps and Public Poetry in Renaissance England, shows that the geographical imaginary fueling the affordable, small-scale publications of mapmakers and poets spoke to ordinary consumers invested in the everyday practice of building the English Commonwealth. The second book project, England's Weedy Renaissance, demonstrates how 17th century cheap print herbal forged a nativist strain of botanical practices and poetics, but found in weeds the native character of Englishness. We are weedy people, right, because we insinuate ourselves into territories and refuse to leave. She has also published essays on topics such as naturalization, political medicine, and vegetable virtue ethics, which I'd like to hear more. Her work has earned fellowships from the ACLS, the Mellon Foundation, the National Endowment for the RSA, the Volk Shakespeare Library, and the Huntington. And today she's going to talk to us about the joy of Englishness and the pleasure of the text, reading the weeds and sensing it.
Thanks for the invitation. This is great. So I really welcome comments. Today I present a portion of my current book project, which tracks the emergence of a weedy model of collective English identity that crystallized into a legible category across a broad range of textual genres and ever-expanding reading publics over the 17th century. In the European Renaissance, the commonplace belief that all the world's plants were scattered out of Eden during the fall granted them a singular origin that subtended the era's botanical knowledge. But in 1597, London naturalist John Gerard sundered plants from their universal grounds in a seminal herbal on the innate virtues of wild English flora. Gerard's shift from continental cultures of intellectual exchange to the humble practitioners and untended landscapes of his country forged this nativist strain which found in ordinary weeds that essential nature, the basic nature of what it means to feel English. So Herbal's manuals on medicinal plants that were foundational to the later science of botany supplied the lexicon for this weedy corpus. In the following century, printed herbals became much smaller, cheaper, and popular. Almost every household in England and colonial America owned at least one by century's end. Cheap herbals in particular celebrated weeds as material proof of God's special love for England, agents of a divine and healing delight. These prints fostered a widespread message about the inborn quality of national character, even as the influx of foreign people and goods made the nation seem intrinsically porous. As herbal set this privileged vegetable nation into motion, literature mythologized its mechanisms for widespread readerships across this interconnected public print sphere. Writers of all stripes responded to the strangers and strange objects flooding the realm by imagining a nation seated by divine providence and peopled with plants. Authors like Shakespeare and Milton framed England as a, quote, vegetable commonwealth, flourishing or withering on a shared vine. The poems, plays, and prose of the age turned to the wild landscapes of practical herbalism when they separated what and who belonged on English soil from what should be rooted out. In a century shaken by cultural, political, and religious upheaval, the search for the distinctive nature of a nation relied on the sensory experience of the joy of feeling English. I am a non-Anglo person, and so I'm sorry if I'm going to offend any English people here, but it's something that I've worked on and been fascinated by because my parents naturalized into the US some time ago. And so I've noticed this really interesting dynamic. Kwame Anthony Appiah defines a nation as, quote, a group of people who think of themselves as sharing ancestry and also care about the fact that they have that supposed ancestry in common. To be a nation, it is not enough to meet an objective condition of common descent. You have to meet a subjective condition, a condition that lies in the hearts and minds of its members, end quote. So my other chapters focus on the development of English patriotism and the work of these naturalists who turned to meadows and heaths to study the nature of the nation. One only has to think of the great English bake-off, which starts in that big heath, right? In the process, they frame their descriptions of these qualities of native plants with a Georgic lexicon of territorialization and naturalization. Uncultivated, spreading grasses and weeds modeled a mode of English expansion whose very commonness made it resilient and transplantable, a seductive way of fashioning coherent identity for a country motivated by colonial ventures and imperial ambitions. Botanical nativism would come to structure the methodology of the Royal Society, whose taxonomic distinctions between nativity and indigeneity underpin the life sciences. This talk traces how this intersection of the vegetable and the human played out around the invention of the indigenous as a category of English naturalist study. I begin by bracketing the concept within two important and related instances of the term. The first is Thomas Brown's coinage of the neologism in his immensely influential 1646 Pseudodoxia, which you probably all know, in an essay comparing plant color with black skin. The second is Thomas Jefferson's subtle revision of Brown's botanical racialization. In his 1785 Notes on the State of Virginia, again, you probably all know this text, Jefferson turns to the word indigenous to enmesh descriptions of the state's local flora and fauna with a fearful statement about the unnaturalness of albinism in enslaved populations. Born of England's encounters with Africans and deployed in the early Republic, the concept of indigeneity neatly divorces the English character from its colonized. However, on the ground of a colonial landscape whose multinational and multiracial demographic swept away such academic distinctions, the feeling of belonging to a distinctive English nature was harder to maintain. So I read after them 1690 Widow Ranter, written for a London audience and set in the tobacco colony of Jamestown, Virginia, during Bacon's Rebellion, to see how these complex everyday interactions eroded the affective myth of a common English spirit while spurring the bifurcated race-making concepts of Blackness and indigeneity. So Brown's 1646 essay on the Blackness of Negroes, turns to the enslaved Africans transported to the colonies by the Spanish. He investigates the nature of the native with questions revealing the profundity of the relation between humanity and the vegetable world. Quote, why garlic, moles, and porrets have white roots, deep green leaves, and black seeds? Why several docks and sorts of rhubarb with yellow roots send forth purple flowers? Why also from lacteary or milky plants which have a white and lacteous juice dispersed through every part, there arise flowers blue and yellow? Why tulips of one color produce some of another, and running through almost all should still escape a blue? And lastly, why some men, yea, and they a mighty and considerable part of mankind, should first acquire and still retain the gloss and tincture of blackness? Brown argues that climatic influence does not answer the question. Quote, he that affirmeth the heat makes man black does not afford a reason why other animals in the same habitations maintain a constant and agreeable hue unto those in other parts, as lions, elephants, camels, swans, tigers. He notes that the skin color persists yet fades over generations of the mixing, quote, there remaining unto many descents a full shadow of their originals, and if they preserve their copulations entire, they still maintain their complexions. In Brown's overtly sexual description of African generation, black skin retains its quality but degrades into a shadow of itself once it mingles with other skin tones. Brown adds then that white skin remains stable no matter where or among whom it has settled. Quote, white people translated unto hotter countries receive not impressions amounting to this complexion, as have been observed in many Europeans who have lived in the land of the Negroes. Brown's slippery logic of sexual Africans and self-sustaining whites leads him to declare that enslaved people in the colonies can never actually naturalize there in the way whites can. Quote, there be at present swarms of Negroes serving under the Spaniard, yet were they all transported from Africa since the discovery of Columbus and are not indigenous or proper natives of America. Brown punctuates his anti-Black racism with the invention of a different category of alterity. The logic of botanical identity frames both Blackness and indigeneity, which each contrasts with a genetic logic of portability available only to whites. Brown's work on plants as laboratories for naturalists carved out a methodology for his successors in the Georgical Committee and the Royal Society. The experiments of the learned Dr. Brown are referred to by Samuel Hartlib, John Beale, Robert Sharrock, Robert Boyle, while another of Hartlib's correspondents, Peter Smith, suggests that one can find in Brown, quote, the best pillar of the order of Sir Francis Bacon. Meanwhile, his neologism was associated with plants over the next century, both in Britain and America in the Cheap Prince spirit, until Thomas Jefferson's notes, again, and this is, again, orients the term to an explicitly anthropocentric taxonomy. At the end of his list of local animals, Jefferson continues, to this catalog of our indigenous animals, I will add a short account of an anomaly of nature, taking place sometimes in the race of Negroes brought from Africa, who, though Black themselves, have in rare instances white children called albinos. They are of a pallid, cadaverous white, untinged with red, without any colored spots or seams. Jefferson's alignment of animals with Africans suggests a continuum between them, while his description of their occasional hypopigmentation makes clear the unnaturalness of this whiteness. They are the cipher of a living death. Jefferson seems to have read Brown's essay and is naturalizing its English bias into the language of the young republic. Skin color no longer functions as a simple marker of race as it did in Brown. Now, the Republic's African descendants will always be Black despite their skin color. In fact, the presentation of white skin among these populations signifies their lack of existential viability, a point Jefferson punctuates by suffusing his naturalist rhetoric with the pathos of horror. The next association of the term with humans is Jedediah Morse's 1790 History of America, again published in Philadelphia, which uses the phrase indigenous Americans to describe Native Americans. After that, the trend continues to increasingly align the concept of indigeneity with Native Americans, while African Americans inhabit a different racial category, increasingly tinged with unnaturalness. Jefferson's racism operated in tandem with what Amanda Johnson has called his romance of Anglo-Saxon literature or language and culture. His rehashing of 17th century discourses about a natural pre-conquest English character, as I argue in my other chapters. Placing Jefferson's text into conversation with Brown's reveals that the botanical imaginary supporting England's colonial nectarines added a profoundly emotional dimension to its method of approaching the matter of the world through the senses. Recent scholarship has shown that Francis Bacon's approach to knowledge production, an approach adopted by scores of naturalists across England and Europe, define the sensorium as the central processing unit that transforms a gathering of broad data points into a coherent data set. Overgall and Raz Chen Morris describe how it was the imagination, the seat of the passions, that was harnessed by these early moderns as a tool for making sense of information. Quote, imagination is the way by which reason approaches its objects of knowledge when those lie beyond the reach of the senses. This holistic mode of figuring things into order allows for a meaningful interplay between rational thought and emotional engagement. Alex Ragmorley has mapped out how the incorporation of emotions into the discursive structure of naturalist study was constitutive of the method embraced by the early Royal Society, whose members, quote, sought to generate a community of feeling subjects, united by a kind of intersubjective agreement about what it felt like to experience a world designed by God. This is also the affective mechanism that built the feeling of patriotism out of the assemblage of botanical matter growing freely throughout England. It was at once matter of fact, experiential, and aesthetic. It brought reason together with imagination to flesh out a sensory state of natural nationhood. Ragmorley notes that early society works hewed to a rhetoric that sought to make immaterial concepts more concrete for readers, and that, quote, one of their most important representational strategies, the comparison, was widely thought to depend on the pleasures of the imagination. Ragmorley posits that the Royal Society saw scientific and rhetorical pleasures as analogous and even symbiotic. The description of a thing should illuminate the matter under study while also inspiring an affective response. Although his excellent book focuses on pleasure, and indeed there is a form of pleasure linked to the scapegoating of subjugated populations, the broader index of feelings such as fear and lust were deployed in English race-making, such as in the essays by Brown and Jefferson comparing specimens across species in ways that negotiated between human and non-human life. In the era of colonial racialization, this affective dimension had a political power to unite the English on a basic semantic level. Mustafa Emir Bayer and Chad Goldberg have argued that analysis of collective social and political movements must take into account how they are felt by the actors within them. Quote, choices in strategies and tactics are heavily influenced by emotional commitments. Empirical variations in these strategies and tactics will also be better analyzed within the conceptual framework of emotional intelligence than within that of the paired opposites of strategic rationality and blind passional response. This analysis recognizes emotional engagement as a driving factor of collective reasoning during political shifts. For instance, emotions were key to the opportunistic anti-Semitic race-making in the English Middle Ages, as Geraldine Heng has illuminated in her study of the somatic training inherent in the inculcation of racism in the public imagination. Heng explains that in the years leading to the expulsion of 1290, messages proliferated about the alleged physical differences between Jewish and Christian bodies, which staged Jewish nature as a perceptible material affront. Heng argues, racializing the senses in this way, hearing, seeing, and smelling Jews, leads to feeling and sensing race through channels more direct, intuitive, and primitive. Sound that hits the ear, smell that assails the nose, bodily cuts that offend the eye, all are ways of sensing and authenticating race through the evocation of a bioscape in which race feeling instead of race thinking predominates. Think less, feel more. For Heng, pre-modern race can be espied through lenses less biological, that is not linked to a specific skin color or appearance, than natural. Race making is phenomenological, staged on ontological grounds masquerading as essential or real difference. Andrew Kettler has discovered an analogous mechanism in the perceived olfactory difference between enslaved people and the whites who trafficked in them in the colonial transatlantic. For Heng, race is a response to ambiguity, especially the ambiguity of identity, a structural relationship for the articulation and management of human differences rather than a substantive content. This is why Heng reads medieval England's anti-Semitism and anti-Irishness as instances of race-making that gave shape to the intercultural violence of England's subsequent territorial expansions. The category of the indigenous is another such instance of race-making. Kim Tallbear's work uncovers how this early modern invention continues to corrode the existential viability of groups occupying this category. That is, if indigeneity is framed as natural, hereditary, and endangered, which it is today in scientific studies privileging the genome as the map of human origins, it moves out of the realm of a shared culture to become a reified static category in need of preservation from the threat of interculturation. For Tallbear, this scientific desire on the part of white Western biologists to protect genetic purity among indigenous peoples is simply a different iteration of the disappearing Indian trope that has held the white imagination. Quote, instead of extermination through war or federal government policy aimed at assimilating Indians into the American population, we now face the hastening and inevitable admixing of the world's populations as assimilation or endangerment via recombination. The concept dovetails with Mark Goldie's unearthing of an Anglo-Saxon language lexicon, he calls it, motoring early modern debates on the ancient constitution. In 17th century England, the Anglo-Saxon and the indigenous both functioned as adaptable, accommodative discourses that maintain their epistemological coherence across time, place, and varying political and social affiliations. In discourses of laws and governance, Saxon nativity was taken up by royalists and Whigs, crown and colonies alike, for whom this category was a shared discursive ground that accommodated different and often antithetical interests. In the lexicon of naturalism, the category of indigeneity supported the fashioning of a collective English identity by cordoning off what it was not. By Jefferson's time, the indigenous was neither black nor white. Rather, it delimited each against its unchanging ahistorical character. Between Brown's and Jefferson's articulations of how the differences between white nativity, unnatural blackness, and indigeneity play out in colonial spaces, Afra then produced The Widow Ranter, a play set in the muddied identitive waters of colonial Virginia's plantation industry, penned for a London audience and full of warnings about an English culture that is slipping away from its common nature. Despite its American setting, the terms England and English occur almost 50 times in this play. Ben was herself the product of colonialism, who was raised in Suriname before moving to England. Her tragicomedy, which constellates around the new world commodities of tobacco and sugarcane, points up how Brown's neologism came to structure the taxonomies of these naturalists who inspired a national attention to the material substance of Englishness as distinct from the matter of the greater world. The prologue, written by John Dryden, comments on the dire state of England, as well as the play's London audience. Vice, the manufacture of the nation, overstocks the town so much and thrives so well that fops and knaves grow drugs and will not sell. The body politic is corrupt. Dryden's use of the word drugs is telling, since that is the term used by the famous 17th century author of cheap print herbals, Nicholas Culpeper, used to deter or distinguish foreign plants from native English simples. And these alien substances have infected the urban public with vices. Dryden claims that England's colonial investments are to blame. Quote, in vain our wares on theaters are shown, when each has a plantation of his own. The prologue then voices the threat to, quote, the English breed by, quote, foreign cattle, and offers a cynical wish to his countrymen who drink, swear, and roar. He says, let every freeborn subject keep his whore, and wandering in the wilderness about, at end of 40 years, not wear her out. He invokes the colonies as a wilderness of imagination, fatal to traditional family structures, but filled with illicit and eternal pleasures and commodities, such as the New World whores and abundant, unexpendable natural resource. Expansion and territorialization have ruined the native English soul. Ben's play follows apace by immediately framing the colony as a site of sexual pleasure and economic profit simultaneously. The plot is set into motion when an Englishman named Hazard, I love these names too, steps ashore and inquires into the caliber of prostitutes on offer. When he runs into his old friend at the tavern that doubles as a brothel, Friendly, his friend, proclaims, the god of love reigns here. They discover that they've both moved to Jamestown for financial reasons. Hazard lost his fortune at gambling, while Friendly inherited his uncle's plantation. Friendly assures Hazard that, quote, he has art come just in the nick of time to make thy fortune. To help his newly arrived countrymen begin his upward mobility, Friendly advises Hazard to sue for the house and hand of a young woman. Quote, no matter for her birth, her breeding is the best this world affords, Friendly explains, whose wealthy old husband is on the cusp of death. The personal, the political, and the economic are enmeshed in this territory overtaken by transplants, whose failures in England justify their dismissal of ancestral identity and embrace of a life driven by self-interest. A classic conservative critique of the moral lapse of a nation. There is no idealization of nor higher purpose to colonialism in Ben's depiction of its everyday realities. Of course, this is how it actually functioned on the ground. Historians of pre-modern capitalism have recently explored the contours of the publics inhabiting the American colonies, where the mass of people quote, generally behave as commonsensical market opportunists and appear to operate bereft of many of the divisions and solidarities, religion, for example, or locality or political ethic, that might work in tension with the logic of the market. Their endless pursuit of material gain thus comes across not just as an everyday practice, but as a central and enduring characteristic, which even a political revolution would not fundamentally transform. This vision of a colonial landscape, shaped by economic concerns, aspirational English settlers and the colonies powered by a pragmatic aim of making money and improving their own lot, turns on its head any notion of an early American collective united in a higher purpose, as Americans' everyday market practices revealed that they put profit over empire. The space of Ben's Jamestown colony is marked by the mixing and resultant social subversions of colonizer and colonized through the everyday dynamics of a slave trade driven by the individual desires of those in power. When Friendly counsels Hazard to woo the soon-to-be widowed Sherlove, he also gives him a backup plan. If this fail, there thou wilt find a perpetual visitor, the widow Ranter, a woman bought from the ship by old Colonel Ranter. She served him half a year, and then he married her, and dying in a year more, left her worth 50,000 pounds sterling. She retains something of her primitive quality still, but is good-natured and generous. A formerly enslaved person who gained manumission and wealth through marriage, the widow grantor has become one of the most powerful residents of the colony. Unfriendly, the white colonial sees nature and culture in tension within her character, which retains the innate trace of Africanness despite her rise in colonial society. Seen through Ben's jaundiced eye, the colony's magistrates are right at home in this space. Their conversation at the tavern reveals that they were all criminals who came to America to escape the consequences of their malfeasance. Outlaws have turned lawmakers, and they take pride in this. Against all odds, they are moving up in the world, and their sense of liberty from the strictures of their old life is a frequent topic of conversation. As they compare themselves throughout the play to their compatriots across the Atlantic. So at one point, Timorous laments, "Judge you what a condition poor England is in. For my part, I look upon it as a lost nation." While his colleague Dolman offers up a solution of sending colonial men back to the home country to bring it to better governance. The colonists align their good fortune with smoking tobacco, a botanical New World drug lauded by many in the era for its medicinal qualities. Ben's alignment of tobacco with somatic contamination, accorded with King James I 1604 screed against the plant, reprinted in 1674, which claim that it changes the social constitution of English bodies. He concedes that the crop may be beneficial for Native Americans, but for the new king, smoking is a national crisis. Quote, "In my opinion, there cannot be a more base and yet hurtful corruption in a country than is the vile use, or rather abuse, of taking tobacco in this kingdom. This common herb has a, quote, certain venomous faculty, which makes it have an antipathy against nature, as by the hateful smell thereof doth well appear. For the nose being the proper organ and convoy of the sense of smelling to brains, which are the only fountain of that sense, doeth ever serve us for an infallible witness." James appeals to his readers' experiential judgment. Their sensory encounter with tobacco should suffice in teaching them to avoid the plant poisoning English nature. In fact, he claims that it is against nature in a more global sense, therefore enacting the same rhetorical move later adopted by Jefferson to mark enslaved people with light skin. Here, Native Americans are the target. James pleads, "Good countrymen, let us, I pray you, consider what honor or policy can move us to imitate the barbarous and beastly manners of wild, godless, and slavish Indians, especially in so vile and stinking a custom." In both cases, the English sensorium is the vehicle of a chauvinism that grounds itself in the inductive method adopted by the botanical naturalists. Begin with the plant, then anthropomorphize its significance. And in both cases, this method serves the colonial good of England. Ben's 1690 play performs this imaginative sensory experience of American plants when the Jamestown colonist, Madame Sherlove, enters the eponymous widow grantor's house while, quote, "fanned by two Negroes," and exclaims, "Oh, I hate a room that smells of a great dinner, and what's worse, a dessert of punch and tobacco." Her olfactory disdain signals her sense of the drug's threat to her body by reinforcing social inequity. The Englishwoman capitalizes on the enslaved who are conscripted into fanning away the offensive smells produced by Virginia's plantation culture. This may be a rewriting of James's pamphlet condemning those who, quote, "sit tossing of tobacco pipes and puffing of the smoke of tobacco one to another, making the filthy smoke and stink thereof to exhale athwart the dishes and infect the air, when very often men that abhor it are at their repast," and explains that it works, quote, "in the inward parts of men, soiling and infecting them with an unctuous and oily kind of soot." In this context, Sherlock strives to avoid being degraded by the colonial territory, literally blackened inside, by forcing the enslaved into the service of maintaining her internal or innate whiteness. While Ben amplifies the message about the perceived dangers to Englishness by tobacco, in her play, the worst drug is the punch made with a Caribbean brandy distilled from sugarcane and barrel aged. Sherlock condemns its smell and tries to remove it from her olfactory realm. but Jamestown's colonial magistracy has a true taste for it and links its juridical disposition to drinking it. In this governing body, punch is the sign of colonial justice. Once the council is settled into place for a hearing, quote, then enter two bearing a bowl of punch and a great ladle or two in it. One of the magistrates explains, brothers, it has often been moved at the bench that a new punch bowl should be provided, and one of a larger circumference. When the bench sits late about weighty affairs, oftentimes the bowl is emptied before we end. Tobacco and sugarcane are brought together to explain England's governmental failings in Timorous' account of his voyage back about 6 years ago, when he explains they had neither to help in their decisions. However, he adds that young men now and sparks of England begin to reform and take punch for their morning's drought, get drunk by noon, and despise the lousy juice of the grape. The proposal to ship colonial men back to England to take their place in governance may be far-fetched, but colonial tastes have already been speeding back to overtake the English politic. Even though Bacon imbibes neither tobacco nor punch, Ben ensures that our London audience knows of his colonial degradation, not through drugs, but rather through his intimacies with the Native American tribes who threatened the colonists. The ostensibly noble hero of the historical teleology that situates colonial rebellions against the crown as early instances of America's path to independent nationhood, Bacon is in this play a common man whose dubious intentions have spurred him to rise above the circumstances of his birth. Friendly recounts, I've heard him often say, why cannot I conquer the universe as well as Alexander, or like another Romulus, form a new Rome and make myself adored? This thirst for power was in fact the first motive that made him in love with the young Indian queen, fancying no hero ought to be without his princess. In fact, the majority of the English transplants mistrust Bacon, whom the people have nicknamed Brightall. According to Hazard, all the crime this brave fellow has committed is serving his country without authority. But his sympathetic defender has already also proven himself a grasping and manipulative social climber. For Ben, Bacon is, in essence, another version in microcosm of how British colonists were drugged by indigenous American life and now work at cross purposes to the aims of his day. The widow rancher meets out these poisons. In a town ruled by economic interests, her wealth has afforded her control over the colony's culture. When she first meets Hazard at a party she hosts, she invites him to smoke a pipe. When he declines, she retorts, "We all smoke here. 'Tis a part of good breeding." She dictates the local customs, and tobacco is her chosen social bond. Sugarcane too. The party officially begins with a miniature mask. The stage directions specify, enter the bagpiper, playing before a great bowl of punch, carried between two Negroes, a Highlander dancing after it, the widow ranter led by Timorous, Crescente by Dolman, Mrs. Flirt, and Friendly all dancing after it. They place it on the table. This moment of courtly entertainment, far from the English court, signifies her rarefied status, with the colonial capital of the punch flanked not only by the town's magistrates, but also Scottish entertainers. The play was staged the year following King James II's deposition, who traced his royal prerogative through a distinctly Scottish lineage. Ranter's Mask subtly reenacts the monarch's defeat by having his heritage serve her rise to power in the hall of a woman once forced into building his empire, but who now is the colony's de facto cultural leader. Her mask dismantles the genre's royal core by appropriating the colonial commodity that had previously kept her in subjugation. The mask is a hostile economic takeover rather than a military conflict, and it is the kind of tactical move that fashioned the historical character of the colonies. In this way, she establishes her domain of governance over colonial Rome. For instance, when one of the magistrates attending her party starts flirting with another guest, she commands, "Major, I bar lovemaking within my territories. 'Tis inconsistent with the punch bowl." The colonizer's product has become the colonized weapon of resistance. At the same time that Ben's play offers its audience an immersion into the human dynamic of this deeply entangled colonial site, A parallel but largely unrelated subplot is causing clashes between the English and the Native Americans. Friendly states. At this time, the Indians, by our ill management of trade, whom we have armed against ourselves, very frequently make war upon us with our own weapons. Ben's play thus lays the faults of these colonial failures at the feet of the colonists themselves, a judgment echoed by Dryden's prologue, excoriating the vice-ridden London audience. In this light, Friendly's assertion that this country wants nothing to be peopled, but to be peopled with a well-born race to make it one of the best colonies in the world, condemns colonizer, colonized, and enslaved at once under the umbrella of bona terra, not against. In this colonial space, far removed from the coherent ideals of the crown and its agenda, the indigenous delaminates from the naturalized colonists as well as the unnatural widow rancher. Bacon, condemned for acting against the crown, nonetheless steadfastly justifies colonial domination. During a parley with Bacon, Indian king exclaims, "Though I'm young, I'm sensible of injuries, and oft have heard my grandsire say that we were monarchs once of all this spacious world, till you, an unknown people landing here, distressed and ruined by destructive storms, abusing all our charitable hospitality, usurped our right and made your friends your slaves." Bacon dismisses the leader's emotional claim to his territorial birthright, saying flatly, I will not justify the ingratitude of my forefathers, but finding here my inheritance, I am resolved still to maintain it so. As in Brown's essay, in Ben's play, the mechanisms of race making deny the indigenous king's sense of ancestral place, his deeply rooted feeling of belonging, also critical to the concept of Englishness. Bacon enacts the temporal break sustaining the fiction of empire as a new historical beginning and an early instantiation of the myth of the vanishing Indian. Bacon, the colonial facilitator of the subplot, also ultimately manifests in this play as a cipher of obsolescence. First, he embodies a mode of courtly romance between an English general and an Indian princess that presents itself as an outmoded fiction of empire building, in contrast to the scene in which widow rancher holds court and bans love. Second, when confronted by the colonial council about his decision to confront the Native Americans, he protests, should I stand by and see my country ruined, my king dishonored, and his subjects murdered, and hear the sad cries of widows and orphans? He presents himself as a loyal subject. Of course, the council brand him a traitor, the crown brands him a traitor, and in the final moment, his own men cry, his romantic humor will endure. In 1676, the historical episode of Bacon's rebellion was eventually quelled by the royalist governor, but not before his hungry soldiers accidentally discovered the powerful psychotropic qualities of a local plant subsequently named Jamestown weed or Jimson weed. Robert Beverley's 1705 account describes the plant's effects on these soldiers, who, quote, turned natural fools upon it for several days. One would blow up a feather in the air, another stark naked was sitting up in a corner like a monkey, while another would fondly kiss and paw his companions. The colonists confined them so that they wouldn't harm themselves, and after several days they returned, not remembering anything that had passed. This account foregrounds the power English colonists contain within themselves and their community to defang the toxicities of their new environment for their newly arrived compatriots. Like Brown's white man in Africa, they may be affected momentarily by the assault on their sense of taste and capacity for imaginative comprehension, but they do not retain the poison and revert to their natural state through a form of amnesia that precludes lasting effects. This durability of the British character in the colonies translates in the play into Bacon's undesired method of negotiating and mingling with the Native Americans. It is a tragedy for Bacon, his princess, and the other rebels, but a comic ending for everyone else. A tragicomedy bifurcated along colonial lines, dividing the naturalized and the unnatural from indigeneity with no past and no future. During the final battle, the colonists are all supposed to unite against a common enemy, the Native Americans. But they've been so involved in infighting and marriage plots that it doesn't happen. Meanwhile, the newly arrived British troops have been absorbed into the colonial collective. Despite the deaths of the king and the queen at Bacon's hand, as well as his own suicide, the play frames out a happy ending with multiple marriages, and including that of widow rancher to a Jamestown soldier, the typical stuff of comedy. This is Ben's final step in making the indigenous irrelevant to human history, while containing Blackness within the field of colonial governance. Of course, hers was only one step on this collective Anglo-American path to this race making, which still dominates the different forms of racialization, oppressing Native Americans and Blacks too. Thank you.
Jacob, do you want to stop us at 11 or should we go?
Let's go until 11:05.
Okay, very good. So, awarding points of kudos to anybody who asks a question of both participants at the same time. That's a good thing to do. Otherwise, who would like to?
I have a question that it's made. Thank you both of you. That was really, really interesting. I have a question that was really, really for Kat, but I wonder. I mean, it's not impossible that you might have something important to say. It's about. You talk about English identity here in your whole English nationhood in this whole talk, and yet was quite struck, for example, when we think about indigeneity in what we might now refer to as the British Isles. I mean, the landscapes between kind of northern England and southern Scotland are not so different. I mean, you talked as well a lot about kind of James VI and First talking about a national crisis. But I mean, he has an English body. I mean, he has a Scottish body. And we're also thinking about, you mentioned kind of anti-Irish rhetoric in relation to, I think we talked about a hang and anti-Semitism. But I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about how, how we think about all of this when maybe are we really just talking about English identity towards the last part of your period as well, or are we not thinking more about, I don't know, the distinctions, if there are any? Anyway, sorry, that's not like not very well articulated, but throughout this whole thing, I was thinking a lot about Scotland and Ireland and Britishness, and how that feeds into your topic. Thanks.
Especially in this kind of consolidation, right, of various realms into this singular territory. And that's where I find that the discourse of distinctive Englishness really comes into its own. And so it starts happening with the accession of James to the English crown. But then by the time we get to the mid-17th century, right, and Cromwell's over in Ireland, and the kind of the civil wars and the interregnum are just mucking everything up. That's when Nicholas Culpeper steps forward and says, we need English herbs for English bodies. And he literally talks about how these weeds are found in the cracks of sidewalks in the streets of London. And his herbals are so popular. They were so popular. They were published in hundreds of editions. They're still being published today. You can find them in New Age shops. And in fact, they were the first 2 medical books printed in the American colonies in the 18th century in Boston. And so again, Hank talks about how something has to define itself against what it is not in this muddy, incredibly complex field of identity politics. And yes, the more England expands, the more the English seek to identify this innate character to a particularly English sense of identity.
Okay, go ahead, and then we have 2 on screen.
Mine is a question for David, so it might have implications for you too. Sorry, I'll take this off for a bit. It's about how taste communities or sense communities get formed, and what type of sense community we're speaking about. And so I was really working over in my mind why Ben Jonson in particular might have been so sensitive to the ecology of taste. And of course, he was Catholic, briefly. And it seems to me that the Sacrament of Communion is a spectre that is haunting, if not Bartlemy Fair, because what he's doing is so different from the Sacrament of Communion there. As you say, it's a very sort of rhizomatic taste community where you've got something, to stick with the Deleuzean terminology, very arborescent with communion. And so, but I was also thinking about how the theatre was not just a space of entertainment, it was a space of consumption. What do you lack? Well, amongst other things, you lack food. So at the theatre, you eat a hell of a lot. It wasn't just in Bartlemy Fair, but in a lot of plays at the time, people would eat. All sorts of apples were very popular. But I'm just wondering what happens to the Sacrament of Communion as we move through the Reformation into something sort of very different, much more market-driven, yet is still drawing on the residual syntaxes and grammars of an us that comes together by eating. What does it mean when we come together to eat in the theatre, as opposed to when we come together in the Mass to eat the body of Christ and enter into the sacred body of the church?
Yeah, that's great, and I've been thinking a lot about that. I'm gonna answer 3 questions in a row quickly. One is the question that you asked, Kat, Emily, because it actually is really relevant to Bartlemy Fair, because the game of vapors, suddenly there's been an Irish character there, and then suddenly a Scottish character appears, and both of them are involved in the game, and then the Scottish character disappears again. So there's this very strange thing going on with the adversarial building of taste communities that has to do with British nationalism, right, as opposed to English nationalism, I think. And I do think that Johnson's making a point about how, again, it's an unvalorized system. You don't just all get together and you're now happy. He's balancing something complicated, since he's James's mask writer. He's not going to insult the Scottish character, but he's also going to show how there's this antagonistic sort of battle around taste that then emerges into something more positive, right? So I think he's really attuned to that question. I think part of why Johnson is so interested in taste is because of his role as the mask writer for James. And he's constantly trying to figure out how to both counsel James in sort of moral judgment while also not offending his tastes and catering to them, right? And, you know, mask after mask, if you read them through the lens of this taste ecology, every single mask, he's trying to negotiate this in a different way. I mean, poor guy. He must have been eating out his kishkas trying to like figure this out. But it's really like he's so conscious in every line about how to manage the difference between taste and judgment, and that kind of and then have them appear to be seamless, right? I do think that that communion comes up in the play in really subtle ways. It's partly from the other end, because he's so interested in Puritanism and hypocrisy in that play that he's, you know, in a way, I think there's a very sort of sub rosa sense in which the Catholic Eucharist is becoming is like a secret antidote to the craziness of Puritan hypocrisy. But there is a kind of solidity that I think maybe Johnson really liked, being a Catholic, of there's a very material relationship with God that is constantly being brought back to sensory authority, right? And so it's that translation of sensory authority from the Eucharistic experience into the, I mean, I hesitate to use the word secular in any sense in the early modern period, but I think Bartlemy Fair is about as secular a play as you can get in this period. And that he becomes much more interested in the way the Eucharist then kind of creates a material authority for the larger social kind of a religious experience, right? So it's very hard to tease out. I think he wants to be really subtle about it, or maybe he's not even thinking about it, but I think it's there as a kind of final grounding for how the sensory works for him. Does that make sense? Kind of working that out as I'm saying it.
Okay, excellent. We don't have that long, so if we could aim for concision, then we can get both of these questions. It's always okay if somebody's left-handed. So Lizzie.
Hi, thank you so much. My question is perhaps predictably enough for David. Yeah, and I'm so sorry I can't be there in person to talk more over coffee and lunch and things. I was sorry, just wondering if you can say a little bit more about how women function as tasting subjects and appetited subjects in the play, in Bartholomew Fair, as well as kind of objects of taste, as well as creatures who provoke appetites. So I was thinking about, Ursula as a kind of prodigious eater who's never fully satisfied. Win Littlewhit's kind of pretended craving for pig, and what that kind of means for women's status as judging, tasting, and kind of objects and subjects of taste, and kind of the kinds of judgment women can exercise as well. And also, just very briefly, I was wondering if you have any thoughts about alcohol and a taste for ale, especially in the play, as opposed to a taste for food. So again, I was thinking about the way Madame Overdo in particular gets very drunk, and the way that kind of affects a kind of spiritual transformation. It's kind of scene of humiliation, which is also a scene of spiritual kind of renewal. Yeah, so that's my question.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, there's, I mean, I think that the way in which women exhibit their power to taste as subjects in the play often is so, and the way they're tasted as objects is so closely related to the erotic that it's really hard to tell them apart, or to kind of pull apart a sensory aspect that isn't an erotic aspect. And so the way that the women tend to exert their authority is by playing at being prostitutes, right? Or Grace being like, I don't care, so I'm just going to put you through this game. I'm going to make you dance for me in a way. And I think that the play has a really interesting response to that. And it's not, it's a play that's very much concerned with these patriarchal and kind of politics of gender issues, but doesn't really, doesn't do what, maybe a modern sensibility would like with them, but is super interested in them, right? And Ursula is as usual the kind of centerpiece of that, because she's both eroticized and she has tremendous power. I was thinking about The Widow Ranter, that Ursula has a kind of similar power in that she is the purveyor of pig and everybody wants that pig. And so she's the one who's saying, well, this person gets more, this person gets less. I want you to, cheat on the pouring of ale so that person pays double for it, right? She's really using the market system, which I haven't talked about capitalism at all, but it looms large, of course, in any discussion of taste, that she's using the market economy to kind of work through her own power as a tasting subject, right? That for a woman to be a tasting subject in the play necessitates being able to operate within those market demands and confines in a really smart way, right? And so maybe like Grace and Madame Overdo kind of figure out a way through the kind of prostitutional economy to kind of play with it. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's really interesting. And in terms of drinking, it's, I went into this round of thinking about the play, thinking that maybe there were two different things going on, but I ended up feeling like I wasn't so sure that I think drinking and eating in this play, often in the early modern period, they're seen as very different and they do very different things. But I think maybe in this case, they're both being used in a kind of complex social way to build those communities and also to kind of show the excess of it, right? So you eat too much pig and you get sick, you drink too much ale and you throw up in the middle of the puppet show. It's all about this kind of the interior, exterior of the body kind of bouncing its way through the play, if that makes sense. But it's a very unfinished, I don't know, it's really, really good question. You're muted.
Muted.
You're muted.
Still muted.
You're
Muted,
muted.
Lizzie, muted.
Sorry, I was just saying, yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you. I'd love to kind of respond and talk back to you, but I think we need to make space for other questions.
Yeah,
Maybe we can chat over the garden wall or something later.
that sounds great.
Terrific. Okay, so our last question from Philip.
Hi to everyone, thanks. My question is for David too. I'd be interested whether you could develop a bit more on the role of various senses in your model of ecology of taste, which I quite liked. But could you make out in Johnson's play which place certain other senses than taste as food-related taste play in different contexts?
Yeah, that's a great question. In some way, I want to kick it back to Lizzie, because I think her idea of synesthesia in tasting really is working in this play in a big way. That Johnson uses, just like Aristotle, Johnson uses taste as the grounding sense from which all the other senses emerge, but he doesn't have a hierarchical sense of how those senses emerge. So, for example, when Zeal of the Land, Busy, after they've eaten pig, Wynne has to figure out how to negotiate to get to see the rest of the fair. And so she translates her longing to eat pig to a longing to see the fair. And Zeal's response to that, or Busy's response to that, is, yes, oh, there must be a longing of sight in the same way as a longing of taste, right? And he just kind of goes into this longing of smell, and you can see the senses kind of getting wrapped up together. And I think that's constantly happening in the play. So, and people have written really interesting stuff on hearing and sound in the play, and to an extent, smell in the play. But I think it all comes down to the same thing. I don't think that he wants to give different senses different powers in the play. He's actually undercutting that idea, and especially with sight and taste. And instead, he's trying to bring them into the same organism to show the ways in which they're completely fluid in the kind of human sensorium, if that makes sense, kind of what you're talking about in your work. So yeah, thank you. Great question.
Terrific. Okay, well, thanks everybody for the wonderful session. There's a lot to talk about, and I believe we have some coffee to help us do that.
Thank you very much. So we reconvene at 11:30. Thank you very much.
How do I get my PowerPoint projected, or is this?
Yeah.
I'm good.
I had a question, but there wasn't time to ask it.
I also have
Right,
Way too intense. David, we need to talk about games and recreation.
Do we? Oh, I would love that.
We do.
I have only just started to become interested in games because I heard an amazing podcast, a New York Times podcast about the work of T. Nan, who's a philosopher of various things, but his latest book is about games. And I loved what he said so much that now I can only think about games.
I've written one thing about games. I haven't quite pinned down. So there's a medievalist called Mary Crothers.
Oh, yeah.
Talks about the good that
I haven't read the games.
that she uses a lot of like theory on games in terms of arenas and like spaces for specific activities to take place.
I'll give you the.
Like old stuff. But I haven't quite figured out what the relationships between, or the quality of the relationship between recreation or gaming and
He doesn't call them
sensing
weeds, but grounds.
in this
How the
period
grasses
specifically,
become-
because there's, I get the idea that there's definitely a
So
specific
basically,
relationship, but what exactly that is, I'm not entirely sure, and I don't, yeah.
So Thomas Research is not.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of where I'm at. Like, I feel like there's a,
Clover is the national fodder crop.
there's a,
Isles, and we have to. bring
there
it
must
to-
be a reason why Johnson sort of frames the,
And so all of the clover in the
his
US
critique of the stability of aesthetic judgment
And so they were
in the
remaking
context of those two games back to back. Must be super
So
interested in that.
yes, you have
And
to
so,
bring it
okay,
to-
well, here's my, based on that philosopher's idea, here's my guess. He, you know, he talks about how every form of art is a kind of distillation of a sense. So that like, art, visual art, painting is the distillation of seeing, music is the distillation of hearing. And he says that games are the distillation of reason, which is not a sense, obviously, but the distillation of feeling. And I wonder if we start to think of doing as a kind of,
So much as it is parallel discourses. The one.
since doing is all about the body's relationship to space, time, and other people, like maybe thinking about gaming as an art of agency is a way of thinking about gaming as a way of embodying the sensory being in whatever's happening, right? So that like the game of vapors becomes the way that the body claims itself in the sensory apparatus that's happening, and then changes, you know, the reactions based on the social community that's building around. Right? That makes sense. So that game becomes the like the conveyance of sense into, it becomes the way in which individual sense becomes community.
Yeah,
Right?
it's definitely something to do with sociability
Yeah.
and community, absolutely. There's a table that I published a short article on called the Eglantian Table, it's hard to call, but basically it's got iconography of gaming, music, and five senses on it.
Oh, whoa.
So it's got like chess, dice, like all kinds of gaming pieces, a bunch of musical instruments. It has notation, music notation as well. And it was created, and lots of heraldry. It was created specifically for Beckett Hardwick's marriage to
Here next to me.
the Earl of Shrewsbury, Talbot,
Wow.
George Talbot.
That
So
is so interesting.
it's like got all of those things in one
Everything
object.
about that.
And that's something that I, the recreation and how
We
that
have,
exactly
we have the
connects
online
to,
thing going.
yeah, I don't, I'm still trying to figure out exactly like I know they're related. I
Yeah,
just don't know.
I would
exactly.
love that reference.
Yeah, I can send it to you.
That would be really, really fun to think about.
So, yeah.
Cool.
Ugh.
Very cool.
I wonder if the group as a whole has talked about that much.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I would be interested to know that too.
Can I get that device?
Okay, yeah.
You want some tea, Ella? Cup of tea, coffee? Good, good, good. Family okay. My son is in the army.
Ah.
India.
First I went to.
Yep. Yep.
What's he doing in the army?
He has asthma, so he's in non-combat units. He's
What did you say he has?
asthma. Asthma. And so he's so
But he's unhappy, yeah, you're happy.
I'm very happy.
Yeah.
He's not happy, but
Yeah.
he's in the military police. They investigate all sorts of things, mostly drugs,
It's amazing.
sexual harassment. Pardon me?
He's gonna learn, so.
A lot of
Yeah. Well, that's so nice.
it is.
Who's the dancer? Why did I meet you at this dance recital? I met you when you was behind me, and I came to watch one of my grandchildren dance.
Oh my goodness, that was way back. Yes, that was Mikal.
Yeah.
She was at Stefan's, which is a little dance club. She did jazz dance.
Same teacher, because I wear this, you know. It's another different age group.
Yeah. And they live in Baca.
They live on, what's the other side there? It's not Baca.
It's Arnona.
Arnona.
Yeah, so that's very close.
And now she's busy with the Encore English Theater.
Oh,
The HMS. We're not very happy. No, I thought when it comes to this, we have one thing you have to understand. Good. But what I'm hoping is to go back to Italy again this summer. We keep going. We have a family trip. We are 20 times to Italy. I'm taking her 15 later.
you got a whole building, a whole tourism around the world nowhere. I think.
So
We're going to Apulia this summer. Spend 2 weeks in Italy, 1 week in Apulia on our own. The guy that was going to she's the second one. He was born in Philly when I was doing my postdoc. So we're thinking last trip altogether.
she go to the army or
Pardon me?
she go army after that?
Yep. We don't know yet what. She doesn't have issues with weight, but she's under. Because the video is very big and has a lot of appetite, and Mikal also has a very healthy appetite. And I've never been interested from breastfeeding on.
Daughters have issues, right? You can't even, I wasn't sure you could make it.
Ellen,
I met you on the virtual thing before.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ellen. You sent it to Shine? I'm sorry, Ellen, 1
I
second.
sent it to Ilana, she sent it to Shai.
Okay,
Now
let me just
I
check.
had to revise it, so it may not be the right one, in which
Okay.
case I could send it again.
You can send it to me again?
Yeah.
Use
Hopefully,
Antiquarian Sensorium. Let
okay.
me see if,
Yeah, it's got the right one. It's got the colors. It's good.
so you're going, you're up
I'm up,
first.
which is why I'm not wearing my. This is how fickle I am about the mask. I don't want it to mess my lipstick. So
You can avoid the mask.
I mean,
still think only 8 weeks out. I tested negative exactly 8 weeks ago. I still think I'm not gonna get it. And if I do, it'll be mild, but again, it's just 2 days. If I get it after the conference. All right, let's get some coffee. I'm so glad we turned down the, or we turned up.
Yes, my
Although
God.
I now
I
have
was
a
about to
really
pass
gorgeous
out.
wool scarf I could take out.
About to ask you whether you could give it back.
Right. It's usually quite hot in here too, but I think it's cool enough that we can just open windows. We're ventilating anyway.
Oh, oh my, I've met you a long time ago. Ashoka University in India.
Oh.
I've lived there for the last 10 years. So,
Why are you there?
I set up a university.
Ah.
Ashoka University.
Where is
It's a new town. So it's the first liberal arts university in England.
My husband was there before that point. He took to graduate, and he went to what we call the tribal areas.
In Rajasthan or
North Central Center.
so probably Madhya Pradesh.
Very far from anything. Or particularly spectrum. But the sugar work. This my husband's field is language. They all want to know how to preserve them. They all think that Israelis know. They know how to like it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know the story, yeah.
Where are you based, Ellen?
Well, I
You're here.
retired from Barcelona.
Hiya, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Good, I haven't seen you for, gosh, I think, I can't remember. I met you at an RSA New Orleans, is that right?
Oh my gosh, that
That's
was
right.
nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. I'm on day 10 of COVID and I've been assured it's okay for me to be out and about, but I'm very dizzy. So I'm gonna go back home and I think I can absorb more horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll do that and then hopefully I'll have a
We'll be
little,
able to present in person tomorrow.
that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. yes.
So,
I thought you were gonna make it in person. There was someone at home that was sick. I thought
there still is somebody.
Okay. But you're okay? They're
My
okay?
husband, he's recovering from surgery,
Okay.
but it's
Unfortunately,
it's hard. But it's okay, we found a patient sitter.
do you,
Yeah,
do you live in Jerusalem?
Excuse me?
Do you live in
Yeah.
Jerusalem?
And it's because of COVID and my husband had been sick. Now come west to become a yes, I'll just come out.
Yeah.
We thought Zoom has been good actually, because I've gone to conferences by Zoom that I would never bother to go to, you know, if I had to travel to the river. Just to click it on and see if I like.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it makes me sad that the whole year we've been, planning for this event, and then to finally have these people here in a room and to go home feels kind of perverse. But I'm not absorbing very much sitting on the floor. So I think I'll go do that. I'm really looking forward to talking more. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I wish so much your husband.
So did you have a good year here? Did you have a good year here? Did you?
I'm not here.
You're not here.
This was from, I've got family in Tel Aviv, so there's a chance to.
I see. So you just pay for the conference. Otherwise, started at the values of person. I didn't like what the conference.
I love what the university has done. The government is absolutely.
Oh, where isn't it?
This one's particularly awful.
My husband comes to New Zealand.
Me too.
Really? So no, it's not.
New
There's a
Zealand
place to go
Jews,
back
we're a
to.
rare species. In New Zealand.
And he, but even New Zealand, it's not clear you want to go back there.
Well, the COVID regulations, I actually like the government, the prime minister there, but
Yes.
the travel regulations were absolutely ridiculous. So my father died a couple of months ago. I wasn't allowed to go there.
Oh.
And that's something
So that's
absolutely inhumane.
Yeah.
They had your husband's name is Philip. Right?
No, his name's Bernard.
Bernard. Okay, yes, that's right. That's right. So they had they know that they had a lottery system.
Yes. Yeah, I did.
And people gaming the system
Oh.
in order to have holidays in New Zealand. Well, those of us who are sick and dying relatives, the only way I could get a humanitarian concession was if I got a letter from a doctor saying that my father would definitely die in the next month. Yeah. So I spent a year trying to enter the lottery every time it went open.
Oh, that's hard. Where was he?
He was in Auckland. So I've got a sneaking suspicion that because I was based in India, the algorithm that organized people entering the lottery immediately put me at the back of the queue because I was always 51,000 out of 52,000. So it's been a tough year, and, but there are many New Zealanders who have stories like this.
And the worst thing, which is what happened also now in China, since they were so strict, now nobody has any immunity. Like in the America, a lot of people.
New Zealanders have been dropping everywhere with the COVID.
And they had in China too, so they caught
it. It's this is the problem. I don't know whether Bernard has spoken about this at all. New Zealand is lovely in so many ways.
Oh, I've been
but the problem with a remote island nation is that it lives with the delusion that it can just be totally distant from everything. We can just keep COVID out. Closing the doors. It couldn't.
It was very sad.
And then if it's a minor symptom.
Well, and to be fair, like even though I'm a singer, like there are worse ones. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, yeah. I still get winded going upstairs and like indoors over here. There's lots of hills that didn't win me sometimes my feet, but
I have that too, but I think it's possibly I'm just feeling super unsure.
I also have this weird knee thing. I just for about 2 weeks I did this thing where I felt like I had arthritis in my knees. But I think that might have been because after being sick, I just didn't walk.
It's freezing.
He's like, what are you trying to do?
Maren, is this okay with temperature? Because you guys are speaking. I tend to get
You get sweaty?
Yeah, I get sweaty. Sorry,
As I speak. I'd rather be.
All good.
All right, so it's up.
Yep.
Is it on your computer or do I use the keyboard? Is it here?
Sure. We gotta tell
But yes, okay. I'm gonna use
So he's your cousin or your cousin?
He is my cousin's husband. Yeah. My third cousin, which most people wouldn't even say. Ari Stoss is that's not even your cousin. Because he has like
Does she ever get there?
his dad was one of 7. So he's got like so many first cousins. He has even that. But I'm an only child. And my mom's an only child. So I take my cousins where it gets. Yeah. And then
Take cousins very seriously.
and actually Mindy is a cousin that of all of my, first, second, and third cousins, she's the one I'm closest with, or I'm most connected to. She's an artist. She's like 2 or 3 years older than me. I'm the youngest of all of them. And she's like close to age. But I met David at a Shakespeare conference. We became really good friends. And then after the conference, Mindy was like, "So, who'd you meet this year?" And he was like, "I met this really cool person. I did my friends, Miriam Jacobson." And Mindy was like, "Miriam Jacobson from Wisconsin?" I was like, "That's my cousin." So, it's pretty funny. But yeah. So we definitely like Lila's not allowed to do it, but you're a family. He's a and the other thing, that's really funny is my oldest friend comes from Montreal. And she's really good. So it's just like, so it's really, and she's someone that I would probably, we're not related, but everybody took that away too. So she's and I sort of tried to explain very smart. But I ended up I ended up putting it mixed together for both of them. But even but then it's a bit like it doesn't mean quite true. It's white. Okay. So everyone has like, I think this is yours. Everyone has like the dark colored MacBooks, and I'm so envious. It's like the charcoal gray. Yeah. What is it? Steel is the new black. All right. I'll make sure my phone is on. Yeah. You actually
The last kind of, it's up to you, but I think the best thing is to
I keep hearing about it, but I haven't actually said that.
yes, first one then the other.
Okay, folks, we're starting. We are here from Miriam Jacobson. Where's Miriam? Miriam is going to speak on the Antiquarian Sensorium in early modern books and antique. Not of early modern books. She's an associate professor of English at the University of Georgia and a core fellow on the Israel Institute for Advancing Sensing and Truth Project. Barbarous Antiquity, Reorienting the Past in the Poetry of Early Modern England, and the co-editor of Organic Supplements, Bodies and Things of the Natural World, 1580 to 1790, and the Routledge Handbook of Shakespeare and Appropriation. She's also editing 2 of Shakespeare's narrative poems for the Internet Shakespeare edition with linked early modern drama online. Second book, manuscript, Renaissance Undead, examines how and why early modern writers sought to bring the past back to life through sensory experience of material objects. She's also working on a 3rd book project about alternate worlds in early modern English culture. So Miriam, please tell us all about the Antiquarian Sensorium.
Thank you. Yes, and then that's Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, so it is early modern. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. It's just a dream to see all your faces in this room after we've been organizing this conference for some time. This talk is going to move pretty quickly through a number of ideas and then textual and material examples. But it is taken from my book, Renaissance Undead, which is about the process, the sensory and embodied process of bringing the past back to life in early modern England, and all of the fraught issues that raises. So the Antiquarian Sensorium. Part 1, Antiquarious Pens.
Why did early modern English antiquarians want to stick their tongues in tombs? Thomas Brown, who we've already met, thanks, lovely racist
What?
Thomas, yes, stick their tongues in tombs. We've already met our lovely racist Thomas Brown, but he wrote in Urn Burial that the perfumed and spiced oils buried with ancient Roman corpses in small vials called unguentorium tasted even better after centuries of curing. And where is my slide? There we go. And this is the quote from that. Some find sepulchral vessels containing liquors which time hath incrassated into jellies. For besides these lacrimatories, notable lamps with vessels of oils and aromatical liquors attended noble ossuaries, and some yet retaining a vinosity and spirit in them. So he's also saying that they were fermented, which if any have tasted, they have far exceeded the palates of antiquity. The Oxford astronomer and antiquary John Greaves, who is perhaps the first English Egyptologist, was so eager to encounter the precious embalming spices contained in the early modern pharmaceutical and culinary ingredient mummy that he cracked open a skull inside a pyramid for a whiff and a poke. And here's the next quote. Having caused the head of one of the richer sort of these embalmed bodies to be opened, in the hollow of the skull I found the quantity of 2 pounds of these medicaments, which had the consistence, blackness, and smell of a kind of bitumen or pitch, and by the heat of the sun waxed soft. We can imagine Brown, Greaves, and other early modern antiquaries burying their fingers, noses, and tongues deep in the relics of the ancient world, attempting to erase hundreds of years with the immediacy of embodied sensory experience in order to retrieve a living past through an index of sensations, while simultaneously aware of the fermentative and congealing effects of time. In early modern English, the word antiquary, which gave way to antiquarian by the 18th century and archaeologist and anthropologist by the late 19th, meant someone preoccupied with studying the past through its material remains. With 16th century cognates in French, Italian, and Spanish, antiquary spawned a number of early modern related words. Antiquarium, for example, indicated a collection of antiquities or an architectural temple built according to an ancient design. And William Warner refers to the cartographer and chronicler John Stow's antiquarious pen, which is the heading of this section, in 1606 to suggest a scholarly penchant for the ancient past. As scholars such as Stuart Piggott, William Stenhouse, Anthony Grafton, and Lisa Schwab have shown, European antiquarians were consulted by monarchs and state officials, from Pomponio Leto and John Leland in the late 15th and early 16th centuries to William Camden and Fortunio Lichetti, Anthony Wood, and John Aubrey in the 17th. Distinguished from historians' text-based documentary study, antiquarian work was hands-on, materialist, centered on objects and three-dimensional matter, already a more sensory and tactile examination of the past than text alone. For this reason, as Piggott has demonstrated, antiquaries were mocked and reviled in English literature by writers such as Thomas Nash, John Donne, and John Earle. And I've got some quotes here. Francis Bacon described the materialist bent of antiquarian activities in Advancement of Learning in 1605 as unperfect histories. The principal criticism, it seems, is that antiquarians muck around in the dirt with ruinous, old, smelly, rotten, dead things to add to their curious collections. This motif of digging and getting hands-on is also used by scholars of pre-modern sensory history, most recently by Will Tullett in his recent State of the Field essay, and I'm going to quote from that now. An increasing number of historians are taking up a sensory habit, mining the sources of the past for information about past ways of sensing. My argument for this talk is that early modern antiquaries were the first sensory historians, and that literary texts, such as printed books, poetry, and plays, could serve as sensory historical reenactments, both recreating the past and providing a critical meta-commentary on that act of recreation. Just as Brown's description of ancient jellied unguents highlights the impossibility of fully immersing oneself in the past, because we can never taste them fresh, early modern antiquarian reenactments attempted to revive the past while simultaneously articulating its inaccessibility in improbable and revelatory ways. Early modern antiquarians were just as aware of the inaccessibility of the past as scholars of the early modern period are today. And here we've got a quote from Bruce Smith on phenomenology. The version of phenomenology I'm pursuing here attempts to be historically relative and politically aware. By digging into the furrows between early modern present and antiquarian past created by sensory reenactments, we too uncover the period's relationship to history, philosophy, and power alongside and sometimes in conflict with our own. Part 2, sensory history and reenactment theory. Before I turn to the 3 early modern books and 1 play, and I'm going to go pretty fast through those, that make up the material evidence for my argument, and those books are Jacopo Lauro's Antique Orbis Splendor, The Hypnorhodomachy of Polyphily, Drayton's Polyalbion, and Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Let me first introduce and define 2 key terms essential to understanding my argument: sensory history and reenactment. Sensory history is both a discipline and a methodology, and I'm going to sort of move quickly through this because I think most of you already know this. It is, simply put, the study of the past through sensory experiences. And we've got a quote from Constance Classen about this. When we examine the meanings associated with various sensory faculties and sensations in different cultures, we find a cornucopia of potent sensory symbolism. And Mark Smith notes, sensory history is more a habit of thinking about the past, a technique used to investigate and understand rather than a carefully delimited field of inquiry. Although Tullett locates what he calls sensate historical thinking in late 19th and early 20th century post-capitalist history and philosophy, such as Marx, Benjamin, Freud, Elias, and Huizinga, I want to suggest that early modern antiquaries and the imaginative works of sensory reenactment they inspired serve as an even earlier model of sensory history. As Tullett and Julie Park both acknowledge, sensory history frequently overlaps with reenactment, a performed attempt to immerse oneself in the past, in spite of, and even sometimes because of, the impossibility of recreating the sensuous material of the past with exactitude. Reenactors and recreators might be academics, or they might not be, and the overlap is really exciting. They could be the Early Modern Recipes Project, which attempts to translate early modern cookery into modern practice, or they could be perfumers recreating the scent of history, such as the Los Angeles perfumer Mandy Aftel of Strange Invisible Perfumes, who was commissioned to create the scent of an ancient mummy based on embalming spices for the Berkeley Museum of Ancient History in conjunction with their exhibit of a mummified body of a young girl. Scent artist Barty Lalwani of Litrab Perfumery has collaborated with Nicholas Roth, a scholar of early modern South Asia, to create immersive synesthetic reenactments of the early modern Mughal garden in poetry and painting in their exhibit Bagh-e-Hind, opening at the Institute for Art and Olfaction in Los Angeles next month. If you're in LA, I highly urge you to go there. And this is one of Lalwani's posts on Instagram, which is pretty amazing. She's created a number of synesthetic immersive art objects that you can experience in conjunction with this object. And this is her, with this exhibition, and this is her soap that represents fire and fireworks as depicted in art depicting Mughal gardens. And so it's both something you can feel and smell. And she's also made edible pigments, edible paint pigment perfumes as well. Reenactment is where antiquarianism and sensory history meet. And this meeting occurred in the past as well as the present, as William Stenhouse's accounts of the inventiveness of Renaissance Italian antiquarian ritual reveal. They held banquets and triumphs, they built replicas of Roman temples, they wrote letters to dead Romans, they changed their names to make them sound more ancient Roman, and they gardened based on classical treatises. According to the authors and editors of the Rutledge Handbook of Reenactment, published just last year, reenactment is an immersive attempt to copy the past, activated by the imagination and sustained by affect. It is also primarily a sensory experience. Most reenactments began with the aim not of knowing what history was like, but rather feeling what it was like. As the editors of this collection observe, reenactment has never been modern. It is present in religious and cultural rituals with long and layered histories like the Eucharist and the Passover Seder, which is a sensory reenactment with at least 3 layers, not 2, as Stephen Greenblatt has argued. The Seder is a culinary and gustatory reenactment of the Exodus, a reenactment of scholarly commentary on the Exodus, probably much more than the Exodus itself, and a reenactment of the Hellenistic Jewish, i.e. Roman banquet modeled on Plutarch's rules for a proper symposium. Dependent upon the imagination, reenactment functions similarly to Philip Sidney's early modern definition of poetry. I actually find that almost everything that I analyze is like, ends up being Sidney's definition of poetry, as a conditional mode of possibility, the only art able to consider, quote, what may be and should be, end quote. Reenactment, say the editors, and this is a quote here, erodes the boundaries between the real and the simulated, between the world as it is and the world as we would like it to be. In this sense, reenactment has much in common with the Aristotelian cultural space of limits, known as the Cora, that Alberto Perez Gomez identifies with Renaissance architectural thresholds of desire. This is because, as Rebecca Schneider, who is sort of the most well-known scholar of reenactment theory, has elucidated, in what seems like perfect harmony with Leonard Barkin on the Renaissance, and here's my quote from Schneider, the past is, quote, never complete, never completely finished, but incomplete, cast into the future as a matter for ritual negotiation and as yet undecided interpretive acts of reworking. Reenactments take multiple forms, from staged battles to pedagogical role-playing games called and patented under Reenacting the Past, to experimental archaeology and forensic architecture. And just as a side note, forensic architecture is something that has been happening a lot in this landscape that we are currently inhabiting. Most famously, in a landmark court ruling of the Israeli High Court against the State of Israel, the Palestinian village of Batir, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site for its ancient aqueducts, was prevented from being bisected by the landmark by the separation wall due to the study of forensic architecture, which is able to sort of recreate the village in its heyday and point out that if you stuck the wall in the middle of it, it would cease to function as this heritage site. And this is also, forensic architecture is actually going on in a number of Palestinian villages, both in Israel and in the occupied territories. In Julie Park's essay on heritage in the Rutledge Handbook to Reenactment Theory, reenactment takes the form of 18th century extra illustrated antiquarian books, which leads me to part 3, books. Early modern books could function as antiquarian reenactments. Giacomo Laura's 1612 Antiquae Orbis Splendor, here's the title page, contained a set of 78 engravings of ancient monuments in Rome that may have served as armchair or handheld guidebook for early modern tourists of classical civilization, encouraging them to experience Rome through its monuments, recreated and completed as they might have looked in their prime. And this is the Temple of Minerva, which of course is now a church with a beautiful baby elephant statue in front of it. Where was I? Prime. Extracted from the busy early modern streets, given no life as living monuments in the ancient world. And you can even see like they're the Romans in the togas walking by. And this reenactment was continually updated by Lauro and augmented with each successive edition, with a complete edition in 1628 of 166 engravings, including a final set that revealed the buildings in their ruinous modern state. So there we have a ruined one, allowing readers to collapse 1600 years of time by the flipping of a few pages to the end of the book. Or, as in the case of the Colosseum, both ruin and reenactment could appear as two sides of one whole. And there you see it. Like a Transi tomb or a memento mori rosary bead or wax miniature. That Lauro's books operate as antiquarian reenactments owes less to the engraver as antiquary, he wasn't one, and much more to the way that early modern print technology lent itself to the repetition and recombination of texts and images. As Victor Tschudi has revealed, Lauro's engravings were appropriations of, in many cases, direct copies of the work of other artists, recombined and together presented as a guidebook to ancient Rome. Even more interesting is that some of these copied images claim to be, in Anthony Grafton's words, quote, buildings for which no ruins or records survived, end quote. So they're also made up. I want to suggest that a much earlier example of another such printed textual reenactment, perhaps the first of its kind, is Francesco Colonna's Hypnerotomachia Polyphily, printed by Aldus Manutius in 1499, with a partial English translation by Robert Dollingdon, printed by Simon Watterson in England in 1592. In the book, a sensual dream within a dream experience of ancient architecture captivates the hero Polyphilo as he pursues his missing Petrarchan beloved Polia. Polyphilo derives as much or more pleasure out of architecture as he does in reuniting with his beloved. As the architecture of an imagined past ignites his senses, the illustrations titillate the reader's senses as well. The majority of the text contains architectural description with only about 30 pages of dramatic action. Skip over that. Despite its imaginary and unconscious setting, the material text of the Hypnerotomachia can be read as a fantastical sensory reenactment of an archaeological and ritual past that, ironically, influenced its own present and future architectural design styles for years to come. Like Lauro's Antique Urbis, this book imagines and recreates ancient monuments through the printed architectural image. But these are actually really made up monuments. What happens when sensory experience is enfolded into a dream? Dream visions in classical and medieval literature have long served as models for rhetorical and philosophical analysis. And this is true of the Hypnerotomachia, where the dreaminess of the setting grants readers the opportunity to interpret the book's architectural and pictorial objects along with Polyphilo's sensory experience of them. And that's where the sensorium as hermeneutic instrument comes into play. And interpret them we have done. Cheryl Boyle reads the book as, quote, an elucidation of the Aristotelian theory of sense, as translated and regulated by fantasy. For Liane Lefebvre, the book is about quattrocento innovation through what she calls recombinant design, in which each element of the book, whether narrative, literary device, or image, is recycled to create something new. Rebecca Smith argues that the book's emphasis on touch and heat articulates a late medieval allegory of divine love. And for Alberto Perez Gomez, the erotic experience of architectural space defines desire as distance, all of which takes place along the limits of experience in the Aristotelian chora. Taking these sensory hermeneutics further, I maintain that Polyphilo's sensual encounters with architecture represent an unsatisfied desire to experience the grandeur of the past, and the text's materiality serves as an attempt to stimulate the desire through approximate recreations and recombinations. The recreation of ancient Egyptian, Greek, and Roman landscapes and architecture work here not to bring the past back to life, but rather to articulate its absence, and in so doing to further the desire to see, touch, hear, taste, and smell more of it. As he wanders through his dream, climbing up onto and into pyramids, and who hasn't ever had a fantasy of like going into the obelisk and inside the elephant's trunk? Obelisks, a colossus, witnessing arcane pageants of the senses, and lactating garden statuary, and I wish I had an image of that, but I couldn't find that, listening to indescribable choral music, wandering through ruined temples and narrative sarcophagi, his skin alternately cooled and warmed in ritual baths with nymphs representing the five senses. And here we've got the five sense nymphs here. Polyphilo becomes a sensory historian of his own and really all of Renaissance culture's imagination. And this is the next book I'm going to talk about is the last sort of textual example. And this is moving over to England in the 17th century, the Polyolbion. The folio of Polyolbion, 1612 and 1622, includes Michael Drayton's epic topographical poem in Alexandrian couplets, divided into 30 songs, John Selden's historical annotations, and William Hull's engraved maps of landscape of England and Wales. The songs are delivered in the voices of anthropomorphized allegorical landscape features and include choreography, blessings, laments, chronicles, poetic conflict and competition, and epic invocations. Taken as a whole, the book constitutes a multi-sensory embodied recreation moving through time between ancient Britain and Britain's current state, with each landscape detail dynamically animated and singing its past history and present state. For Pauline Reed, and I'm going to quote from her book, Drayton's Polyolbion is an intricate collection of texts and images that invite viewers to co-create their meaning. So similar to the Hypnerotomachia, it's asking us to interpret. So in this case, the reader becomes the sensory historian and the book the reenactment. It's an immersive and interactive experience. This is a kinetic book. As Shannon Gardner observes, Polyolbion exhibits a multi-directional system where the material, the representational, and the discursive persistently have effects on and between each other. the diversity and unfixed nature of its maps, and here is one, create a shimmering sense that the experience of space and time offered by this book exists in oscillation. This sense of disunity is furthered by the, quote, at once collegial and combative disagreement that Philip Schweizer has pointed out appears between Drayton's poetry and Selden's skeptical footnotes, delivered in witty and undermining glosses. The text's dynamism, both rhetorically and materially, creates a sense of the reader moving through space and time, even as they pass over the leaves of the text, pause to read the songs, open and close the maps, moving closer to peer at the tiny figures inhabiting the landscapes. So you're really like moving back and forth with this book and also interacting with it. The text repeatedly guides the readers along a time-traveling journey to the ancient past of the landscape, using language of vitality and dynamic movement through space to create a sense of liveliness that points to the experience of the text as one of historical reenactment. And this is from Drayton's introduction, where in artificial caves cut out of the most natural rock, thou shalt see the ancient people of this isle delivered to thee in their lively images, from whose height thou mayst behold both old and later times, as in thy prospect lying far under thee, then conveying thee down by a soul-pleasing descent through delicate embroidered meadows. So you're really kind of drawn around through the book. Whereas other scholars read the text and its maps as an attempt to fix England and Wales in unified time and space, Pauline Reed highlights the national and ethnic conflict, confusion, and diversity in its images. In a work of allegorical embodied choreography such as this, time does more than allied with space in this book. Time is space, and poetry and image bring this embodiment into shape. This is not to suggest that present and past are superimposed. The present landscape bears the traumatic marks of its history, and I can show some other images later about how there are depictions of monuments that have actually fallen in there, little bodies falling in the maps. Nevertheless, the past that the landscapes record is recounted in song and depicted as movement in maps. It comes alive only through the medium of poetry, imagined sound, and visual allegory. As Schweizer points out in his analysis of deep time in the poem, the concept of time as a river was well known to early modern poets, and the main singers in the book are rivers. Though Schweizer is quick to point out that rivers may, quote, sing of the past, they do not embody time, the book's maps are so interlaced and interwoven with river gods and nymphs that rivers visually provide the veins through which the narrative history of the landscape flows. For Schweizer, Drayton resists seeing the past and present occupying the same space, though. Rather, he reads Drayton's project, which Selden would agree with, as one of deep time that acknowledges the unreachable distance of England's faraway past, casting it into perspective. The book's songs and maps and embodied landscapes then become an attempt to retrieve this past by means of sensory experience. What I would argue functions precisely as an antiquarian reenactment, for reenactments are only possible with an unreachable and distant past. The reenactment itself is predicated, as in Perez Gomez's reading of the Hypnerotomachia, upon the distance that catalyzes a kind of Petrarchan or perpetually unfulfilled desire for the past. As a physical example of the text's dynamic sensory reenactment, here's the climax of part 1 as depicted in a map. It's a centerfold map that illustrates Song 4's dramatic singing contest between England and Wales for the prize of the Isle of Lundy, and it's judged by the River Severn and represented as a musical competition. And so you can see England on one side and Wales on the other side, and they've all got their instruments, and in the center is the river goddess. But you can also see all these other little bodies in the rivers, and they all have their arms up. Reed reads the allegorical figures in Hole's engraved maps, these rivers with their arms up, as pointing in multiple directions, and so therefore creating a kind of a index of discontinuity or confusion. I read them also as gestural performances of song or oratory, a visual attempt to locate sound and movement in bodies. So even though it's not actually moving, I say that it's trying very hard to be animated. And now I'm turning to my very last point I want to make, and this is my brief reading of Shakespeare's play Antony and Cleopatra. Shakespeare's late tragedy, Antony and Cleopatra, which largely follows Thomas North's English translation of Plutarch's Life of Marcus Antonius, can be interpreted not only as a multi-layered reenactment of the past, complete with a staged battle of Actium, an antic Egyptian banquet on Pompey's galley, and Cleopatra's elaborately staged suicide, but also as a play deeply concerned with what reenactment means and the possibilities of reenactment gone wrong. As David Hillman has argued, the play is structurally embedded with repetition and reenactment. And here's a quote from Hillman. Antony and Cleopatra reenact their own grand love scene multiple times, which in turn allows Shakespeare to reenact his own love scenes. And this culminates in Cleopatra's death as a reenactment of her consummation with Antony and an attempt to end this endless cycle. For Hillman, these remarkable repetitions, with a pun on Mark Antony, function as part of a psychoanalytical transference cycle that Cleopatra's death completes. But what happens if we also read these repetitions and reenactments as a commentary on antiquarian sensory reenactments themselves? From Enobarbus's gorgeous description of Cleopatra's arrival on her barge at Cydnus, which recreates in highly sensual imagery through the translation of Latin to English and prose to poetry to spoken word, the movement of the lovers' first meeting, to Cleopatra's meta-theatrical anticipation of her story being parodied as a burlesque in a Roman triumph, the play repeatedly stages historical reenactment as both a deeply sensual experience and a fraught one. As I do not have enough time here to deliver a detailed and holistic close reading of the play, let me just leave you with a few adumbrations. When Pompey entertains the Romans in the style of an Alexandrian feast on his galley, which rests in the liminal ungoverned space of the harbor, exactly the same chora or limits where Cleopatra's barge glides to meet Antony in Cydnus, the Romans hold an Egyptian bacchanal in their words, which is already an elision of two different ancient cultures, based on their misunderstood ideas about the past and about Egypt. Roman power is both literally and figuratively made watery and precarious during the Egyptian feast on the ship. Beginning with Antony's description of the fluid and fertile Nile, where crocodiles transmigrate their souls, Menace soon relays his plot to Pompey to secretly, quote, cut the cable, set the ship adrift and murder the triumvirate. And Antony warns Lepidus he's not on solid ground. And this is Antony's quote, these quicksands, Lepidus, keep off them, for you sink. Taking his leave and sensing his own limited power in this marginal space of reenactment, the young Octavius notes the sensory effects of the banquet, the sensory effects that the banquet has wrought. And here's one of my favorite quotes from this play. Gentle lords, let's part. You see, we have burnt our cheeks. Strong Enobarb is weaker than the wine, and mine own tongue splits what it speaks. The wild disguise hath almost antiqued us all. With a play on the word antic or grotesque, a homophone and derivative of antique, Octavius suggests that the reenactment has nearly worked, nearly transforming the guests into antics or wild clowns, together with a more sinister and racist implication of antic, which was also associated with blackness and difference. It's a joke, of course, because the ancient Roman characters are already antique, but it draws attention to the multiple layers of reenactment. These are early modern actors playing antic Romans. In contemporary productions, they are modern actors performing an early modern text, pretending to be ancient Romans, pretending to be hybrid Greek Egyptians. This is meta-theater as a form of imperfect reenactment, a simultaneous splitting into past and present, just like Octavius's speech. What does it mean for a Roman to reenact an Alexandrian banquet as an Egyptian bacchanal? When does reenactment veer into appropriation? Shakespeare's play highlights the dangers of reenactment when staged by future colonizers and imperialists, exactly the dangers Cleopatra is well aware of when she seizes control of her legacy by refusing to let her story turn into a burlesque of its own as part of the Roman triumph she anticipates with her capture. Sorry, my tongue is starting to split from all the coffee. There we go. This is probably one of the most famous quotes, the meta-theatrical moment. The quick comedians extemporally will stage us and present our Alexandrian revels. Antony shall be brought drunken forth, and I shall see some squeaking Cleopatra buoy my greatness in the posture of a whore. Though this is another richly meta-theatrical moment in which the early modern boy actor both creates distance from and draws attention to his performance, it is also one that could be read as a proto-feminist critique of antiquarian reenactment as appropriation. Early modern antiquarianism, especially British, was overwhelmingly white and male, like the early modern English theater. Cleopatra imagines her historical narrative overtaken and poorly reenacted by her Roman conquerors, who erase her power and her gender. Following Stanley Cavell, who has noted that Cleopatra's final scene produces, quote, as if in competition, her own theater, end quote. I maintain that she stages her own death as an alternative feminist reenactment with its own set of layers. And this is the part I'm not going to go into, so I'm just going to summarize. Cleopatra's death scene reenacts and rewrites a love scene with Antony, legitimizing their relationship, reenacts and rewrites a mother giving suck as a serpent giving death, and in so doing, reenacts and inverts the biblical fall. Thanks.
Okay, I'll ask you questions later. We're going to hear now from Peter Herman from San Diego State University.
Do you want to say?
Is the author of numerous books and articles, and is published on Shakespeare, Milton, and the literature of terrorism, among other topics. His most recent book is Unspeakable. Literature of terrorism from the gunpowder plot to 9/11. This project is early modern others. And he's deeply grateful to Jaco for this invitation.
Which one is this? It doesn't. These ones. Yeah, these ones over here. I am going to go back and forth between this and my own computer because my eyes at this age are now ornamental and I can't read the stuff that appears over there. Okay. What I want to do in this talk is to revisit a topic that critics have long since thought was completely settled, over and done with, let's move on. I want to suggest that Shakespeare's, this one? Yeah, there it is. I want to suggest that Shakespeare's Henriette, the 4 plays as they appear in the folio, as opposed to the quarto publications, that they were intended to be read and that Shakespeare created what I call the Book of Henry. This is not something that critics have taken seriously for quite some time now. So leave it to me to figure out, the one topic. Okay, so let me move this on here. This is a performance. So basically, as I said, we've got Richard II, 1595, 1 Henry IV and 2 Henry IV, which the Norton says were done about the same time. Henry V, 1598. For the most part, critics just say that the plays are only tangentially related to each other. But what I'm going to show you is that Shakespeare plants into these plays echoes of the earlier plays, and that there are parts of, well, both 2 Henry IV and Henry V, which can stand on their own, but take on much further thematic weight when you then go back to what was originally in Richard II. In other words, Shakespeare has created a book. And the connection, of course, to this presentation is Shakespeare and sight. Now, as we all know, Shakespeare's later plays, what you see is not what you get. A pageant to keep us in false gaze. We also have Hamlet, we've got The Winter's Tale. But the Henriette, however, actually answers that by essentially giving us, and here, I'm just going to read this, the Henriette both anticipates and answers the late Shakespeare's treatment of sight, insofar as, So just let me quickly find this here for you. Yes, over here. Insofar as it answers it because there's no one view that is going to predominate here. But it answers it because as Shakespeare takes this insight one step further by creating a quadrilogy that was not only designed for theatrical performance, but to also be read in the privacy of one's own home. So, endings and beginnings. Just quickly, go through the low-hanging fruit here. The endings of these plays lead directly into the beginning of the next one. Richard II, ends, as we all know, with Bolingbroke saying, "I'll make a voyage to the Holy Land to wash this blood off from my guilty hand." That's a quote we're going to be returning to. Well, 1 Henry IV begins by telling us our purpose is now 12 months old, and by the way, we're not going anywhere. So one goes directly into the other. The end of 1 Henry IV ends with, "Let us not leave till all our own be won," sort of the ending of the defeat of the Percy Rebellion. But 2 Henry IV begins with the report of the end of that rebellion and the beginning of the next rebellion. The next one we all know about, but again, we're going to return to it. 2 Henry IV with, Bolingbroke's famous, or what the Henry IV's famous advice, busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels. Well, Henry V, we all know what's about to happen in Henry V. In other words, 2 Henry IV ends with the prediction of the French invasion. Henry V, Battle of Agincourt, the French invasion. That's the easy stuff. Then, and this is actually how I got started on this topic, there are at least 2 what I call thematically irrelevant echoes. The first is Sir Thomas Erpingham. Now, Sir Thomas Erpingham is mentioned as at the beginning of Richard II. Bolingbroke is basically giving a summary of all the people who are joining. This little speech is taken almost verbatim from Holinshed. Fine. But there's no particular reason why anyone would note this. Now, Sir Thomas Erpingham is MIA in 1 and 2 Henry IV. He's never mentioned, even though if you read Holinshed and the biography in the Oxford Dictionary and National Biography, he was actually a pretty important person for Henry IV. Then we get to Henry V. Now remember, this is 4 years later in terms of the publication, in terms of the performance of these plays. Enter Sir Thomas Erpingham. Good morrow, old Sir Thomas Erpingham. A good soft pillow for that good Lord, but head were better than it's like, why him? Shakespeare is making up this scene. There is no analog in Holinshed or any of the other sources. He's making this up. He could put anybody in there. Why Sir Thomas Erpingham? And I think the point is to have this little Easter egg that sends you back, bing, to Richard II, creating this kind of almost unconscious sense of unity. Now, another one, Falstaff, otherwise known as Oldcastle and Mowbray. In 2 Henry IV, Justice Shallow, who at this point is talking about the wonderful old times that he and Falstaff had when they were students, adds at the end of this little speech something that is completely irrelevant. Then was Jack Falstaff, now Sir John, a boy and page to Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk. So far as I know, there was no connection between Oldcastle, who this character is obviously based on, and Sir Thomas Mowbray. There's no dramatic, thematic reason for this. other than just simply to remind the reader, and yes, I do mean reader, that Thomas Mowbray is at the beginning of Richard II. Which of course leads to thematically significant echoes. Falstaff and Hal. You follow their progress, or the progress of these two, through these plays. You know, 1 Henry IV, I mean, you all know this. Banish plump Jack, banish all the world, I do, I will. 2 Henry IV, that's exactly what he does. And then in Henry V, we have the reference to the king hath killed his heart, and another reference a little bit later on in the play, which actually I kind of ignored until I just saw this great production of Henry V with Kit Harington in it. It's really wonderful, where Fluellen is talking about this comparison between Henry Monmouth and Alexander. And then he says, oh yeah, the guy, you know, he turned him away, the knight with the great belly doublet. I forgot his name. And then Gower says, Sir John Falstaff. By doing that, of course, reminding us of 1 Henry IV, 2 Henry IV, and then of course the beginning of Henry V. Then there's this amazing moment, talk about meta, when Henry IV quotes Richard II. But this is when he says, and here, I'm just going to quickly find this on my own here so I can read these to you. So again, my pathetic eyes are not sufficient to this. Northumberland, thou ladder by the which my cousin Bolingbroke ascends the throne, the time shall come, thus did he follow it, the time will come that foul sin, gathering head, shall break out into corruption. And so went on, etc., etc. And you go back to Richard II, and this is actually a pretty accurate quote. There's some changes here and there, but it's like Henry IV has somehow or another read Richard II, and now he is recalling it. But by quoting the earlier play, Shakespeare is sending the reader back to Richard II, you know, so that you can compare one to the other. In other words, what Shakespeare's doing here is making use of what's subsequently been called the technology of the book. How you are, unlike with a scroll, you can go back and forth and easily compare things. Now, here's where I think things get fun. Historiography. Because this is where Shakespeare is really making use of this. Up until, hello. Up until the early 1990s, most people who dealt with historiography, Tudor historiography, believed that it was essentially Tudor propaganda. Along comes Annabelle Patterson, reading Holinshed's Chronicles, and she emphasizes in this book, which I still think is one of the best books written, that the Chronicles are very, very different. And what they emphasize over and over again is what she calls multifocality. In other words, it's a kind of fancy word for presenting alternative and different views. Lo and behold, that's exactly what Holinshed says that he is going to do. I have indeed things doubtful, or rather chosen to show the diversity of their writings than by overruling them. And so he will actually say, you know, some writers say this about Richard's End, some writers say that about Richard's End, and many other topics. This comes from Froissart, this comes from some other source, so that you always have in the Chronicles multiple points of view. My point is that that is exactly what Shakespeare does over the course of the Henriade. We get here 5 versions of Richard's fall. Now, again, presuming everyone has read Richard II, We all know what Bolingbroke and Hotspur's opinions are of this king. Well, Henry IV, all of a sudden, we're getting an interesting take on this history. I heard the proclamation, then it was when the unhappy king, now this is the guy, remember he, whose wrongs in us God pardoned, did set forth upon his Irish expedition, from whence he intercepted, did return to be deposed and shortly murdered. You know, do I have to talk about that strategic use of the passive there? Yeah, but this is a total revision, 180 degrees from what he had said earlier. Then you get this paired, fascinating take on the past. First, Henry IV blames Richard's deposition on bad public relations management. What he says in this, speech, I'm sorry, it'll be the next one here. Sorry, over there. Is that Richard diluted the mystique of monarchy by, as he says, the skipping king and oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a different one. Okay, sorry, scratch that. Richard II first says that Bolingbroke, this is a guy who paid attention to the mystique of kingship by making himself popular, by wooing poor craftsmen with the craft of souls, etc., etc. Had the tribute of a supple knee with thanks, my countrymen, as if England were already his, and he our subjects next in degree and hope. But what's fascinating is that when Henry talks about Richard, he talks about Richard, as I said, diluting exactly that sense of authority. And the fascinating thing about this is Shakespeare doesn't give us evidence for either one. We do not see Richard skipping. We do not see Richard hanging out with fools. Nor do we see Bolingbroke doffing his hat to oyster women. So both of them are talking about events that are not dramatized, and both of them give kind of interestingly parallel views of one's rise and one's fall. Next up, Hotspur. Now, Hotspur gives a different version. For Hotspur, it's all about his father, Northumberland. Northumberland is the kingmaker, the end. It had nothing to do with the diminution of royalty, nothing to do with the crimes that Richard supposedly committed against the ancient constitution. It's just my father, when everyone saw that my father was allying with you, then as he says, the more and less came in with cap and knee. Interestingly, the crimes that York said were going to destroy time, he just says are blind for ambition. And now, forsooth, takes on him to reform some certain edicts and some straight decrees that lie too heavy on the commonwealth, cries out upon abuses, seems to weep over his country's wrongs, and by this face, this seeming brow of justice did he win the hearts of all they did angle for. But of course, Hotspur says that's nonsense. What's essential is my father. The end. That's the cause. Then you get Worcester. That's my favorite transition. There's actually another one I keep going back and forth. Worcester, he gives the most sophisticated version of this. Now, again, we've seen everyone up until now has kind of been one cause. It was either this or it was either that. But for Worcester, first he starts off by saying pretty much what we know happened in Richard II. You swore to us that you did swear that oath of Doncaster, that you did nothing purpose against the state, nor claim no further than your new fallen right, the seat of Gaunt, dukedom of Lancaster. All of that is, of course, absolutely true. But then it gets more complicated. It rained down fortune on your head, and such a flood of greatness fell on you. And notice the phrase that I have bolded here. What with our help? Okay, so that's Hotspur. What with the absent king? That's actually Richard II. What with the injuries of a wanton time? That's York. The seeming sufferances that you had borne, that's, York. And then the next version, the next cause. Bad luck, contingency, bad weather. And the contrarious winds that held the king so long in his unlucky Irish wars that all in England did repute him dead. And again, that goes back to Richard II, but it's a reminder that historical events have multiple overlapping causes, and the most determinative one of all is going to be bad luck, contingency. And this from this swarm of fair advantages. So it's not one or the other, it's all of these things come together. And you get version 5. And this is where Shakespeare is quite deliberately sending you right back to Richard II. Richard II, Bolingbroke says, I'll make a voyage to the Holy Land to wash this blood. Okay, and then this is followed in 2 Henry IV. Now, up until this point, when you're reading this, you have no reason to doubt. You have no reason to doubt Henry IV until you get to the famous lines where he says, the king says to him, you're not firm enough since griefs are green, et cetera, et cetera. And then by whose power, I worried that I would, those who I was first advanced, by whose power I might well lodge a fear to be again displaced, which to avoid, I cut them off and had a purpose now to lead out many to the Holy Land, lest rest and lying still might make them look too near into my state. Therefore, my Harry, be it thy course to busy giddy minds with foreign quarrels. My point is that once you get to those lines in 2 Henry IV, you then have to go back to Richard II and you realize Henry at this point is lying. You do not know that until you get to this point, but he is lying. And those lines, as we know, look both backwards, but they also look forward to Henry V. Be it thy mind, course to busy getting minds with foreign quarrels. Henry V, when he says, may I with right and conscience make this claim, that's bullshit. And we know it's bullshit because we just read 2 Henry IV. And any critic or actor, because I've seen it done different ways, who reads that line seriously. He is genuinely trying to do the right thing. We know that's just crap and it's wrong, you know. We also know that the clerics at the beginning of the play are lying to him. And I suspect Henry knows that as well. Next up, the common soldier. Yes, 2 minutes? All right, extremely quickly. Shakespeare brings in populism into this very quickly. Richard II, common soldiers mentioned, no, but they're not there. 1 Henry IV, Falstaff in the King's press. Here's where we find out that Falstaff, among fact that is utter corruption, but he also says what says the silent part out loud, that these people are there only to be killed. Impressing soldiers, my God, everyone hated it at the time, mainly because it was quite deliberately aimed only at the lower class. Now, I'm just going to go over this part here because this is great 1602 raid on the playhouses, which made this absolutely specific. That part in 1 into Henry IV gives us the reality of it. Now, here's where he says the silent part out loud. Now, in 1 Henry IV, we're told about the corruption. 2 Henry IV, we see the corruption in action. I've got £3 to free these 2 guys. Falstaff says, terrific, great, you two out of here. Now, then you get to Henry V, and we've gone from 0 soldiers to they're present but anonymous, to present, given mock names, to serious soldiers, they're given real names. And everything they say goes back to the earlier plays. When Bates says, I would be, the king were here alone, so he should be sure to be ransomed, and many a poor man's life saved. Well, that brings us back to Falstaff saying, yeah, they're just kind of fodder. And then with another one where he says, methinks, I could not die anywhere so contented in the king's company. Well, with his cause being just and honorable. Yeah, 2 Henry IV, busy getting minds with foreign quarrels. And what I also think is the most important one. This is where Williams makes absolutely explicit how these people are going to die. And they die swearing, they've got wives, they have children, et cetera, et cetera. And it restores exactly the humanity that has been erased in Richard II, 1 Henry IV, and 2 Henry IV. That's my real favorite. In conclusion, Shakespeare did something utterly, totally unprecedented, and frankly, unrecognized up until me. He wrote a book. Thank you very much. Did I make it?
Yes.
Yes, perfect, great.
Questions to either speaker.
Actually, I think this may speak to both, which I thought were great. And so I started by thinking about your quotation that you put up by Hollinshead, his comment about the power of citation to circumvent a narrative grounded in an author's liking. Right? So if we're thinking about the kind of sensual experience of the text, it seems that Hollinshead is positing this kind of editorial discernment that seems to differentiate itself from this kind of pleasure associated with reading, right? So it's more disinterested, and I keep thinking about your work with Antiquarianism as this privilege, right? This kind of assemblage of different material pieces into this fantasy or this fiction that seems to take out subjectivity. Right? It offers this objective, if incoherent, representation of history. So where does desire or the kind of pleasure of reading fit into this? Because I think
Are you asking me or him?
I think both. I think both, right? Because if you refuse to offer a coherent narrative that is grounded in your own personal liking, if as an antiquarian, you are kind of, pasting and cutting together these various bits and pieces, and we know that, Drayton himself, right, was also kind of at least pretending to this. So what is the function of desire? Like, where is the
I can
sensual
definitely answer that. The pleasure is in getting the past dirty. The pleasure is precisely in the sensory activity of interacting with the past. There's no pleasure narrative for sure. But it's also in creating the hermeneutic acts. And I hope that I was able to communicate that, at least in the beginning with the Brown quote, that the pleasure is in tasting the jellied unguents. And so each of these sort of reenactments are extremely pleasurable. And the passage that I didn't talk about is with Enobarbus's description of Cleopatra's arrival is it's all about synesthesia, right? Strange invisible perfumes. It's all about the senses. And it's about, the argument in the book is that its translation is also a form of reenactment there. I think it's really interesting that the sense you got was more of a kind of a disembodied bricolage that is incoherent, because that's something I'll need to work on, because I'm actually not arguing that any of these reenactments are incoherent, but just that it's impossible to actually get back in paths. And so these reenactments are maybe fantastical and unreal, but I wouldn't say that they're incoherent. So that's something I'll have to clarify and rework when I never pass the term.
No, if I can follow up, maybe incoherent, no, irrational. I was thinking in your passage about Enobarbus, deeply sensual experience of Cleopatra. His description doesn't include her body.
Right.
It's all about the trappings. It's a paradox of antiquarians. It's the search for the material index in history.
Right. Right. And the subjectivity isn't really there. Yeah, I think that's really interesting. And even Antony's body too is kind of like, I think in that description, both of them are animated by outside forces, right? And then he's left breathless. Even his speech and breath is taken away. So he's also lost his agency because of that sensory experience. So I definitely have to rethink that. But I think that for my antiquarians and also for my reenactors, whether they're early modern or there's somebody like Martin Malwani, the pleasure is absolutely in the sensory experience that it generates. And I think if you really should check out her Instagram, I'm totally like obsessed with this perfumer right now because I think also Instagram is one of those sort of visual physical experiences, right? And I think this is a perfumer and also a scent and taste artist who's able to make us desire those things without actually stimulating our senses, just by writing and showing us pictures. So yeah, I would say, well, I'll just keep thinking about what you said.
I think that the pleasure of the text here is in greater understanding. It's the same pleasure, I think, that we get reading significant analyses of our past. I mean, Shakespeare's not trying to make you feel good with this. I don't think so, at least. I think that Shakespeare is at this point highly critical of his culture. This, the changes from the quarto to the folio are almost always in the form of making the text more critical. You certainly see that with Henry V. It's not the only example of that. So I think that the pleasure is in giving the reader a deeper understanding of the past, and then one hopes applying it to the present. Because, I mean, this is something I keep telling my classes, to no doubt, absolutely no avail. But what Shakespeare's trying to do is essentially inculcate, develop a critical sensibility. And there are a lot of other writers who I think are doing the same. I mean, as in Holinshed's. But I think that's what he is trying to do, with the hope, perhaps, that the reader will then develop a more critical sensibility towards what authority is telling them.
Very much. So this is firstly just a comment on the exchange we just had. More of a comment than a question, but hopefully a pleasant one. So firstly, I mean, the thing that really came to my mind as you were talking was the critique of the way antiquarians look at paintings, right? So in other words, the bodies become invisible when antiquarians look at paintings because they look so closely that they see ornament.
Yeah.
The morality of the image disappears because you can't see the action, but what you do get is this kind of multi-sensorial engagement with things. And I feel like in a way, without wanting to just rip on the word incoherence, I suppose, in a way, saying it's incoherent reproduces a certain critique where we see, we don't see the action of bodies, but of course, from the antiquarian perspective, that's precisely what is interesting.
Right, and it's their body instead, right? It's their body interacting with the text.
And the other thing as well, and that's what the antiquarian crouch, right? Huddled up bodies seemingly considered to be a bit ignoble, which again is such an important posture if you want that type of engagement. Okay, so the other thing, I mean, this, you may have thought of this already, but I just thought I'd bring it up. But I was reminded of Hawksmoor's 6 London churches, which have these extraordinary bits of architectural reconstruction. So here we have crenellations made out of fake Roman sacrificial altars.
Right.
And here we have, that's St. George in the East, and then St. George's Bloomsbury, the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, delicately appearing on top.
So that I would say, this art historian that I quoted, Alberto Perez Gomez, he talks about how the Hypnoratomachia, people took that as like, they thought this is what ancient architecture was supposed to look like. And there's a wonderful art historian at the Warwick Institute, and I can't remember his name, who basically, his argument is that they completely misread classical architecture. They didn't know what to make of the treatise. They made it up. But both of them would say that that's a perfect example of how this like recreated, reenacted, very poorly you might say, reenacted idea of ancient architecture really does influence early modern architecture.
So there's a guy who has been dismissed as a bit crazy, and why I think your paper would really support his argument. Pierre de la Raffinerie, an amazing name, Pierre de la Raffinerie, who argues that actually Hawksmoor's trying to tell a story about the history of ruins and how Gothic architecture emerged from the ruins of Classicum.
Yeah.
So, for instance, crenellations with the sacrificial altars. So it's becoming Gothic through the Classicum.
Okay.
It's an interesting story of recreation of history. This is too interesting.
Right. Okay.
He was crouching.
I'm sorry, that's a comment.
I love it. I love that argument.
For what it's worth, Miriam. No, never mind. I'll tell you later.
Hello.
Philip?
Hello.
Philip, you're up.
Unmute.
Cool, thanks. Sorry, it's a bit more difficult to follow the discussions in the room. This is why I'm looking a bit like this. My question is for Miriam. It's fascinating how you predate the roots of some sort of sensory history and or reenactments in 17th century antiquarianism. I really like that. Could you say some more about how one could write a history of sensory history in the longue durée and of reenactments? What distinguishes these 17th century antiquarians as sensory historians or reenactors from later ones, not just concerning the topic which they want to reenact, the themes, classical antiquity, but also the techniques or the way they approach the sensorial and emotional reenactment, the engagement. Can you say something more about this the historical change in the longue durée of this sort of sensory engagement and emotional engagement?
That is a wonderful question, and it's something I'm still thinking through because I'm actually new to sensory history as well, as a literary scholar. So I'm not sure I can speak well enough to sensory history as a genre, but I have enough sensory historians around me who can correct me. My sense is that people who work on sensory history, whether it's the senses in history or sensory history, which I think are two different but interrelated things, are well aware that that's what we're studying, right? We're studying the senses, we're studying history through the senses, and we're studying how the senses are represented in history. I don't think that early modern antiquarians are aware of the role that senses are playing, even though other people are clearly noticing that about them and making fun of them for it. And even though they are separating themselves from documentary historians and saying, we're not looking at text, we're actually looking at things. And we're looking at human remains because it's certainly before we get to the point where this kind of work is separated into material history and archaeology and anthropology. So I think that from our distant perspective, I can say, of course, they're sensory historians, but I don't think that they are aware of their sense that's what they're doing. That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Off with the mask. Yeah, I wanted to ask a follow-up question about that because, I mean, as you say, they themselves aren't necessarily aware that they're operating in the register of the sensory. It's more that it's projected onto them by other people who find their behavior faintly ridiculous or even disgusting.
Yeah.
And one of the accusations against the new historicists who were obsessed with material objects is precisely that it was an obsession. It was a
the ones that
compulsion
trained me.
Fetishistic.
Oh, yes.
And that there's something sort of kinky about it.
Right.
And as soon as you introduce kinkiness into the discussion, you're conjuring up the body of the person who's kinky, that there's something about their relationship to an object that is inappropriate or excessive.
I love that.
But let me throw a curveball at you. And so it's a curveball that I'm puzzling over because I'm coming at your talk from having read a lot of Sufi poetry recently, Persian Sufi poetry. And I had a sort of head-whipping moment when you said that the antiquarians are doing a version of what Petrarch does, the longing for something that is gone.
Yes.
And Petrarch is, of course, himself a little bit fetishistic in his sort of necrophiliac desire.
Yeah, he writes the letters to dead Romans.
And but what's so interesting is that Petrarch has a kind of Sufi genealogy that has been disavowed, because Petrarch's conventions of representing desire include, amongst many other sources, the French troubadour poets who were immensely influenced by the Spanish Sufis before them. And so when I encounter Cleopatra, or Enobarbus's description of Cleopatra, or Antony's meeting with Cleopatra in the River Cydnus, I'm struck now by something that I couldn't have been struck by before reading the Sufi poetry, how it's suffused with the tropes of Sufi poetry.
It's amazing.
That one is separated from the object of one's longing, which is permanently inaccessible, but all that remains is perfume for the nose and taste for the tongue. And so the senses are not guarantors of unmediated access to the truth. They're rather guarantors of the mediation. That there is no way of getting to the truth. All you have is the sensory experience of it. And that's an ongoing conceit in Sufi poetry, that you cannot access God directly. All you have are the traces for the body, the nose, etc. You cannot access the lost lover other than through these traces. So I'm not saying that Shakespeare was off at the Dargah twirling like a dervish, but there's something in the genealogy that Petrarch seems to be part of.
That's wonderful. That's not a curveball at all. I think that makes that fills in, that adds more rendering and fills in the argument in really interesting ways. And I'd love to learn more about Sufi poetry and perhaps its connections to Neoplatonism, which seem really strong here.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like you should also be looking at the history of iconoclasm. The argument, you know, because they just argue whether the thing can do anything.
Right.
And what does it do?
Right. Well, I think that's actually something some of the antiquarians are like maybe not so secretly trying to do, right? Because it's
what
right.
years, but around
Right.
the turn of the 50s.
Right. No, for sure. For sure. I mean, one of the things they have all these churches that are destroyed, and so they're, you know, in building an English history, they say, oh, we're going back to primitive Britain, but they also include references to the destruction of the monasteries.
There's so many examples that come to mind. There are plenty of books about it too. But for example, there's in England they weren't as violent all the time as they were in the North European countries against icons and windows, and they didn't actually.
Are you talking about like Duffy's book,
But one
or
thing that they really like to do in places in the countryside of England is take a statue out of the church, one that was particularly loved by a certain person, or maybe had been donated by that person, and burn it outside in his presence, which is both at the same time denying that, you know, statues are nothing, they're terrible, and admitting that and of course you're connected.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, there's tons of good stuff. I did want to just ask you one thing, and then I noticed you had something I just wanted to ask you if you had any. You began with contemporary references to smells, and people said how wonderful they were. I wonder if you had any similar things from reenactments, that contemporary references to people appreciating the sensory aspect of it.
I'm not, you mean contemporary early modern?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Yeah. Sorry, because to people sort of right. So so like in early, so I'm actually imposing reenactment theory on the early modern period, right? But okay, so but like okay. So yeah, I mean, so I have another chapter for this book on mummy. And people are talking all the time. You've got English travelers and European travelers to Egypt, and they're talking all the time about the way that certain mummies smell, the sweetness, the cinnamon mummies, and so this is in the longer version of this chapter, they're definitely smelling these objects.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm looking for the connection between.
Oh, you mean like reenacting a perfume? I'm looking for that. I'm in touch with my scholars of early modern perfume and also of cooking and culinary.
There's music ones as well. Like people are so frustrated by the fact that they read descriptions of what classical music was like, and they come to the conclusion that it's lost to us entirely, because this music that we have here cannot possibly be what it's set up to be by classical writers.
So I think the smell thing, my answer to that is I am still researching that, but I have this fantasy that I will come upon perfume recipes from the early modern period that are purported to be Cleopatra's perfume. And I think, there's a scholar who I'm working with on this, Jennifer Park, who's written an amazing essay about Cleopatra and sort of her legacy in early modern recipe books as this like ancient icon of preservation. And then also in the play. So I know that it's there, but I haven't found the evidence just yet.
Okay. And
and that's what it's
I
called.
was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about how sort of erotically charged your folks are. I feel like there's a sort of but there's a problem in writing about antiquarians, because they're always accused of dry and dusty pedantry, which means that they're not then perceived as being kind of erotically engaged with their objects. And I think that actually, in my sense, one of the kind of key planks of the kind of critique of antiquarians in the early modern period is not that they're not erotically charged, but that the erotic charge is directed to the wrong object. And I feel like there's something sexiness to be recovered.
Yeah. Well, that's my mission. Putting the philia back in necrophilia. I mean, so the subtitle of my book is it's Renaissance Undead, a Necromance. So I'll bring it back.
My question was for Peter, because I was thinking about how to sort of the status of evidence in this argument. It's so interesting to me. And I was wondering both about the like, what are the changes in the folio that support the argument, in the sense that, like, we tend to think of the quartos as essentially recording, sometimes imperfect, of the theatrical performance, which would lend itself to suggesting that they're not meant to be the book. If the changes in the folio seem to point us towards these kinds of intertextual references across the plays, that they're amplifying those references, then number one, that certainly supports the argument. And number two, are those changes Shakespearean? Are they authorial? Because in many of these folios, we don't have, secure evidence that they are. So then if it is a kind of, emerging into a book structure, is it Shakespeare who's emerging that, who's creating that situation? Or is it the playing company, either after his death or deciding to do it themselves? Or is it other playwrights who are getting involved and who are making these tweaks?
In one sense, it doesn't matter.
Right.
In that, you could have whoever it was. I tend to obviously think it was William Shakespeare who did it. Partly also because you see very similar changes with 2 Henry VI and also Macbeth. What are the kinds of changes? Perfect example, in the quarto of Henry V, the soldiers are not given names. It's just 3 soldiers, and the speeches are much, much shorter. So, I think it was William Shakespeare. Could have been his son, could have been anybody, I suppose. But somebody gave those soldiers names. And that's something you're going to notice really only if you're reading it. Because it's not like, I think there's a reference, right at the beginning to their names. But beyond that, it's just seems to be 3 guys who are talking. And as I said, the speeches are much longer and they are much more pointed than they are in the quarto. The quarto is in all likelihood a reconstruction of a performance, because there's one actually perfect piece of evidence. When Henry V first shows up and Pistol challenges him, he says, "Que voulez?" And in the folio, that's spelled in French. The proper spelling. In quarto, it's Kevu or something like that. It's clearly what someone who does not know French, what they're hearing. So,
I have another. Okay, so it turns out some of us are obsessed with antiquarianism, maybe, and spend too much time in archives. But I'm thinking about the relationship between reenactment and copying. And in particular, it's because I'm thinking of a number of herald journals. So heralds used to walk around the country and kind of, take stock of all the cattle and write how many people are in the household of the estate itself. But then they would also draw the heraldic emblems, and then they would add their own comments to the narrative. And the narrative, for example, would be copied from, like, I was looking at this late 17th century Herald's Journal in octavo. It was bound together at Bodleian. And it copied these perambulations from the beginning of the 17th century, but put them together in a pastiche where the herald would, for example, celebrate a regicide as one of the great heads of these estates, right? Seemingly erasing what had happened between the early 17th century and the late 17th century. And then he would put in stuff like, Wales has really hard mountains to climb, my legs hurt at the end of it, right? So there's also this kind of personal dimension. And so, yeah, I'm sure you thought about this relationship, but like, what is it? Like, how does copying speak to or not this reenactment of the historical in a way that gives it that Sidneyan, right, golden
Right.
world.
Well, I mean, I just don't think there can ever be an accurate copy of anything. So I'm not sure. I have to think a little bit more broadly about that question. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that right away, but it's wonderful to think about. I mean, I think that the books that I'm looking at are very much not reenactments unless you talk about the reader engaging with them. They're like incomplete. And so the reader sort of completes that reenactment by
That's what I
engaging
want
with
to know.
them.
So what's the evidence of the reader?
Of the reader. Well, I think that the books are offering themselves up in the way that they're kinetic, in the materiality of the
You
text.
think that,
Yeah.
But I want to know if you have any evidence
Mhm.
that readers who read it.
Oh, I see. You
Of
mean like
course you
people
think
who have
that.
written about Drayton and Polyalbion
Yeah,
in the early
oh,
modern
yeah.
period, right?
Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
really asking you, like this spell stuff. and
Yeah.
What about with the
With the books as reenactments. Okay, so what Julie Park does with her essay on extra illustrated books is she talks about, and this is something you also do in the 17th century, she talks about people actually cutting out and adding to these books so that they're really interacting and with them. And Adam Smyth's work as well on various early modern communities that might cut up these books and put them back together. So this is definitely something that is going on in this period. The other thing early modern people are doing is cutting out images from these books and using them and transposing them onto architecture, transposing them, using them as embroidery patterns, using them to decorate their walls, to paint their walls, using them to line boxes. So I sort of assumed that everyone knew that these books are interactive. So this is a really helpful note for me for when I'm revising the manuscript to put in all that cool information. Yeah, Juliet Fleming has done a lot of work on this as well. People not only interacted with these books and put them around their around their the spaces that they inhabit, but they also cut them up and rearrange them. Yeah.
Plenty interjection.
Okay, two more questions.
Mine's
It's
all right,
very
no,
quick.
no, two wonderful papers. I really enjoyed both of them. I just wanted to kind of come in on this question of interaction and to say that reading is a form of interaction, right? Especially when you use your hands to do it.
Oh,
So the
yeah.
kind of sensory dimension of reading, you don't necessarily have to cut something up or paste it or put it
Right.
elsewhere. You can, yeah, no, sure, but I was just interested in the
Well, we
notion
know
Elaine
that they were
Scarry-
printed a lot and they were reprinted. So that means people were reading them.
But Elaine Scarry writes very interesting about the way
Right.
the way the hand gets in the way. So the kind of sensory dimension of reading and the way
Yeah.
that the paper is felt and the way that you're kind of, so the manicule stands in, as it were, for your own hand reading. I thought that might be. a
They
kind of
also
interesting-
wrote all over them. We have tons of examples of people in the early modern period. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Singing from them.
Okay, let's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your wonderfully pressing questions. Really helpful.
We'll be back at 2:30. You're welcome to have lunch outside, and there's a beautiful campus. Take a walk.
More about reconstructions or
There's so
sadness
much
about each
weird overlap.
This is what I want, and I asked Emily too, like the way that songs in the Polyalbion are recreated. I feel like it's not so much ballads where they'll say to the tune of, just be sung to the tune of a merry round, but I get the sense that, I mean, I can't prove this new evidence, I get the sense that he really wanted to be set to music. So I know there's like probably modern versions.
And it could be, you know, the done poetry pool, like there's an assumption that you literally any text you put out into the world can be applied.
Right.
It doesn't have to have
Love
notation,
that.
it doesn't have to have any of that. And I'm sure that in reading, there's a lot of either actual singing or internal kind of audiation of singing or past singing experiences in books, memories of experiences you've had singing when you read about these kinds of interactions with different
So
nations.
let me ask you as a sound scholar, do you think that it's convincing when I say that like the rivers all have their hands up, that they're gesturing in some way to be singing or speaking? Okay, I want to make sure it makes sense.
Always keep a lookout for, there's a few, like anyone pointing at a hand like this, that's a sign of singing, you look like it.
Oh, wow, that's so cool. Okay, I need this.
There's a lot of, so especially in England, less so on the continent, having an open mouth was not as much a thing in terms of showing in visual culture that someone is singing.
Okay.
But there are other indicators that it is.
That's so
and one of them
cool.
is pointing at a hand.
That's wonderful.
One of them is
I'm writing open mouth, not so much.
yeah, this as well is like conducting.
Right, right.
So you don't always get that motion, but basically look at people's hands. That often tells you.
So they're often doing that, and so what Holly Reed, who actually was my student, says is she says, well, because they're pointing at each other's hands and pointing at their hands, that what they're really doing is confusing the reader and pointing in different directions. But I really think it's a gestural performance. Like they're showing, they're indicating some sort of performance, and they're supposed to be singing.
It could be both because they could be sirens.
Yeah,
and therefore
right.
they're both confusing and
right. I love that. Yeah,
also
of course
showing that they are singing.
I think that I think that's true. They are confusing singers. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so great. Thank you for all those wonderful comments.
Really wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
You probably know it, but there is. I'm about to embark on Cleopatra's Branch scenes at the start of my paper in a minute, and I'm thinking about the perfume that she. Oh, there's somebody. I think it's the Blue Lotus perfume. Or something.
Okay.
Let me find it for you.
You have an early modern reference to her people. Oh my god.
No, I don't. I have a. It's not an early modern reference. I'm afraid it's a kind of a perfume historian's sense of. So you probably do know it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people who have tried to explain what her ingredients were.
Yeah, exactly.
There's even a guy here in Israel. No, actually, he's in the occupied territories who's trying to grow biblical persimmon, which he claims was one of her ingredients in her perfume.
Biblical persimmon.
Yeah, which is actually a plant. It's not the fruit, but it was supposed to be like the most precious like ingredient in the ancient world.
I'll try to find those exact quotes and send them to
That
you.
would be
They're
so
very
helpful.
ubiquitous, but I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Thank you. I always like the questions that really have to get me to realize what I assume people know and they don't actually know.
It was interesting.
People interact with
without interacting. I think that's
it's a historian type of question. I mean, so okay, it's a play by Shakespeare. All right.
Also, I mean, I thought because I was really struck by the I'll find that reference in a minute, the kind of inclining and disinclining actions
right
that you have for the
you have
choreography.
That's what a kinetic book is, but all books are kinetic.
I'm also working with gesture and hands and things like that at the moment, and so I'm kind of interested in the intervention of the hand into the kind of field of vision,
right?
Which is both completely obvious and also slightly wrong.
Yeah, because you have to
because it's not just that you feel, but also you see.
And particularly if you are not right-handed. Because the whole world is right. I'm a left-handed child, so I've discovered the whole world is right dominated. And so particularly if you're reading off to right, and you're trying to read with your right hand, you don't notice, but if you're left-handed, your hand is everywhere. All and she gets like, ink all over her hand.
Sophie, sorry, if you want to jump in on this at any point, please.
Thank you. That's really
Sorry, we're a little bit plugged in.
May I do that now?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm probably going to do that.
Like the evidence, I'm sorry, I think it's really useful for me to say, oh, really, I really should be able to put a paragraph in there where I talk about how these books were interacted with in many, many different ways. But to
I
ask
think
what,
that I don't think that involves any major.
the evidence is that people interacted with books.
So much. Like how much
No,
how much recent reading there's been. Yeah, I think that's the context. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick picture.
Where'd Ellen go? That's it? Oh, what's wrong with the dose?
שנייה. תעזור לו לקנות. Hello. אמרתי. Camera. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello. My name is. Hello. There you go. Am I speaking? Yep. Let's confuse it. He'll just follow me because I'm so hot. Let him get it. וכן, זה בשלב או לעבור או להלך קצת. אחי זה מטריד. מה אתה עוקב אחרי? ואז אתה עושה off.
But it doesn't go back to the center, it just stays stuck there.
Right? Yeah, so you gotta use the number 2. No. Yeah, number 2 preset. When it's off, number 2 preset gives you the whole room. When you put it on, it'll 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. No. Hello. Put it on. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. That's stuck. Auto flagging on. Hello. פשוט הפוך באוטו. בדרך כלל יותר טוב ממה שמזה ב-15. משהו קרה לו. לא יודע מה. אוטו טראק on. go. עדיין. במצב ידני. לא מוזר אותך. לא יודע, הוא קצת מוזר. למה הוא לא כזה רגיש? משתגע. זאת. אתה עושה את זה ידני? לא. טוב. הוא הרבה יותר כזה, הרבה יותר טוב מן זה, ממש מעולה.
זה 115 הוא נתקע ואז הוא קופץ לזה. מצד שני, יש פה קטעים שפתאום מאוד רגיש, פתאום הוא חושב שיש פה רעש, אז הוא מתמקד שם. סבבה. אז להשאיר את זה ככה? או להחזיר להשאיר ככה או להחזיר לשתיים?
תשאיר את זה ככה.
סבבה, תודה. מה זה?
זה מטען.
וואלה.
כן, היא שמה על זה הסמארט וואץ' אפשר להניח עוד טלפון למטה.
Think about me sitting down there so people can look at me and the pamphlet at the same time. So these are not doing that.
They won't see you.
Oh, okay.
Unless, I mean, we had some problems with a webcam.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wondered. It's just because everyone in the room. That's
So this is
the back of my head. It's not good, is it?
hello, hello. It should follow the speaker, so you should
If I sit here,
try speaking.
okay, if I sit here, can everybody see me? Does the webcam take a while to come round? Or is it just exciting? No, it's
So
not.
try to do this. I can do this.
So I can sort of. No, you're right. But you can have to sit there to face everyone, don't you? Because otherwise, it's back. of my
They will
head.
hear you.
Yeah.
I can put the microphone closer. You can sit wherever you
No,
want,
it's fine,
wherever
it's
it's fine.
I hadn't thought about people online. I was just thinking about people in the room who can't look at the PowerPoint and
Ah,
the speaker.
Okay, so
But they
but
don't- they don't
you, but
need
you
to.
can see, they will see you if you sit here.
No, I'll just see the back of my head, and no one will see that really.
No, meaning, look. It's like this. Right? Or you can sit towards them with your computer. I can give you,
No, I'm not going to fuss. I'll
you
sit
have a
down.
PowerPoint presentation, right?
Yeah, that's why I was, because I didn't, and I
Right.
just sit, I sit. as
You'd
I
sit
was
anywhere,
told, Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll sit down here. Okay. Sorry to make it.
No.
I think I'm first up after that. So I'm starting with the moment on everybody's lips today, which is.
I won't share.
No, no, no. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. So yeah, you got me first. And you
Of course.
go.
I had this
Not really.
tall Scottish teacher in primary school. I was in an English primary school in Rome. We had mother tongue speakers, and Fiona Kendrick was my class 4, class 7 teacher. And she was adamant about ladies first. And she just hammered it into us.
Your Miss Jean Brody impression, that was good.
You're both going to do 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
I'll do like 33.
I might go 1 or 2 over as well.
So I'm not going to interrupt you.
I mean, you can.
No, I'm not going.
Okay.
Okay. I'm looking forward to this session, which is not something I say.
Yes, I'm ready to go too, but not my bit. No, I'm not.
What is your bit? What are you talking about? This is you, you're first.
Yeah, no, I'm first.
So this is the, oh, this old fashioned. Come here. Is this, is that, this all count? This relation?
Yeah, it's kind of fast.
So we really gotta talk. Yours is a fish then, yeah. I never published.
No, I haven't. Where is it? No.
I never published. You should have. Yeah, I should have. My supervisor, Barry on.
I really like it.
On the first anniversary of man, the world is a performance text. I mean, I've been doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, I think we all supposed to do that. It's expected, isn't it? Allowed. Yeah, I'm just.
So, you know that, what's his name? Psychologist, the one, transitional objects. Bill, who's that psychologist with the transitional objects? Winnicott. In his playing and analysis of playing something, the very first book, he mentions done. He says clearly that for done poetry was a transitional object. And at that moment, I understood completely why I was so obsessed with done, with performativity, with texts conveying things, making sense, and all that.
Amazing. Do you know my colleague David Hillman?
Yes, no, man, I know his
Yeah,
work, right?
yeah. He's just starting to get interested in having mostly sort of, I mean, he comes at Shakespeare through psychoanalysis. That's his background and training. And he trained as a psychoanalyst. And it's taken him a while to that's his recent kind of research. It's really interesting. Which is great for me because I organise the teaching and David only ever does Shakespeare. It's only does it. But there are other people in the early modern world, David, that if you perhaps read one or two of them, you might be able to do a little bit more of this lecturing because I know so it's just Shakespeare.
People keep mentioning things from the 18th and 19th century, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe done.
Yeah.
It's all the way up to Milton, and then that's it.
Yeah, things to get a bit fuzzy up to most of it.
Yeah, it's like
But I started off as an 18th century. Well, in fact, I started off as a modernist, and I moved back 18th century, and then I moved back to it, and I've stopped there because I can't understand anything yet.
That's very, very. It's the other one.
I know.
Isn't it? Or-
Yeah, people sort of shuffle forwards, and then but I like to look at the origins of it. I like to find it's my thesis in the book on the Eucharist started off because I was writing on Swift. And so all the tropes that I could see that he was using satirically, I wanted to know when they happened for real. So I just sort of pulled back. Yeah, that's interesting.
A picture of in Dublin.
Oh, I never thought that would happen. I thought such an idiot. I mean, I did and I didn't because I thought it's not going to happen. It's COVID. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm not going to go because it wasn't cancelled. Then it wasn't cancelled, but then everyone got COVID.
Everyone got COVID.
Yeah, so I was sort of very, up and down about that.
I just went for a couple of sessions and then just toured the town.
Yeah.
But,
That's this big conference that you do, so I much prefer a little conference.
yes, I love this kind of format and
when
also
everyone's
the Down
there.
Society conference.
I was there 2020. The last conference I went to was Down Society.
It's a nice bunch. They're a little kind of
They're-
snobbish. But
They're kind of welcoming. I mean,
Yeah,
if you can
also,
get through the in-jokes,
Yeah.
and everyone's known each other for 75 years, and it's you did you know Limerick?
Yes.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff, which obviously is horrendous, but also quite endearing.
Yeah, somebody won the Limerick contest when you were making fun of my lecture because it was very funny. I was talking about vision because it can be done. That's when the interest in the census started. It was back in 2014. I think it was Kirsten Sterling from
She's very funny.
Yeah, she is extremely nice. She has this Scottish bike store. It's called.
That's fine with you.
Hello. בסדר, אז סיכמנו על 850. בסדר, אני לא אספיק לבוא לא היום ולא מחר. ביי.
They managed to fix your bike.
They did.
Good. Good.
More fruits.
Sorry if you came back.
The same fruit.
Okay, great.
Am I speaking this afternoon? Is that right?
Yeah, you're on the session late
Yeah.
last.
Thanks for the tour.
See this back on again. More.
So, yeah. There's only two settings, too cold and too. That's true.
The university is currently under attack by the right-wing press, so that's nice.
Or
trigger,
letting in minorities.
trigger warnings. Or famously, do not love trigger warnings. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trigger warnings.
Yeah. I think it's kind of newer than in America though. So the history department was only recently this summer for courses next year, and I think that's kind of across the board in the humanities in our institution. Have started strongly suggesting that all staff do them. It's not mandatory.
For what kind of?
Lots of different things. So the stuff that's hit the right-wing press, for example, is particularly from our archaeology department, who for a course on like mummification have kind of reminded and pointed out to students that will involve images of skeletons and corpses and things.
I think. But I've got more than too many.
Well, this is I just don't understand why people are so wildly offended by them. It's just like, who cares?
Trigger warning is presumably to say you might not have realised, but this my discussion of the quality of thesis, trigger warning, contains a description of rape.
Yeah.
This is,
yeah.
And so this might affect.
Yeah, so I think like obviously for some courses you would assume by their title that
But that's why that's why right-wing focus on that one, because that's a slightly more tenuous one. That
because
one
they're just
seems more obvious.
so they're trawling through. Yeah, they're doing. Yeah, so they've done an FOI request of all the departments, and then they found the ones that they've decided to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you and Oxford are the first to get attacked for that stuff.
But you know, you're trying to be and sometimes, but there are particular that feels necessary to.
Yeah. Like I've never ever I mean I haven't taught in a long time now, thank you, maternity leave and research leave, but like I have a course on persecution where like I've just merrily flicked through slideshows of images, woodcuts of people being hung, quartered and dissected, and I've always maybe like naively assumed that because there's the distance of the past that's not going to be upsetting material to see, but
I don't think many people know anyone who has been altered.
Well, sure.
Themselves with the experience of being altered. So, I mean, I can see it is disturbing in some sense, but that's kind of squeamishness, rather. Whereas I think a trigger warning is something to do with potentially, isn't it? You have this experience.
Yeah.
So you know, if you start to talk about, if you're going to talk about bereavement or grief or the death of parents, let's say, you have that experience, it might be really unsettling and uncomfortable to be there if you're not expecting. The idea of trigger warning is that you can prepare yourself, is that you are expecting. It's not that you don't go. It's not that you say this is something I can't deal with. Whereas I think, you know, woodcuts, people having sort of elaborate barbaric punishments.
I think there's a couple of, I don't know, there's a couple of woodcuts that I've used in the past where it's just like a line of people being hung like in a row. Obviously, I'm very fortunate. I've never witnessed some mass hangings, but I mean, they happen still in the world today. So, I mean, I wish York was so diverse that we had a plethora of students from nations in which they still have public execution. But like, I mean, that isn't really truly the case. But I think like you know.
Surely it's best to have more trickle things than you.
It's not only a matter of carriers. It can extend to your being told to choose another text. Because X, Y, Z could trigger it. Or, no, as I said, these things are, I mean, yes, I mean, and you know, when I talk about Holocaust, guys, you're gonna see things here which are gonna be really awful. And one student actually asked.
I'm going to introduce people. They won't hear nor hear you. So maybe just to introduce, if you could be closer to the mic. Absolutely.
Your change. They absent themselves from that part of the class. They choose it. You have to.
But I think it's actually it's really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do though, to make accommodations. No, like I mean, I especially since I've had children, like I can't like watch TV shows now that involve like children being killed or anything bad happening to them. I just can't. I just completely disengage and have to turn off. I can't. I don't know. So, and I think like we should allow students to be able to engage intellectually without forcing them to, I don't know, see images of children in camp, you know?
Depends on what the, how it's going to transition. I think I'm wondering how to feel like I'm
yeah.
It's a fascinating connection. It's one that we can only make if you actually take the time to read.
Sort of thinking text, right? And even then, it's so.
But I don't think that's like that has happened, like the replacing the text thing, while it looms in both liberal and conservative conceptions of cancel culture. I don't think that's actually happened that much in the UK. Like, you haven't had to, if someone doesn't want to come to a day, they can just not come to that day, the end. Like,
yeah.
You don't have to give them a whole new
I think
assignment.
like it's not going to disrupt their entire experience of the course if they're like, I don't want to come to this seminar this week. Students don't come to seminars for less good reasons, right? And it is like you have a whole host of exam questions you can choose. You choose a question on something else, I guess. I think that I don't think there's any suggestion in UK institutions that you would change to placate like an individual. Like this is the course. You've been warned. Then you do with this what then you can choose to, you know.
There are
nicely because I learned a lot from the connection.
So it's been very similar.
Yeah, I think that's to do with the real differences that are currently still present between the UK versus American like higher education, that I think the UK are at risk of becoming more along that model. But like in the US, like in the UK, we don't have marks for seminar attendance. We don't have marks for seminar attendance, right? So if a student doesn't come to a seminar, they aren't marked down. Like there's no
participation grade. There's literally nothing except for the exams or the coursework that you do.
So that allows both the teacher and the student the level of flexibility to be like, okay, don't do that then.
Something that will just do the job. So that's what it is.
They have not given me the exams.
Like finals.
I mean, they no longer publish on a wall every single person's marks and their rank according to how good they did, because they used to do that.
You're cute to do that. I had that for my undergrad. I remember stood next to my.
Now I realize that.
Yeah. I just remember stood there next to my friends, just going down the list, being like, oh, how much further down do I need to go? Oh, thank goodness, there I am.
know, so I was like excited.
I think the Geneva Convention would say that illegal or Amnesty International or something.
Yeah, a human rights issue.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Okay. I'm Bill Kohlbrenner. I'm introducing the panel today on mediating truth. Our first speaker today is Sophie Reed, senior lecturer in Renaissance literature, Cambridge, and a fellow of Christ College. She works primarily on 17th century poetry, with a few excursions both backwards and forwards. She is interested in the intersection of literature and religion, theology, liturgy, the Bible, and literature in the senses, and in rhetorical constructs. Her first book was published by Cambridge, Eucharist and the Poetic Imagination in Early Modern England. She's also published work on Shakespeare, Andrews, Donne, Herbert Milton, Dryden, and Swift. Her current project, provisionally entitled Speaking Sweet, Renaissance Rhetorics of Smell, is on perfume and the sense of smell in the early modern world. Today, her paper is Verse Distills Your Truth, Scent and Memory and Lyric Longing in Shakespeare and Herrick. Sophie.
For that introduction, Bern. Thank you to Miriam and to Yakov and to everybody here for inviting me and for organising this absolutely wonderful conference, which I've only had 2 sessions of so far, but it's already my favourite conference both this year and also probably forever. So thank you very much for that. Okay, here we go. This is something I've been thinking about a little bit today. I'd like to know, I'm starting with it just for continuity's sake. Cleopatra makes quite possibly the best entrance ever. The barge she sat in like a burnished throne burnt on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick with them. From the barge, strange invisible perfume hits the sense of the adjacent wharves. With spectacularly exotic excess, she scents not just her body but her boat, and in so doing creates the most extensive and effective silage of all time. Antony, alone in the marketplace whistling, scents her cunning, and is half in love before a thought is formed. The winds languish in her wake, the wharves at which she might dock are at once invested with powers of sensory perception and suffer their complete stupefaction as the strange invisible perfume, what perfumes are visible though, hits their sense. The passage is richly suggestive and of course much discussed, especially today. But the intoxicating scent on which its impact depends remains undescribed and probably indescribable, unknown and unknowable, as Miriam has already pointed out. Shakespeare has his account from Plutarch via Thomas North, who writes of the barge, out of the which there came a wonderful passing sweet savour of perfumes that perfumed the wharf side. Enobarbus's embellishments reach back through that record of passing and surpassing sweetness to a dockside memory a little before the birth of Christ. He animates the scene into a ravishingly effective moment of, in Raphael Lyne's words, sensory disorientation and ignited desire. We can't get our noses any closer to the particularity of Cleopatra's signature scent, what she actually smelled of, than the wonder and strange, and the implication of the improbably kinetic verb hits, that being stuck in a lift with her would be an overwhelming experience. Until quite recently, this was not necessarily thought of as a problem, if it was thought of at all. Scents are ephemeral and therefore simply leave no trace to be investigated, and besides they are unimportant or frivolous, either an unremarkable and probably unpleasant fact of life, bad smells, or a marginal aspect of experience for those who could afford it, good smells. Whether Cleopatra, and that's Cleopatra, Plutarch's Cleopatra, North's Cleopatra, Shakespeare's Cleopatra, was wearing civet, musk, ambergris, frankincense, honey of roses, camphire, storax, galbanum, or a combination of any or all of them or none of them, is, in other words, unknowable and anyway irrelevant. The objection of irrelevance has little force now that cultural materialist habits of mind have taught us the rich rewards of attending to what used to seem insignificant. The ephemerality objection is worth entertaining for a moment, however, for its epistemological implications. Jonathan Gill Harris frames the problem neatly in a seminal essay exploring the impact on an audience or collection of olfactors of the sulphurous squibs used to create the effects of thunder and lightning that open Macbeth. There is the additional practical difficulty of unearthing historical evidence of smells, he writes. What, one might ask, would constitute an archive of smell? Well, quite. Good question. But the fact that this isn't just a historical problem might offer a path to a kind of an answer. The impossibility of verifying the precise olfactory experience of others is as true for people standing next to each other, heads bent over the same flower, as it is for those at hundreds of years' distance. Smell at once resists and invites description,
because its structural code is the simile, smells like. It raises questions about the potential for recuperating any sensory experience, and so usefully unsettles our tendency to think of past lives as continuous with our own. Smell is insistent. One cannot choose not to perceive scent. It marks difference, the distinction between one person and another, one consciousness and another, and the limits of communicable perception, as well as intimacy. Nothing, not even eating, which is a conscious and in comparison clumsy way of taking matter into the body, can match the astonishing intimacy of the smell that hits the brain in the same instant it fills the lungs, even as we struggle to find the words to describe it. Smelling short-circuits the processes of intellection and tells the truth beyond the shape of narrative. Smelling is a kind of sensory archaeology. It exists before language, which is both a handicap and a privilege. It is an old thing which lives on the fringes of the expressible world. As perfume, it also represents the distillation of something precious and mysterious, sublimated matter, paradoxically both preserved and ephemeral. All this makes it a powerful trope for lovers and for poets, which suggests the potential beginnings of one answer to Professor Harris's question. Writing itself might in some sense constitute an archive of smell. This paper will consider two obvious starting points for pursuing this inquiry in the early modern period, principally Shakespeare, the sharp-nosed glover's son, and by way of counterpoint and contrast in the last few minutes, the lyric poet Robert Herrick, cavalier and clergyman, who wrote, of course, during the mid-17th century. Shakespeare's plays are rich in the imagery of scent, as well as the exotic but unspecified perfume that seduces Antony before he's even laid eyes on Cleopatra. It pervades Twelfth Night from the synesthetic opening lines, the sweet sound that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odor. It thickens the atmosphere of Macbeth and figures the brain sickness of Lear and Othello. To the tormented lover, Desdemona is a weed who art so lovely fair and smells so sweet that the sense aches at thee. The sonnets too make delicate and complex use of the language of scent, as I'll come on to discuss. Often when perfume or sweet scent features, it is as an insidious intoxicant that must be guarded against, lest it exert undue influence. The context of such anxiety is usually erotic, as it is for Herrick. His verses, animated by a kind of pagan classicism, celebrate the mesmerically powerful smells of his lovers, his great nose hovering inches from their scent-distilling bodies. This paper circles around sequentially and not at all critically the two great cliches of scent studies as characterized by Tania Sanchez. Smell is supposedly about sex and deeply buried memory, she writes with weary disdain. So it is, I will be arguing, and sometimes both of them together. The association of perfume with sex and desire feels natural as breathing and as ancient as civilization. Didn't Circe use aromatics to enchant Ulysses after all? And when the Queen of Sheba travels to Jerusalem, Anik Nagura reminds us, she seeks help in her campaign to win Solomon's heart from the precious gums and spices of Araby she brings with her in her great caravan. Suggestions that perfumes work to provoke desire on a biological level, however, perhaps by imitating sex pheromones, have consistently been discredited. Luca Turin, biophysicist and perfume writer, makes this very reasonable observation. If fragrances were full of powerful biological attractants, you'd think they would at least work, considering how much they cost. If perfumes transmit no secret message of virility or fertility, and it's never been shown that they do, then their function as agents of seduction must be related to their own perceptible properties. It is the scents themselves that have this effect, that project a sophisticated amorous intelligence. Over the last century or so, and particularly since the invention of synthetic fragrance chemistry in the 1880s, there's been an exponential growth in the kinds and complexities of the scents that we are exposed to on the body, in the air, and everywhere else. The implications of this are twofold. First, we can no longer always isolate a single scented material from among others. In the face of unthinkable diversity and plenitude, our powers of identification and our words with them retreat. Secondly, for perfume to have preserved and even intensified its strong identification with desire, there must be something about it, structural perhaps or essential, that has remained constant, despite seismic, cultural and chemical changes. The association of smell with memory, though also an established commonplace, is again far from straightforward. It seems to arise from a combination of experiential, cultural, and neurobiological factors. The part of the brain that interprets olfactory signals is now believed to be the same as that which processes memory and recall. Whatever the reasons for it, the link is strong. This is, oh no, this is me not managing to work out how to use a PowerPoint. I'll use the keyboard, thank you. Yes. That's right. This is Michel Serres conjuring memory with his mind's nose. Smell seems to be the sense of singularity. Forms reappear, invariant or recurrent. Harmonies are transformed, stable across variations. Specificity is countersigned by aroma. With our eyes closed, our ears stopped, feet and hands bound, lips sealed, we can still identify years later and from 1,000 other smells, the undergrowth of such and such a place in a particular season at sunset, just before a rainstorm, or the room where feed corn was kept, or cooked prunes in September, or a woman. There is slyly pathetic climax. A woman, apparently, acknowledges the inevitable further complexity. Smell, utterly particular and distinctive, reveals to us the essence of a thing in itself, and its experience is located in a particular moment, a fragile constellation that is vivid but ephemeral, resistant to internal reproduction, because resistant to the verbal and visual frames in which we tell ourselves stories. I mean, you can't, unless you're very lucky or you've practiced very hard, produce the smell memory vertigo effect on yourself by deliberately recalling that undergrowth and that rainstorm. This combination of the essential and the ephemeral gives the sense of smell a natural prominence in erotic encounters. Sarah's highly inconvenienced subject, blind, deaf, bound, and gagged, recalls Shakespeare's fantasy of progressive sensory deprivation in Venus and Adonis, which is obviously, oh, there it is, sorry, here. Say that the sense, oh no, sorry. There we go. Say that the sense of feeling were bereft me, and that I could not see, nor hear, nor touch, and nothing but the very smell were left me. Yet would my love to thee be still as much, for from the stillatry of thy face excelling comes breath perfumed that breedeth love by smelling. Venus imagines herself here as a kind of walled-in Antony, the particularity and unique desirability of the beloved legible to the nose alone. The uses of olfactory memory are various, but common to these instances is an acknowledgement of its capacity to collapse one instant into another, distant in time. The effect is powerful but involuntary, as the recurrent trope of helplessness suggests. If smell is a sense of memory, however, it also heads inexorably for oblivion. Perfume is the only art form that is consumed as it is experienced, indeed whose very condition of existence is its consumption. You can smell scent because it diffuses, and so you always catch it in the process of being lost. Imagine, if you can, the visual equivalent, a painting that fades progressively over the years to a perfectly blank canvas, because each time it is viewed, the gazing eye ingests a very little of its pigment, perhaps vermilion or a vivid Prussian blue. It can take a long time, it's true. There are earthenware pots recovered from Egyptian tombs or unearthed from Roman settlements by people like Thomas Brown, as again Miriam informed us earlier on, that miraculously remember still their scented unguents in the breath of alien spice. But the warm light that sends this anachronism of a perfume to the archaeologist's nose also in the process disperses it irrecoverably into the atmosphere. The capacity of scent to preserve and remember is radically at odds with the molecular dynamism that compels it to disappear. This paradox is picked up strangely and insistently in Shakespeare's sonnets. One of the chief preoccupations of this sequence is memory in all its aspects, how to translate and fix forever the thing in himselfness of the beloved. The poems are centrally concerned with negotiating the intense emotion of sharp singularity and preserving its traces within their span. There was a record of that beloved, of course, they fail on every conventional level. Garrett Sullivan notices this interest. Both this cluster, this quotation, both this cluster of 17 poems, the Procreation sonnets, and the entire sonnet sequence are marked not only by a preoccupation with the category of memory, but also by a fascination with the sheer capaciousness and complexity of that category. It should not be surprising, therefore, that Shakespeare turns to the trope of scent as one of the many ways the sonnet's voices seek to crystallize the moment, to preserve the living, vital subject absolutely. Perfume and poetry, as they are characterized here, have in common a process of distillation that renders what was intangible present to the senses. And though the analogy is not perfect, it offers a seductive, imaginative license. What is perhaps less expected is the way the trope is so strictly controlled. The poet's senses of sight and hearing are routinely ravished, but he remains obdurately anosmic throughout the sequence. In some perfumes, is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks? Compare this with Herrick's epigram on a similar subject, called The Perfume. Tomorrow, Julia, I betimes must rise for some small fault to offer sacrifice. The altar's ready, fire to consume the fat. Breathe thou, there's the rich perfume. Instead of the beloved's living breath or skin emitting a beguiling scent, as they hear and so frequently do for Herrick, Shakespeare's perfume sonnets imagine a body reduced entirely to its olfactory essence, to be trapped and kept in some vial. I want to turn now to the two sonnets, 5 and 54, that centre explicitly on this idea. Shakespeare is clearly imaginatively caught by the life cycle of the flower, which so commonly figures the transience of youthful beauty, the rose. In the sonnets, it is its perfume that comes to the fore, the exquisite sense that might, he imagines, cheat the inevitable ravages of disease and decay through preservation in ideal form as a distillate. And the distilled substance is not simply captured as it is, but made deeper, purer, and more perfect by the stringent mechanics of the process by which it is made. Compared with the fragile scent an inch above their petals, perfumes derived from flowers are ephemeral on an eternal scale. Attar of roses, for example, also called honey of roses, is a perfume extracted by the process of enfleurage, where volumes of petals are pressed on great frames into fat, which slowly leaches their fragrance. 100 million rose petals are needed to make 1 pound of rose attar. It is an exquisite and costly thing, consumed as it is experienced as all perfumes are, but capable at least of being husbanded, not unstoppered, but at will and with thrifty care. This metaphor is significant for the sonnets because its terms facilitate the customary shift between what is preserved and the mode of its preservation, from the living man to the memorializing verse. Perfume offers one answer to the perpetual question of how to ensure the young man's immortality. The trope's earliest appearance is as a figure for procreation. The first lines of the first sonnet introduce both the emblematic flower and an argument for marriage so familiar that its strangeness registers as a secondary shadow, if at all. From fairest creatures we desire increase, but thereby beauty's rose might never die. The young man is urged to marry and procreate in order that his lovely image might be perpetuated in his child. Beauty becomes an abstract thing, detached from its instantiation in this face, although this face's quality of inimitable particularity is the very thing that demands its preservation. Beauty's rack is proleptically mourned in the moment of its highest perfection. Rather than the admiring anatomization of the conventional blazon, these first sonnets offer a vision of wrinkles, sunken eyes, cold blood and white hair, ruin, rot and death. It is a distracted desire that wants to see its object replicate himself in someone else's bed, however, and the poems think carefully around the parthenogenic possibilities of their figures. They take momentary refuge in alternative metaphors of generation. Beauty's rose eventually suggests its own solution. Then were not summer's distillation left a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass, beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it nor no remembrance what it was. But flowers distilled, though they with winter meet, least but their show, their substance still lives sweet. By this time, the fifth sonnet in the sequence, there have been a number of elaborate arguments for fathering children, and here is another. Their existence will preserve your essence in old age, as rosewater preserves the scent of the summer flower in winter. Without this precaution, your beauty's force, its power of attraction, will be forgotten so completely, it may as well never have been. In its details, however, the image of the scent in its glass bottle is both puzzlingly inappropriate and strangely self-defeating. Distillation is different from any process of simple preservation in that it changes the nature of the substance it works on. In the case of the damask rose here used as a figure, the scent becomes sweeter, richer, and more intense. It becomes idealized. It also offers unsurvivable violence to the flowers, as do all other contemporary methods of scent extraction. They are dried, crushed, boiled, fermented, or steamed until their vapor evaporates. Gerard's Herbal of 1597 directs you to take roses at your pleasure, put them to boil in fair water, the which you shall boil at the least 3 or 4 hours, even as you would boil a piece of meat. Pennell Digby's receipt for rosewater starts with the instruction to let your pale roses putrefy, while Francis Bacon suggests that once your roses have been desiccated by the hot sun, you should cram them into an earthen bottle, very dry and sweet, and stop it very close. Even Herrick recognizes that the best fragrance comes from roses smothered in the stove. The rose treated in any of these ways to obtain a shadow of its scent has, of course, no chance of meeting the winter that would obliterate its show of beauty. The perfume destroys that which it preserves. Far from being the counsel of happy generation it pretends to be, this sonnet recognizes a quite different imperative, the destructive desire for possession, immanent in its art. The liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass, or lines of verse, can survive only by virtue of being lifeless already.
When Shakespeare next exploits the metaphor of distillation as a governing conceit in sonnet 54, its terms have changed. This time, procreation is dropped in favour of poetry, and the poet at last admits the dangers in its pursuit of beauty. Here is the poem in full. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem by that sweet ornament which truth doth give. The rose looks fair, but fairer we it deem for that sweet odour which doth in it live. The canker blooms have full as deep a dye as the perfumed tincture of the roses, hang on such thorns and play as wantonly, when summer's breath their masked buds discloses. But for their virtue only is their show, they live unwooed and unrespected fade, die to themselves. Sweet roses do not so, of their sweet deaths are sweetest odours made. And so of you, beauteous and lovely use, when that shall fade, thy verse distills your truth. The sonnet turns on an emblematic contrast between two kinds of flowers. One, the rose, is beautiful and fragrant. It adds the truth of its scent to its alluring appearance, and so is enabled by distillation, not just to survive its death, but to transcend itself in the process. Of their sweet deaths, sweetest odours made. The canker blooms, by contrast, which have been persuasively identified as poppies, look the same. They have full as deep a dye, but because they are unscented, they have no worth and no longevity. Their symbolic value is precisely the opposite: frailty, oblivion, and death. Smell here is explicitly connected with truth. It's not just that sweet scent stands for the essence of the use, the thing in himselfness that the verse seeks to capture and to convey, to distill. Scent is truth, and truth here must also mean fidelity, sexual fidelity. The terms in which the contrast between the flowers is drawn hint at this subtext. Both play wantonly, but the one with the empty virtue dies unwooed. It is a veiled remonstration, or else a charm against treachery. Later, when the poet returns to the notion in a greater crisis of suspicion, the smell has got stronger. Sonnet 94 recalls Sonnet 54 in its floral imagery and also in some details of its phrasing. As the canker blooms die to themselves, so the no, hang on. Yes, sorry, this is the right sonnet. I'm just not reading all of it. Excuse me. As the canker blooms die to themselves, so the summer's flower both lives and dies to itself. Sonnet 94 is altogether darker, however, painfully poised in its growing fear that the young man's self-possession might mask an inner corruption. They that have power to hurt and will do none are incrementally revealed as very far from the monuments of virtue they first seem. The selfish flower this time is threatened not just with the oblivion of scentlessness, but with the infamy of a noxious stench. I'm going to read from line 9 from the summer's flower. The summer's flower is to the summer sweet, though to itself it only live and die. But if that flower with base infection meet, the basest weed outbraves his dignity. The sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. The concluding couplet rewrites the proverbial notion that highest things fall furthest into an image of vivid olfactory aversion. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds. Shakespeare is right, of course, but so the lilies that don't fester. The scent molecule indole is produced in the pancreatic decomposition products of proteins in the feces of carnivores. It's also found in jasmine, orange blossom, and lilies, flowers which advertise themselves to insect pollinators by means of this smell of filth and decomposition. The moral corruption of a faithless lover is discovered explicitly in 94 and implicitly in 54 by olfactory means. The verses that distill the beloved's essence, that catches truth, do so with a whiff of ironic detachment. The moment the flower is cut, its natural scent can become a figure for masking and deception. If this is not the dominant sense, it shadows the power of the poet's verse to preserve an image of beauty and truth. In the sonnets, the poet is the distiller, concoctor, and careful judge of perfumes, alchemist, scientist. Quite how unusual this is can be seen through drawing briefly the contrast with Herrick, for whom the sense of the respiring, perspiring beloved are themselves decidedly erotic, consumed and consuming, not jealously conserved. Not that Herrick's verse is usually held up as a model of achieved desire. Quite the contrary, in fact. He is in general a watcher, not a toucher, reluctant to breach the breath space between another body and his own. This is Leah Marcus's characterization. Some readers have found Herrick's sexuality curiously, even disturbingly infantile. Rather than celebrating sexual consummation, she observes, Herrick focuses on his mistress's feet, or their nipples, or the flowers, dainties, and little ceremonies
with which they surround themselves and him. Though she doesn't explicitly mention scent, it certainly surrounds both poet and lover in the Hesperides, often, as I remarked earlier, not dabbed on, but emanating from the body. Would ye oil of blossoms get, Herrick asks, then take it from my Julia's sweat. He is strongly influenced by classical lyric, and there are moments when he seems to want to become the embodied receptor organ of Catullus's famous fantasy. I will tell you of the perfume which my mistress has from the graces and the gods of love. When you smell it, you will ask of the deities to make of you only a nose. And this wasn't too much of a stretch for Herrick. As you can see from his splendidly garlanded profile here on the title page of this book, he was halfway there already. Look at this absolute giant, wonderful protuberant nose, which is about to be crowned with a floral garland there as the little cherub flies up to it and recognizes what a fine thing it is. The poem I want to end on is the nuptial song for Sir Clips Picou and his lady, a passionate inferno to set against the glassy cold of the sonnets. In celebrating, though in frankly erotic terms, the marriage of another and the desirability of his bride, another Catullus move, by the way, Herrick might be thought of as again displaying an indirect infantile sexuality. It is, however, precisely the idea of sexual consummation, here in the sense also of being consumed, that Herrick wants to express with his overwhelming olfactory riot. He has noticed that perfume rhymes with consume, and the words are frequently paired in his verse. They allow the liberating sexual disembodiment of a body violently evaporated to scent. And here's just a little bit of it. See where she comes and smell how all the street breathes vineyards and pomegranates. Oh, how sweet. As a fired altar is each stone perspiring pounded cinnamon. The phoenix nest built up of odors burneth in her breast. Who therein would not consume his soul to ash heaps in that rich perfume? Bestroking fate the while, he burns to embers on the pile. Just give you a moment there. The bride scents the air around her, and suddenly we are somewhere in the landscapes of the Song of Songs. The very pavements, heated with the erotic charge of her step, emanate the scent of spice, pounded cinnamon. The image that follows anticipates the wedding night, and rather an apocalyptic event it sounds. The scented fire within her, sacrificial overtones here are strong, invites her husband, or indeed some other lovers, for who would not consume his soul to ash heaps, to die an ecstatic death. The bridegroom, I think it's the bridegroom, bestroking something or someone or other, spends himself in the furnace. The phoenix's nest, made of cinnamon and sometimes frankincense, as in this nice picture from a medieval illumination, is of course its funeral pyre, so we shouldn't worry. A resurrection is likely to follow, probably the next morning. But this imagines a mingling of essences so complete that it is no longer clear who is the fire and whom the incense it consumes. Herrick here adopts what Darrell Hinchcliffe has described as the feminine ravished pose and gives expression to a distinctive sensuality. Smell in the early modern period was a complex and multivalent sense closely associated with desire. It was a sense of paradox, beauty from the base, memorial from the evanescent. The propensity of smell to spark memory might hold the imagination hostage. Its capacity to reveal truth could be disabled by perfumes that captured the essences of things other than that which they adorned. Shakespeare was alert to the dramatic and poetic potential of this, as he knew intimately the business of perfume making and its processes and materials. He exploits this knowledge in various ways throughout his writing, which repays, therefore, close attention to its olfactory frame. As I hope to have shown, the details of the sonnet's imagery of scent distilled and kept in glass reveal it to be both subtler and more sinister than it seems. Preserving one's lover, as Sonnet 5 tells us, is also a way of imprisoning him. Against this, Herrick offers a poetics of profligate, luxurious consummation, and also, notwithstanding his critics' consumption of a kind. If Shakespeare's image of sex and scent is the jealously stoppered flask, then Herrick's is the body burnt up as incense, a willing sacrifice to his pagan gods of love. Thank you.
Okay, Sophie, thank you. Many of you know Yaakov, of course, for inviting, is everybody's going? Does people want a minute just to stretch out, to stretch for a second? Why don't we do that since Sophie was so
Right. Need to recover from the bestroking.
I think exactly.
Great word.
Absolutely. I think one of the things we learned from Zoom is it's okay to take breaks, right? I do that frequently. Okay.
Coffee maker working again. We can take 5 minutes if you want.
That's it.
You can do it. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll give you a long introduction.
Do I
So
read
so
it
people can
exactly
come
the
and
same?
It's sacred, sorry.
No, it's gonna be the scared. It's too good not to.
So many of you know Yako for inviting you here, for making your plane reservations, for making phone calls for you, for taking care of your health care.
I did.
But Jakob is primarily a scholar, and this is what we are showcasing now. Jakob Machetti is senior lecturer of Comp Lit at Bar-Ilan University and presently the PI of this. What is that? PI?
Primary investigator.
Okay. The PI of the Sensing the Truth Research Group at the Israel Institute for Advanced Studies. Here we are. He has published on rhetoric, Renaissance semiotics, religious lyrics, and metaphysical poetry, and has a weak spot for the alchemical discourses in the early modern literature, which you, Sophie, you actually allowed him to indulge that weak spot.
You can bestroke that spot.
Today's lecture is part of a new project on the embodied homiletics of John Donne and other contemporary preachers active in England. Jakob.
Very much, Bill. I can't see. Okay. A sermon preached on penitential Psalm 32, John Donne focused on questions of blessedness, sinfulness, and perception. And instead of a homiletic tirade on how sinners may attain an unmediated and unveiled perception of God, here he focused on a Christian reading of the act of covering as an act of redemption. The enactment of God's justice, Christ bearing all our sins as he first suffers and then dies, is to Donne an act of, quote, spreading, apprehending and embracing of this mantle, this garment, this covering, the righteousness of Christ. Sin repentance and salvation as covering is also an inherent trait of the church and of its, quote, visible ordinances, such as, quote, the word and the sacraments. Through the semiotic mediation, Donne's God both reveals his grace and covers, hides, conceals, even from the inquisition of his own justice, those smaller sins which his servants commit. Donne's God, that is, reveals his mercy as he sees under this mantle, this covering which Christ spread upon his church and conceals his knowledge of our sins. Salvation is the result of divine perception and misperception of humankind's sins. Rather than uncovering the sins of humanity, God covers sins through Christ, quote, by touch, by applying himself to our sinful consciences in the means instituted by him in the church. The modality of this Christic covering is not sachach or sakak, as he writes it here, the Hebrew for covering, a cover by overshadowing, he says, as, quote, when I defend mine eye from the offense of the sun by interposing my hand between the sun and mine eye at this distance afar off. No, the psalmist's word here is kasah, which Donne translates as tegere attingendo, a covering by touch, as when I lay my hand upon mine eye and cover it close by that touching. Christic salvation comes by a revealing and palpable impediment, by virtue of the physical immediacy of a hand's touch on the eyes, an impediment to God's immediate perception. I would like to use this paradox of the perfection of an imperfect perception as a model for Donne's preaching technique, the mediation of immediacy, partiality versus perfection. The physical touch of a hand on the eyes was for Donne the necessary condition for the perception and misperception of the absolute, a bodily impediment, as he says, a necessary for the mediation of truth to the senses. This idea of mediation of the divine through the physical was for Donne a modus operandi for his preaching, for the histrionic performance of embodied preaching, namely Donne's use of the physical senses not as spiritual abstractions, but as veritable experiential realities. When performed from the pulpit, this embodied catechism could become a performance of salvation through and not despite the bodily senses. The sensorial mediated encounter between humankind and God was to take place within the physical framework of a sermon preached to an auditory as a locus of both palpable presence and verbal discursiveness and displacement. To use William, I can't see, yes, to use William West's words, John Donne's sermons employed the sensorial in order to embody catechism and to provide the attendees with a sense of being physically subjected to the sermon rather than intellectually independent of it. Of course, this embodied conveyance of knowledge was also informed by Donne's acute awareness of contemporary anxieties regarding the potentially idolatrous physicality of the religious experience. In response to these anxieties, Donne developed, I think, an embodied preaching which was not univocal in its physicality, but rather pointed to an indeterminate area of signification, neither physical nor strictly spiritual, but sensibly displaced to a meaning found elsewhere, to use Augustine's formula. This embodied awakening was not unmediated and naked perception of God, nor a disembodied spiritual contemplation of truth, but rather a covered sensing of the divine through, quote, outward senses, a truth sensed partially, imperfectly through the mediation of the body and the embodied. Sermons in early modern England were not deeply spiritual moments, as we all know. Preachers addressed noisy auditories whose wandering thoughts, sleepiness, coming unprepared, weariness, and sloth required effective rhetorical skills for the effective delivery of catechism. Preachers opted, therefore, for what Patrick Collinson has referred to as histrionic preaching, a dramatic oratory with a strong sensorial impact. This preaching modality in a Reformation England, which did not, quote, get rid of effective religion, was meant to touch, so to speak, the bodily reactions of the auditory, to echo Milner, to, quote, undo sensible impieties by sensible pieties. A similar untidy reality was the entanglement of traditional Augustinian approaches to ars predicandi, with vociferous caveat against rhetoric as a condescension to the flesh, as Augustine called it, with the teachings of Cicero and Quintilian, for whom the speaking rhetor was required to focus on his, quote, bodily carriage, gesture, play of features, and changing intonation of the voice. The latter dicta had more importance than recent scholarship has been willing to admit. The physical modalities for the delivery of rhetorical utterances were of such importance that Thomas Wilson's 1553 The Art of Rhetoric concluded, echoing Demosthenes, that, quote, art without utterance can do nothing. Utterance without art can do right much. The conundrum was, in other words, that sermons were speeches structurally regulated by rhetorical dicta, but they were most importantly pedagogical oratories, aiming to catechize, exhort listeners to repentance in order to attain what Andrew Willett called in 1592, quote, the great work of man's salvation, end quote. In order to persuade and trigger repentance, sermons had to employ rhetorical techniques of persuasion and emotional stirring, battering the hearts of the auditory by means of forceful and often violent speech. For John Downing, in 1622, for example, a physical battering sermon, quote, is that plow and harrow that breaketh up the fallow grounds of our hearts, and that bruiseth them and maketh them contrite. George Herbert, as a country parson, spoke to awaken his thick and heavy parishioners, while William Ward addressed dull and drowsy listeners. John Donne was quite extreme in presenting his preaching as the battering of souls. And here's our hero. His ordinance of preaching batters the soul, and by that breach the spirit enters. His ministers are an earthquake and shake an earthly soul. They are the sons of thunder and scatter a cloudy conscience. For Elnathan Parr, I love the name Elnathan, a Puritan contemporary of Herbert, the person who came to hear a sermon came to be, quote, sacrificed, suffering in the words of the preacher, quote, the sacrificing knife to cut the throat of his lusts, end quote. Preaching, though, was also presented as nourishment, bodily and spiritual. John Meyer, for example, for one, was adamant about the salubrious value of sermons, stating that, quote, the preaching of the word is so necessary that the want of it is set forth as a sore famine than the want of corporal food. The preaching of the word aimed to nourish and strengthen us by being born again as parents are not only for the breeding and bringing forth of children, but for their nourishing. The regenerated listeners were newborn babes that are often sucking. The proximity, or maybe conflation, between the spiritual and the physical was not handled easily and often triggered in preachers a sense of anxiety, as in the following objection Meyer brings to this embodied representation of regeneration by preaching as food. But if the word be food, a man may take too much of it, is not measured to be kept, whilst one sermon or such sermons as have been formerly heard are fresh still in memory. Should we hear any more, or rather stay still another time, as we do in respect of our bodily food? One meal must be first digested before that we can profitably eat another. The answer is, I answer that the faithful soul is not herein like unto the body, for the spiritual food thereof, as it feedeth and nourisheth, so it stirreth up the appetite still, in so much that the more such hear, the more they desire to hear. The internal dispute Meyer leads with these objections and his own anxieties are indicative, I think, of the importance sensory language had within the web of religious discourses of that time. Meyer returned to the nourishing food imagery in relation to the frequency with which sermons were supposed to be attended. Although the metaphorical characteristics of the parallel between preaching and feeding, preached sermons versus regeneration and rebirth, are clarified somewhat aggressively, the objection returns to the problem of overfeeding. But we see by experience that the often preaching of the word prevaileth not with a multitude, but is formally heard only without other effect, but a kind of stomach sickness is it being the more loathed. The physical reaction, stomach sickness, of the hearers to exaggerated portions of homiletic nourishment was, in fact, in the words of the objection, a direct consequence of hearing too many words uttered with a loud voice, but little matter. To use the words of Meyer's answer, this visceral reaction was not a side effect of preaching, but the very difference between carnal hearers. I can't see, I can't even remember if this is the right thing. Carnal hearers, such as most are, do nauseam pati, grow a more contempt of the word the oftener they hear it, as the carnal Israelites grew to the loathing of manna. Part of the problem were also those preachers who delighted in their rhetorical mastery. Many of our colleagues also do, a concupiscence of wit in which the good matter, the Christic subject, was marred with the vain varnish of human eloquence. The passion for eloquentia, verbal elaboration, was humane and carnal. The Holy Ghost betokens itself in simplicity. For John Downing, it's the last one. Thank you. Thank you. I'm growing old. For John Downing, the eyes. Sorry?
It doesn't get
better. It doesn't get any better. Thanks for that. The eyes of the auditory had to be fastened upon the preacher as the eyes of our Savior Christ's hearers were upon him. And like them, we must hang upon his lips as the child upon his mother's breasts, to suck from them the sincere milk of the word. That we may grow up thereby, Neither must we wantonly affect the froth of humane wit and eloquence, but the pure and powerful word of God, which is able to save our souls. Not such flashes and idle conceits as tickle the ear, but never pierce the heart, and work a present delight, but neither inform the judgment nor reform the affections, but sound doctrine and wholesome nourishment. Against this, the background of these contextual discourses of the uses of preaching, Donne's indeterminate use of the senses in preaching contributed to a wider effort on his part to diffuse the logolatric tendency on the one hand, while relocating the locus of encounter between God and listener to the physical and cognitive spheres of the auditory's bodily sensations. The preacher's words were to be understood through physical sensations and then further refined from the bodily to the spiritual. In this way, Donne's auditory became the very continuum binding together, though not merging, the physical and the spiritual senses. Donne shared with his contemporaries a passion and concern for the growing popularity of sermons. He echoed others in warning his auditory not to base their religious routine on the outward service of God, because a coming to church to hear the word of God preached could promptly lead to a true sense and feeling of delight in hearing of the word. This genuinely physical enjoyment of the preacher's rhetorical skills implied an appreciation of the performative, theatrical component in homiletics. This affected enjoyment, though, entailed that listeners were considered more like spectators than participants. To Donne, though, the auditory was not a passive body of listeners waiting to be persuaded. His objective in preaching was to refine his listeners into potent instruments of self-redemption. Cognitive inertness and the incapacity to perceive the word of God through and beyond the words of the preacher were to Donne paramount to the separation of the song, the preacher's voice, from the instrument, the physical and spiritual presence of listeners. For there to be music, the instrument must play the song. So the true locus of embodiment of the word spoken out through the voice of the preacher in the pulpit is the auditory itself. The spiritual with the physical merge as the divine word and the human subjectivity intersect when the preacher's listeners correct their behavior and do the word of God. The instrument plays the song. But when the auditory remains silent, inert in its thickness and drowsiness, to use Herbert's words, the instrument does not play the song, remaining inert in its materiality. They hear our words, but they do them not. This process of rectification from an inert to a playing instrument was performed through sensorial delight, a physical delight in God and his message as delivered by the preacher's rhetorical skill to preach acceptably, seasonably, and with spiritual delight. The corrected and rectified congregation would then become a conglomerate of embodied betokenings of God's message, fleshly signs of God performing his will. And this was not only a spiritual state of consciousness, this was a veritable refinement of the physical. As such, the listeners were required to embody Donne's ideal of an indeterminate status, a suspension of humanity and divine spirit within one unstable complex. I'm basically talking about myself. Induimur Christo, he says. Totally lost it.
No, you were there.
I was there?
Yeah.
Thank you. As my wife says, after these glasses, you're getting a dog. Induimur Christo, he stated in 1618, referring to Psalm 38:2, in baptism, we put on Christ, we are apparelled in Christ, in God's wardrobe. The body and its sensorium were the means for the reformation of the individual. For, quote, thy soul is in every part of thy body. In this rectified state, the individual would experience temptations of the flesh and of the soul as arrows, which both shot and stopped by God himself. In fact, the arrows were God's very voice, a voice sensed physically as temptation, as spiritual tribulations. Donne's sermon was to refine the listener's cognition and bring them to experience these affectations as a marriage song, a love hymn. God's agency was thus sensed through the non-metaphorical sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. It was the auditory's role to open up to this affected understanding and to learn how to know of divine salvation through the very bodily senses. This embodied understanding was the result of what Donne referred to as invisceration. If you don't open up the OED, you'll just find quotes from Donne's sermons. An affected understanding of God's word, arrows, spoken and perceived through the body. Sermons presented the gospel to the auditory's sensorial cognition, while the sacrament of the Lord's Supper performed the embodiment of Christ. Through this participation of outward means, namely sermons and sacraments, the individual could have, quote, some sense of God, some feeling thereof. But again, this sensing was of an indeterminate kind, of a somewhat cognitive kind, and not a full-fledged physical stimulus. So it is an habitual since, though we do not sink into desperation and stupefactions, though we do come to the participation of outward means and have some sense, some feeling thereof, yet as long as anyone, beloved, and habitual sin hangs upon us, it slackens our pace in all the ways of godliness. And we come not to such an appropriation of the promises of the gospel in hearing sermons, not to such a reincarnation and invisceration of Christ and his merits into ourselves in the sacrament. Habitual sins, as Donne calls them, were the result of an exaggerated emphasis on the physical sphere, which collapsed at the indeterminate affected nature of rectified understanding to a simple univocal stimulus. This, stated Donne, slackens our pace in all the ways of godliness, and impeded the, quote, appropriation of the promises of the gospel in hearing sermons, end quote, and the reincarnation and invisceration of Christ and his merits into ourselves in the sacrament. Invisceration meant enfleshment, embodiment, and conveyed the way in which the spiritual understanding of the divine truths could pass through the body. Inviscerated was Christ, and inviscerated was, alas, the miserable fall of humankind. Homiletic hearing and sacramental invisceration were moments of religious embodiment, which Donne located not in the ritual themselves, nor strictly within the spiritual or physical senses of the listeners, but within an indeterminate mingling of body and soul, or soul. The locus of rectification was the individual himself, improved in his capacity to perceive the outward means of sermons and sacraments as the promises of the gospel and divine incarnation, respectively. Yet this affected understanding of indeterminacy could be perceived through faith, a faith that empowers a rectified listener to sense the outward acts of religion as the witnesses of Christ's light and truth. Tokens are, as we saw earlier, witnesses of things, not the thing itself. In the same way, faith bears me witness that I have Christ, and the light of nature, that is, the exalting of my natural faculties towards religious uses, bears me witness that I have faith in order to perceive the token and have a sense of the betokened. Donne saw the use of the natural faculties of the bodily senses in their exalted state as critically important for the performance of religious acts. The natural faculties were instrumental and were not to be quenched. Quench not the light of nature, suffer not that light to go out. Study your natural faculties, husband and improve them, and love the outward acts of religion, that He that undervalues outward things in the religious service of God, though he begin at ceremonial and ritual things, will come quickly to call sacraments but outward things, and sermons and public prayers but outward things in contempt. Beloved, outward things apparel God, and since God was content to take a body, let us not leave him naked nor ragged. We do not compare the master, Christ, and the servant, John the Baptist, and yet we thank the servant that brings up to his master, us to his master. We make a great difference between the treasure in the chest and the key that opens it, yet we are glad we have that key in our hands. Christ, as the embodied, eviscerated signification of God's grace to humankind, is the model for Donne's ideal of indeterminacy. The treasure in the chest is, in this sense, that of indeterminate understanding, which is found not within some ritual, an icon, a relic of some sort, but within the individual believer. Duty of the preacher was to teach his listeners that the key is in our hands. But to Donne, indeterminacy was not only a cognitive stance rooted in the senses, but a veritable sign of life. It embodied an ideal of dynamis, of mobility. On the contrary, that which was determinate, static, clearly associated either to soul or to body, was dead. Dead are the Gentiles in their ignorance to distinguish between outward and inward, and mingle them and perceive them as one. Dead are those Christians who cannot hear the voice or see the light, and dead are the psalmist's idols who have eyes and do not see, ears and cannot hear. The exalted natural faculties allow the individual to overcome this cognitive, this cognitive rigor mortis, but it is ultimately the testimony of the messenger of God, the preacher, who delivers his speeches in powerful and persuasive ways, using his voice and body to convey the divine message, and thus attains the shaking of the soul, the troubling of the conscience, and the pinching of the bowels. How long do I have, Bill?
Your conference.
It's my conference. So till tomorrow?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Balancing this indeterminate perception of both material and spiritual within the framework of a sermon was certainly not a simple feat, and Donne returns again and again to the traditional refrain, calling listeners not to delight excessively in the perceivable rhetorical elaboration of the preacher's utterances. Donne's God conveys his supernatural graces by the senses, but perceiving that revelation through outward things requires a specific mindset. Like the opposition of erected wit to infected will in Sir Philip Sidney's Defense of Poesy, Donne's infected post-lapsarian cognition functions on the faulty perceptions of natural faculties and hearkens to perceive a sensorial understanding of the divine. But there was a time, he says, he reminded his auditory in a sermon preached at St. Paul's on Easter Day in 1626, when we had a spikenard and a sweet savor of our own, when our own natural faculties and that state as God infused them in Adam had a power to apprehend and lay hold upon the graces of God. Before the miserable fall, man was created with a cognitive capacity to know God, to sense the truth through the natural faculties of God, of the body, a capacity to apprehend the graces of God through the body. With the fall, humankind loses the physicality of knowledge, the perfume of understanding, the savor of our spikenard, the life, the vigor of our natural faculties, the supernatural uses. We have lost nardum nostrum, the odor, the verdure, or whatever, however you pronounce that, the vigor of those powers and possession whereof God puts us into this world. The name of God is a material unguentum domini, the holy perfume of that ointment which the Lord hath poured upon us as a non-metaphorical and very tangible ointment, the name of Christ, which hath been shed upon us all in our baptism, shed upon us all in the preaching of his word. To conclude, Donne's use of rhetoric and of the senses in his sermons is part of a push for, or what I wish to call a push for indeterminacy. with which the preacher uses bodily faculties, both as metaphors of the spiritual and the cognitive, and as the actual characteristics of the human sensorium. Donne's God presents himself to the senses. With his voice, he speaks out. With his finger, he touches one's history. With his salvation and word, he anoints and perfumes our souls. And with his sacraments and scriptures, he presents himself to our palate. And in the preacher's words, he presents his word to our physical understanding. Being alive means, for Donne, being indeterminate. Faced with the rhetorical skills used in the art of preaching, one's natural faculties are called to perceive the elegance, the elegancy, this is Donne, the elegancy of language, which is familiar to the Holy Ghost. And through, within, and beyond it, feel, hear, taste God's word. It is in this moment of sensorial and cognitive rectification Donne's preaching affects the hearers, awakens them, pinches them, refines them from the dross of a physical and spiritual state of inertness, which he calls being a carcass. But Donne's embodiment is not that of a carcass. It is that of a glorified body. Thanks.
Have questions? Do our speakers need water, by the way? No?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah.
These were great. I have so many questions, but I'll try to restrain myself here. So, Sophie, I was wondering first, I love the way you think of distillation as an act of violence. I'm thinking of Milton's Paradise Lost, in which the flowers distill their own fragrance in order to send them up in worship to God's nose, and he describes the nostrils, and there it's a very agential, right, kind of vegetable sentience of worship. And I'm wondering if you are playing with that in your project more generally.
Great question. Yes, so in Paradise, there's some different things I think we've learned. It's not the same as here. So that the things that you need to do to materials to make them smell in our fallen world, you don't need to do in Paradise. So when angels turn up with lovely perfume wings, it's just there, and when you walk through, they smell things like frankincense and myrrh and all these kinds of things that you wouldn't smell unless you were crushing, burning, grinding, pounding the scents in the real world. So Paradise distills and emanates scents in an unfallen way, which is to say perfectly without violence. And I think that's how the flower distillation is working too. Whereas what we have to do is all these sort of terrible things. That's one of the sort of favourite paradoxes of scent in the period, I think, isn't it? Everyone knows more about this than me, which is that, you know, in order to get something that is beautiful, you have to do a kind of terribly violent thing to it to make it sound. And it's used as well in the tropes of Herbert uses it for Christ's body, the breaking and the sweetness that comes out of the passion that moves the body like a secret incense, and suddenly uses it in the speech about martyrdom, pile of ashes consumed to nothing, like the Song of Songs. So there are these sort of violent undertones that are operated in various ways, either satirically for the kind of qualities, pasting things on themselves that come violently from wildcats, and they're also used in kind of theological context. But to sort of come back to your very elegant question, which I've answered in this Robert's third, I think that Milton is absolutely sort of relevant here, but I think the scent production and execution in Paradise are perfect, and they're not here.
Peter?
I'm going to ask this really as somebody who is largely ignorant of John Donne, but I was so struck by the similarity of the violence and the wild imagery of those wonderful quotes, not from Donne, but from other preachers, which just suggested to me that the kind of extreme rhetoric that Donne is always, always associated with, batter my heart, for example, was possibly more conventional and unsurprising at the time of its composition than it sort of became later on. And so the sense that Donne was this extraordinary poet, combining, all of these disparate things of violence, really is predicated on our losing all of those other people. That Donne was more conventional than we all thought he was.
Well, I mean, that's a very interesting point. I think one thing that I don't think we can say about Donne is that he was coherent in any way in any stage of his life ever, and that's why I love him so much. I probably project onto him much more than I should, but definitely he was certainly not coherent in his poetic standards and his theological argumentations. So I think that he goes through a series of stages. I wouldn't be able to put my finger on any such stage that says, oh, this one basically sheds light on everything else. So he certainly has the batter my heart stage, and but when he's more within the system, he realizes that you have to. I think that he realizes, not so much in his earlier sermons, but in his mid-career sermons, he realizes that indeterminacy is probably more of a solution for these, these diatribes and very violent pamphlet fights going on at his time.
Kind of following up on that, I was wondering if the kind of sensorium that Donne is invested in has anything to do with his former Catholicism.
Probably, definitely.
Because it seems so saturated with a kind of Catholic embodiment, and that last one of those last slides we were talking about like we, God enters us and communicates with us through the senses. It's always been that way. That's a very Catholic thing to say.
Yeah, that's I wouldn't call it a common misconception. We've had Bruce Gordon come over from Yale Divinity School and Bridget Heal from St. Andrews. Both of them gave lectures on the extreme physicality also of Protestant discourses. So the kind of dichotomous binary separation of very spiritual Protestant and very physical Catholic, although from my perspective as an Italian, all we do is touch and eat and sex and all that. But it's quite irrelevant when you open up Calvin, Zwingli, it's all over the place. Physicality is all. So I would certainly say that you're right, that he has some kind of how should we call it, proto-Catholic or whatever, a complex of the convert, right? Kind of attitude towards the senses. But I would be careful to rely too strongly on that dichotomous assumption.
I mean, I certainly agree that there isn't a hard and fast dichotomy.
Yeah.
I would love to hear a little bit more about those arguments about embodied and eviscerated Protestantism that we're talking about, because I myself have made an argument that there's a lot more physicality in early Protestantism, in like those first, several decades, 1520s to 1560s or so.
Right.
But then it kind of fades away, and starts to come towards that more spiritual stereotype that we have.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like maybe based on Donne and some of these other people you're quoting and the historians you're talking about, that maybe it lasts a lot longer.
I think so. He also has a political agenda, so he's trying to bridge between. He often self-fashions himself into a Nazarene and not a Christian. So he's trying to pull back from all this very chaotic context and saying, guys, no, we're supposed to yearn for something more original. And so this kind of idea that I'm coming up with, the indeterminacy of signification, is just to say, basically to find a midway between the very carnal assumptions and the very spiritual arguments of extreme Protestant currents, and saying we have much more in common than we actually think.
Miriam?
Thank you both for such wonderful talks. I'm thinking about a question that might connect you or get you to talk together. First, I was going to go to unguents, but I don't think so. One of the things that struck me about both of your talks was the role of work and of labor. In Dunn's case of really working to create these metaphors and this set of metaphors. I mean, he has to work, and he does it so well, but they all have to work so hard to bring the body in a sense. And then when you, Sophie, with your response to Kat's question about perfection as opposed to the means of the mechanical means of scent production, it's not just violence, it's violent because that's what the fall gives us, right? Is we have to work to get you have to work really, really hard. So with both of them, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to the role of work or of labor, perhaps the work of poetry or the work of rhetoric, in really creating these, I think, utterly convincing metaphors or similes of the body and of sweetness and covering.
Yeah, Sophie, you're definitely first. You're so first.
Interesting question, and what question I have not even given second thought to. I think work. I was thinking a little bit, I suppose, about verse as some form of labor, because I was thinking in a kind of, and I noticed I very carefully didn't say that these two things are very like each other, but I offered the metaphor of poetry as being a bit like person making, because it involves a kind of distillation, or it involves a taking of something and confining it and constraining it, which is not all of verse, but it's some of them. It's some of the things in particular that the sonnets do, which I think is why they're quite so interested in perfume as one of their figures, because there is this notion of capturing, there is this notion of confinement which is framed in a positive way, right? Memorialization. I will make something for you that will be you, and actually, in fact, parallel to the sonnets, if anybody Shakespeare is remembered and memorialized in them, and there's that kind of identity. But nonetheless, it means that thinking about distillation as a kind of work of words lends itself to thinking about poetry as a kind of perfume, as a kind of distillation of materials into something that is sublimated, that is both there and not there, that is both caught and gone. And I don't know whether that is specifically kind of literary work. I mean, the thing that most people will know, which I'm always interested in, is, and I mentioned it, alluded to very briefly, is that Shakespeare knew all about sense because of his father's work as a lover. So there is that kind of context of work and labour and artisanship, and also a context of knowing exactly what sense do, how they do it, and the work that they do in making things consumable, in making gloves, for example, wearable, which otherwise smell kind of horrible. So yes, one interesting question is how the sound.
Thanks, Sophie. One term that was not brought up, or maybe it was, and I wasn't paying attention, having a panic attack, was is alchemy, and I think that the alchemy is kind of hovering around this room. I remember writing in my dissertation on the anatomy of the world, how Donne faces the dissolution of the world, and he actually does something, and that action is poetic. When he says, for example, I got for internet, for who is sure he hath a soul unless it see and judge and follow worthiness, and by deeds praise it. So it's not simply by praising it by poetic lines and verses that one can address the soul. It's by doing things. And then he goes on later on, he says, but though it be too late to succor thee, sick world, yea dead, yea putrefied, since thy intrinsic balm and thy preservative can never be renewed, though thou never live, I, since no man can make thee live, will try what we may gain by thy anatomy. Again, doing something hands-on. But again, this action is verbal. It's not physical. It's a poetic anatomy. And so, and then he later in the poem, he comes up with the imagery of a true religious alchemy. And poetry is a poetic act, a poetic, to address the things that you said, a poetic reenactment, and that distills, that refines.
Gil and then Alex. Yeah.
So my question is for you, Sophie.
That's not surprising.
But in a way, it's a whimsical question. I just want to hear you think out loud a bit more, because what you had to say was so interesting. But I'm wondering what you do with that famous crux of the italicization in the second line of the first sonnet, the first flowers. So summer's rose and never died. How do you read the italicization of rose in light of your arguments? And I know that sounds very cryptic, but something is happening to the rose there. It's a lexical distillation or sublimation of some kind, slanting. And there is a trace, a sense, not of Serres, a woman, but of a man at that point. But what's that italicizing doing? And I'm not expecting you to tell me, well, what it really means is rose stands for rosy or in like that. But what does that lexical trick do of italicization in terms of your argument about distillation?
Right. That's a very subtle and interesting question. Not to talk about, but I will. I mean, it's like action, right? When you look at sonnets, when you look at the first one, when you put them in the portrait, or in a kind of facsimile, you see rose and you see rose pointed out to you, and it feels like you are being given a kind of. It's not cryptic, but maybe it is. Like down crosswords, that rose will come up again, and there is some weight, there is some kind of meaning associated with rose. I don't know. The other kind of.
That's the hues in sonnet 20.
Yeah.
All hues and all hues. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's also things like the brackets and kind of empty, they become grave imitating empty brackets at the end of something. Yeah. So there is some form of kind of pictorial indicative. But then I wouldn't want to put too heavy an emphasis on those things because I don't know who is responsible for characterization. So I'm not wholly sure. It's such an interesting question. I mean, there's kind of subtlety to the question to this kind of typographical moment, this typographical kind of habit.
But it just seems to be performing so beautifully what you're talking about, that something happens to the rose where it's a rose, but not quite a rose.
Elongated and made into something different. I do think that is, you know, I said this to the so I don't just want to sort of I think that's one of the most important things about it, the computer recognition. And almost the kind of illusion it's not so, that we can talk about what happens to the rose and we can read on the surface level, and the rose is preserved and everything's happy and great. But actually, Shakespeare knows well and makes his sonnets know, and therefore you know, that in fact it's not what is being suggested at all, and there is something beneath the surface, and it is the kind of behavior. It's always the being. The faces which hide such terrible things. This is what sonnets do. Their faces are beautiful, and then they hide these terrible things, these terrible processes, and these threats, and these kind of sinister desires for possession and obliteration, even as they argue against those things. It's very complicated, very interesting. But I'm not going to think about the italicization. Right, they kind of squashed rose in the line, which is being kind of pushed together and with its fragrance succeeded. Yes, thank you.
Alex and then Philip. Can I just chip in 1 second? Because the rose is a clear alchemical figure, by the way.
I was
So
about to show,
great.
mention this sort of alchemical,
Right.
you know, this little man, you can't see that, but it's on one of my PowerPoint slides for that Revere, which is this
Right.
little chap caught in a bottle. Yes, that's what we want to do.
Free hit. It's always good to bottle them, I think.
So,
Amen.
Springs in September are much easier to bottle, I think.
Yeah, Alex, yeah.
Excellent, wonderful. Thank you. Two very sexy papers. They were, come on. I'm struggling a little bit to formulate a question. I feel like the thing that the two papers have in common is what Thomas Hobbes saw as this kind of unreasonable paradox of spiritual substance. And I find it really fascinating, particularly in Donne, this extraordinary resistance to dualism, right? I mean, like a regenerate body that lives forever shouldn't be a body at all.
Right.
It should be something else. Yet the final fantasy is of an embodied thing. I'm not sure if that's often enough dwelt upon. It's very similar to what it looks like in graphic, for instance, body perceives and understands. In the early 18th century, I'm still encountering fantasies of heaven where you have the 8 senses, still have senses, right? So that's very, very interesting. And we encounter this paradox in the sonnets as well, because all of that refinement still leads to the body, still leads to something that's very done on Shakespeare's wrong, right? Except he's right. I'm sorry, Hobbes would have taken to a clean.
Sure.
But and yet there's something really, really interesting there. One thinks, for instance, of ether, sort of the mediating substance between spirit and matter that can't be distinguished from either spirit or matter. Ultimately is that thing. So I don't know, that was just a thing that was particularly extraordinary resistance to.
Yeah, Sophie's pointing to me.
Sure.
You had to say that. I think that Dunn dances between those two extremes and those two poles, the spiritual and the physical, in different ways and with different music throughout his life. Later in his life, I think he opts for a more I use the word indeterminate, the term indeterminate, but it's just a way to blur the distinctions. But earlier in his life, he's just going back and forth and back and forth. It's not a continuum. It's not a one first matter all, as in Milton. There's one, there's the other, and then there's the ideal in the end of times of the regenerate body. But that's just something to work up to, by the way. Talking about work, but again, he's always juggling these two extremes, and they're two fiery balls for him, and it's very, very difficult for him to find a way to bring them together.
It's interesting. I'm just going to insist on this.
Please do,
because it's against the laws of physics. It's wrong. The regenerate body requires a sort of voluntarist God to decide it in some way, exercising. That's what answers the dispute between the two. Seen says when you go to heaven, you can't have a body because the body cannot subsist forever.
Yeah.
And so I think there is something very interesting there about that determinacy of our existence on the kind of embodied regeneration, which I think says something very specific about what type of God you imagine. I don't know about that was before.
No, if you open from Inferno through Purgatorio all the way up to Paradiso, Dante has the pilgrim, a fleshly individual, walking through these 3 realms, and everybody's saying, "What are you doing here?" And there's this clash between a body that sheds a shadow on the hill in Purgatorio, and souls are having an extremely difficult time in conversing with this conundrum. So I think that Donne harkens at times. I'm kind of in with T.S. Eliot. He harkens more to a kind of Trecento model than to what's happening around him, or to even what's going to come after him. It's a very outdated model where he's hearkening to a different kind of way of understanding the coexistence between soul and body. And he actualizes it in his poetry, I think.
Yeah, Sophie, yeah.
Sorry, I want to make a point that sort of I find related in a way. It's about metaphor and about what Dunn and Shakespeare both do to some degree, which is to allow the vehicles of their metaphors to infect and to overtake and to overwhelm in terms of their metaphors. So it's quite difficult to distinguish what's happening when Dunn's writing about the body and flesh and spirit. This is quite difficult for Shakespeare as well. But the kind of seduction of the metaphorical frame is both permissive and it allows us to think things that we might not always be allowed to think already, but also it's dangerous. And I think that part of what seems interesting with Shakespeare's writing is especially his metaphors, especially metaphors much of this is meant, how much of this is the metaphor itself, the logic of the metaphor pushing the thought in a particular direction. So you might have a nice idea about centering the person, but then when you think it through, if you just allow that metaphor to do what it wants to do, of course, Donne's really metaphors in the poems are absolutely legendary.
Sure.
And I think that perhaps that happens in the sermons too, to an extent, that the metaphors themselves take on a kind of a life, and that life is generative and exciting, but it's also potentially dangerous religiously and theologically, and a bit worrisome as well. So maybe we'll think about that.
So 2 more questions, Philip, and then Angela. Oh, and David. So why don't we break it for?
So it's my turn now.
It's your turn.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for this wonderful panel. My question, or I got 2 small questions for Yakov. The first is, given that Don was so interested in alchemy, you were rather silent on the natural philosophical side of this business, or the background. Looking forward to the next section, to the next panel. You only pointed to the rhetoric, but is Don in any way explicit about the natural philosophical background of his thinking of the senses? Is he overtly Aristotelian? Does he reflect on recent discoveries in anatomy, for instance, by Felix Platter, or things like this? Is there any evidence for this natural philosophical interest regarding the senses? And the second smaller question is, to what extent are these sermons by Don, which you quoted, rather printed treatises? To what extent do they give us evidence of Don's performance when preaching? And are there any reports about Don as preacher, which can kind of give us the chance to counter check his actual sensorial effect as a preacher? Thanks.
Thank you for those 2 very difficult questions. I think I'm going to chuck you out of the Zoom after this. The natural philosophical understanding of the senses, certainly not in the passages that I brought. There are a number of passages in the 10 volumes of collected sermons where he does use alchemical metaphors. I did not bring those, but certainly he does use those somewhat in the sermons. As I was saying before, in the first anatomy, also in the second anatomy, he uses those heavily. I would have to look more into that. I did not ask that question. The second point, the histrionic preaching and the possible witnesses of this. The first thing that comes to my mind is what Isaac Walton, I think, or pardon me?
Death's Duel, right?
Death's Duel, and talking about how he gave this last sermon wrapped up in a sedarium and basically enacted his own death, his own final speech. So he was definitely a very dramatic, passionate speaker. But that's the only thing that comes to my mind.
John Bull, doesn't he have a little account somewhere in the I think there are 20 accounts
here and there.
Yeah, here and there.
Yeah.
Angela, yeah.
I have a question about the efficacy of preacher's word and how this is represented, or how it engages with other representations of efficacy, Genesis, or because there we have, or even in the gospel, we have examples of words that produce physical and physically lasting effects. And I had that thought when I was looking at this example about how lights, our conscious on earth will not be light. Heaven's light on earth is not as it will be in heaven, but it bears witness to. So is there a sense of the effects of rhetoric or aesthetics in the service of God that gives an efficacious result that somehow bears witness to what heaven would be like?
I have a passage here, but you have to give me a few seconds to look this up.
I hope that's
Yes, he uses the an expression. I'm not going to find it in 3 seconds. I think it's in the 8th volume. It's the only sermon that I remember off by heart. I gave a paper on this in 2013 at the Dunn Society annual conference, and lo and behold, Peter McCullough gave a recital of this sermon on the Friday afternoon of that very conference. In that passage, I think it's a sermon that he gave in 1628. He uses the expression acta apothegmata in Greek. Again, these are the very few things. I don't have this great memory. Don't think that I'm that familiar with every single thing that he wrote. Acta apothegmata is the action performed by words, and that is an objective for him. It's an ideal. It's not something that he thinks he can accomplish through the sermons. It's certainly, as the glorified body that Alex was referring to before, it's certainly an endpoint, something that he's trying to work on to. Christ is the verbum, he is the word, and the sermon, the preacher delivers the word. As the deliverer, he is not only to be the channel, he is to become one with the word. So there is this sense that he's pushing as much as possible to becoming one with the carnality, the effective, right, the performative immediacy of the verbum. But he's also pulling back. Again, that delicate dance that I was talking about following Alex's question. He's just pushing for one thing and then pulling back, pushing and then pulling back. But again, that's the kind of model that I think he's using. Acta apothegmata.
Okay, well,
So we'll talk about it over the break. If it's too long.
Sure. No, I'm really interested in the difference between taste and smell, and that's always, it's sort of a commonplace that you can't help but smell. Taste you have some control over. So I was wondering about how that the profound vulnerability of smell kind of affects the way in which your argument works specifically, in terms of like there is surprisingly little taste in the sonnets, and no food at all, which is the only Shakespearean document that doesn't have any mention of food in it. They're starving. What? They're starving. They're famishing.
Yeah.
There's the absence of food, but there are no positive generative discussions of food. But of course, smell is all over the place. So I wonder if there's something going on there in terms of the politics of smell versus the politics.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Katie, yeah.
Okay.
And it's only because it's, of course, related to music, because that's my role here. But smell's one of the senses that was understood to enter the body, and I think there's something profoundly sexual in that, and I think that that's part of this. Music also plays that role. It's a physical phenomenon that enters the body. Sight was weird because it wasn't sure if it was the beams from your eyes going out or stuff coming in, but I think it's that penetrative aspect of smell that makes it quite.
Everything's touch, though. Every sense is a sense of touch in some sense.
And taste, in a way, is touch as well. But I think touch is different. It has a different sensual quality to it than something
it's like
coming
that
inside.
line in Angels in America where Joe says to his lover, "Every time I smell you, part of you is in me."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the involuntariness.
Yeah.
of it.
It's very general kind of incorporation. It's I think about taste, myself eating, digesting, excreting, and the other ways of thinking about it. And that is, as you said, it's very interesting, the incorporation of matter into the body. Whereas sense seems much more kind of nuanced, and it's also, if it's possible, it's kind of, and it is traditional as well. It counts as one base. So it's also in the form of smoke, like movement upwards. So there is something spiritual and subliminal in that sense, in a way that taste is kind of stuck into them. I don't know.
I think it has to do with charming as well.
When we talk about air and how that carries
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scent and music. And they both charm, I think, more than other senses.
Our coffee people, thank you very much. Well done.
Yakov, what was the quotation about art without utterance? Is that Thomas Wilson? Art without utterance can none.
Yes.
Thomas Wilson. Thank you. That's a great one.
This is the exact.
FYI, Heidi is made it.
She has. Oh, thank God.
So one thing we should do when we get to the Q&A is possibly move the
Move the
mics around.
mics.
a bit.
Yeah.
Stephanie was worried that she's now lost her sense of hearing in addition.
We're speaking very loud.
This is exactly the wrong conference for these things.
Poor thing.
I know. I told her she really needs to listen to it. I said, listen to your body.
She does.
She's really, I don't think she's
And this is
well
what
yet.
she gets.
So she needs to rest.
Do these, what's the deal with these?
I don't know. That doesn't work. Let me get that. You'll see.
And
Acho que
the
ainda
coffee machine.
vou-
I'm gonna go downstairs and get coffee. Does anyone want coffee? I'm gonna go downstairs and get some. If anyone wants to follow me.
I'm gonna come with you.
Such as like carriage and digestive such as
Yeah, this isn't working either.
computer, we might see an error vanquish by delivery. That's done. I think might also be in this comes from board.
Oh, it's from Evo. I'll be able to.
Of course.
Amazing paper. Thank you very
Well,
much.
yours was fabulous too.
Thank
So,
you.
oh my gosh, so I might just borrow
I
yours.
spent most of the first semester on this, and it was a little bit of some obsession. They
How did you get yours plugged in? Because I put this on and it wasn't working.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's why you have
I'm actually picking up paper on Andrew's hand.
Thank you.
Touching the surface or gesturing.
Yeah, I just wondered because of the you know, with the covering, the physical immediacy, and anyway, I just wondered if there was stuff.
Definitely, I'll look into it. I have his book on. I have his book.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. It's in the book.
Downstairs.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a question.
Yes.
But I don't know, I just didn't want to put this on, but it's that room where we got lunch about.
These plugs are not.
I think we gave up on the machine.
But all of
It
them.
might just be out of the electricals.
Yeah.
All of them?
Yep. Those are working, right?
These are all fine. It's
This
just
one is
at
not.
the end, I think.
Yep.
But we should test it with another
Device.
device just in case it's actually working.
I do have this lovely diet of the mother's milk, especially this process of invisceration. And I kept thinking of this kind of flushing pull of the body. But of course, in like experiments, and he published right after he came out.
The device was wrong.
And so that desiccation or that kind of, loss of form of invisceration, how do you, as a performative act?
So you're interpreting the published engraving as.
Well, he
An
posed
exemplification.
for it. It
Right.
was a deliberate, right, choice on his part to include it in that pocket
And you-
public edition.
And you use that as an exemplification of dried up
Dried
or.
up rather than infused or eviscerated or kind of filled with this mother's milk. And if I'm recalling correctly from my first medievalist days, that was originally Bernard of Clairvaux, right, who really popularized that in his discussion of how to convert during the Crusades, right?
I think that he goes through different stages in his theological career, but in that specific moment of his life, which is their very final point,
Yes.
I think that he's more interested in, or at least my take on death's duel and that performative engagement with death is to, I don't want to use the term deconstruct, but take it apart.
There's something there.
Yeah,
though.
definitely.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say that he's drawing it up, that he's essaying the kind of very maternal and whiteness of a prior stage.
Which you were linking to
Yeah.
evisceration, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. I'm using evisceration the way that I think that he's using it, meaning that the Christ is an embodiment of something, and just as he is using that embodiment, we should not be scared of endorsing that embodiment. But again, at different stages in his life, and even in his holy sonnets, he certainly does draw away from that.
He's no
It's
mystic.
He's no mystic, and it's a very, very dangerous objective to attain. The argument to be made in favor of the importance of body for the religious experience is certainly at that time a very, very problematic thing.
Although I like the meaty body.
Yeah.
I kept thinking of his contemporary Thomas Wilson's
Yeah.
sermons, which I've read far too many of, where he keeps describing the crucified Christ as the fruit,
Yeah.
right? The fruit that then becomes the kind of consumable commodity for the body, the believing body. And so, yeah, I think there's something there about the coming to fruition or coming into, right, by the very body itself, that doesn't necessarily have to do with the resurrection of the
No.
body in the same way.
No,
What you're
resurrection is completely, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but it's a completely different story. The regenerated body is a completely unified, refined existence where soul and body exist together.
But like Wilson's specific body is a body of suffering, right, that comes to fruition through this loss or lack. And it seems like you're really negotiating.
It's interesting that imagery of the fruit is interesting. I think that something that I once read of Milton, tree of knowledge is a representation of knowledge for Adam and Eve. And I think that Milton presents his Adam and Eve with this temptation because, obviously on the basis of the biblical text, in order to teach them how to read signs. This is a sign of knowledge. Now, if you want to eat the fruit, then you basically make knowledge and the fruit converge and merge into one thing. So if you eat the fruit, you're also eating knowledge. If you eat the wafer, you're also eating Christ. And I think that Milton is trying to educate the reader to read signs in an appropriate way. Also sexuality from a distance. Also sexuality. He says he has no problem saying that Adam and Eve have sex in paradise, that it's a prelapsarian sex, and he certainly is not eager to present us with the details of the scene. He just says they're having sex, and now I'm going to go into this tirade about how people misconceive sex, and then he goes back and he says, "Oh, they're done. Fine, we can go back to that."
Plagiarize Spencer as well. Right. No, absolutely. I find that really fascinating. But you also then, I hear, don't believe in the Felix Culpa at all. Right? There's no continuum. And so, who was it? Leah Marcus, I think, argued for a continuum of pre and post-lapsarian existence. Joanna Picciotto as well, some time ago. But you really look at it as a sundering of the sign from the signified.
Well, it depends for whom. I mean, if it's for Milton, yes, definitely. Donne certainly is not that same frame of mind, honestly.
He certainly tiptoes around.
Sure. You know, if you read Crenshaw, certainly wants to lick the cuts on Christ's body. So there's a sense of extreme physicality, and the sense is immediate. The poet wants to convey the sacred through the words in an immediate manner. And Donne is not so sure about that. He just goes back and forth, sometimes really pushes for that, sometimes pulls back.
Why the pulling back then? Because I mean, he seems to have been able to do whatever the hell he wanted, right? So it's not out of a fear of prosecution by ecclesiastical.
No, but it must have been a problem to say certain things.
Yeah.
Plus he had this Catholic past, so people would circle all the time must have been, well, you were Catholic. You have to be extra careful.
Oh, that's true, because Johnson's practicancy was always right at the rest. I just remember a while ago, Patrick Collinson made an argument on the white horse proof, right after, okay. And so he called these Cambridge boys the Cambridge because they went around and they used any tactic that was at their disposal, and that included kind of adopting and incorporating papist rhetoric and imagery to suit their cause. And so I just keep thinking of them.
I don't know. I don't want to dismiss that reading as cynical. The cynical reading always has adjustment. Certainly, I can understand that. But on the other hand, if you think of like alchemical discourses, they are employed endorsed by both Catholic and in an extreme Puritan standing. I mean, there's this capacity to say the same things with the same lexicon, the same toolbox, and they're very different people. They're very different mindsets. So I don't know. In that way, how do we read that in a cynical way? I mean, are they just using alchemy in an opportunistic way, or
Are they deploying? I was just reading. So David Baker just reviewed one of my essays and pointed out that, and this is true, like this is always how I think about early modern discursive fields, right? Like I said, they constitute a toolbox, but that does not dictate any formal conclusion, right? There's no system end. And so it's more interesting to look at these things as not even antagonistic, but just arguments that cobbled together the same exact tropes that appeal to any kind of public, but really to forward, deploy a certain kind of historical stance on that commonplace. So I guess that's what I meant by cynical.
Right. No, definitely. I'm always scared of it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I loved it. And I wanted to engage, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a 10-minute conversation.
It was.
Anyway, I love this conference so much. So much more. I mean, I was just.
I like to know that he's here.
Who?
Just nosing at who's here.
Yeah. No one.
No.
Steph. How are the boys?
Good. They're at school. Well, actually, no. It should not be. They're at school.
No, not now.
Without any kind of
That was great.
Thanks, man.
And so
Do you have extra copies of the poster?
Of the what?
The poster.
Yes. I'll ask Smadar downstairs. I'll give you one tomorrow.
They're great.
She's very, very good. And the group chose. We had a speaker. We used that. Robert. I think it's Flood.
Yeah.
On the.
I feel like it came up a few times though. We had like 2 weeks of like the worm, like.
We were debating. He has this worm on the model, and we're trying to understand what is the worm.
Yeah, what is the worm? And like we're also like it's a bit silly because the speakers are giving these like really up here history of science talks, and then there's us in like the end being like, what is the worm? What is the worm?
That's all we want to know.
ADHD kind of thing.
Each day when I get more alerts and they travel faster, so you're like normally at these things at the end of the day, though. But now I don't know why. I think because of like this week's cooped up. I think it took me a little while to like re-enter normal academic society, but now I'm like, let's go.
I'm in.
Just straight, let's do tomorrow already.
How's your taste?
Yeah, I just have to, I still have a bit of worst thing is everything. So that's it.
Senses are fine.
Oh my gosh, and I totally related to events in there, and it just works well. Just. Yeah, so now I have experienced that choice. Pure rock. Yeah, pure chords. I think that's true. I just think.
Those are the ones you have to watch out for.
This has been so much fun.
For me,
Oh, it's so great.
I love these conversations and everyone's so friendly and nice and witty. Really nice.
He's right up on the ground. Yeah. Right, it starts my head. And disarm.
And so again, I was gonna also, I was thinking about Eric's divine, which I have. My little essay on him, but I was wondering about it. Is that like
Yeah.
delighted by the fact.
I mean, I was on fire to consume the fat.
Yeah, so thank you for that terrific paper.
Beautiful.
So interesting. Every time I hear a good done scholar do their thing, I'm like, I should have worked out the time. It's like, whoa.
There's a lot of cool people around there. Who's your dude? Who's your?
I mean, Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
Yeah. This is my first foray into Johnson. So I've kept him around.
Undiscovered country.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm just like so interesting the way kind of so completely all in as far as the body goes, but as you're saying, it's also working on this indeterminate positioning, which is seems to me really actually very Shakespearean in its way, and also quite kind of radical, you know.
Well, if you put it in metaphor,
Yeah.
it's a mirror being placed in front of reality. So what is the difference between the representation of reality and reality itself? How does the spectator relate to that reflection? How does Gertrude see herself? How does Hamlet see himself in the ghost? So there's this tension between the representation and or the signifier and the signified, and merging them is certainly one of the solutions. I think it's one of the solutions, but it's not the solution for them.
Yeah. But it's also about being in the body and thinking about the body. Is that another version of it?
Yep.
Which is, it's just,
or thinking body. I think that's what I was pointing to using Will West's essay on understanding.
Yeah.
It's a cognitive act. It's an act of cognition, but it doesn't only pass through the body. It is a bodily performance.
Yeah.
So you understand
are part of it. You are within the context. Just one
Because
of
the body
anything.
is the way that you
Correct.
Hi, everyone. Is Jakob there?
Yes, here I am. I'm here. Can you see me?
Hi, yes. Hello. So I'm trying to load my PowerPoint on Tom's computer, but it's saying that screen sharing is disabled for participants. So can you give Tom screen sharing permission?
Sure. 1 second. Sorry, David.
No
worries. I don't have you. I don't have him trying to come in. Oh, he's already in.
Yeah, he's already in, but he doesn't have screen sharing permission.
Yeah.
I can give everyone, multiple participants can share it simultaneously. Try now.
And also, I've got a little net camera.
Okay, can you
Okay,
see
great.
that on your screen?
All over the world. Now, I have absolutely no Israeli currency, and if of course, what I can do is go to an ATM, just withdraw some cash and get some change.
If you're, are you coming on the old service? Okay, so there are ATMs all over there, and you will want to buy something if you buy anything, and that's a great place, not only to get good from us.
Is that okay, Lizzie?
Yeah, you can see that on your screen, yeah?
Pardon me?
I'm checking you
Yes, we
see that on
can.
your
We
screen.
can see it, Lizzie. We can see it.
Great.
Yeah, we can see it.
Someone would like to have full screen.
All right, I know.
Looks good.
There's one that's just a little deli near where I live that where we make a fresh too.
I've also heard about this place in the city called Jaffa. Do you know about it?
Oh yeah, Jafar. Oh my God.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
best knafe in town.
Yeah, no, that's where I want to go.
Definitely. That is the place.
Do you know who's giving us the tour?
No, it's I can
Was it around?
ask him, but
Yeah, yeah.
Anat's gone home. Gone home.
Yeah, we'll find out.
I can text her, but I hope we go.
So Jordana couldn't do it because of conflict of interest, or, yeah.
She had
She
this whole
knows.
thing planned out. My wife is a tour guide, so I asked her, can we do something with the senses? And she said, oh, definitely. We can do vision, we can do smell, we can do taste, and she had it all planned out. And
But the institute
Iris
wouldn't.
said, no, we can't pay her. And she said, well, you know, if I can't do it for free,
Right.
she would have to give up some work.
You know, I just found out that at my department, in the English department, I have two dear colleagues. One is Sujata Iyengar, you probably know from
Mhm.
Renaissance, and her husband is a Victorianist, Richard Menke. Neither one of them can be chair of our department because the chair makes salary decisions. And it's considered a conflict of interest. So, and the chair shouldn't be making salary decisions first of all. So, but until we can change that,
Right.
and both of them would be an amazing chair. So,
And so there isn't a provision for a chair to recuse themselves in a situation where there's a conflict of interest.
well, I mean, I think we're going to raise that. I mean, but the good thing is, so nobody wants to be chair right now after COVID.
Obviously.
But so the good thing is that we've been, like every English department, we're basically bleeding hires. We're losing people constantly. So we actually got permission for an outside hire for a chair, which is like, oh, new blood, right? But also someone who has to come and do the
Within
bad
the university, from the university?
from outside UGA,
Wow.
senior person. So again, I'm pushing for an early modernist, but I'm not there to let me. So we just hired these two medieval / tutor scholars. That's okay. So yes, no, I have both of those recommendations, and I also probably have some Israeli clients. So I've got
That's
tons
right.
of 10
I'll be okay.
agrot, if that's what he wants.
I'll get it breakdown. And the other thing I need to work out at some point between the two of you is how to time my flight is out of Ben Gurion at 5:20 on Wednesday.
In the morning?
In the morning?
In the evening.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm coming.
You should be there at least at, well, 2, 1, maybe.
Yeah, my
1:30.
cousin is saying now 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so,
so you should go
so
right
how
after.
from here to this?
So if you take the train from the train station, it's 26 minutes exactly. But you would have to get a cab to the train station. I think the train is the fastest.
No, I'm traveling.
I could take a bus. You're saying at a Prima Park?
Prima Park, you could walk to the train station, it's like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, it's very close.
I've rented a train for getting there all the time, you know, the train schedule, it's not on Google Maps, but if you go to like Israel.com, you'll get the trains.
I can look them up.
Okay, because I'm thinking more about coordinating the tour to the old city, which is meant to end in 12.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's getting to the train station.
It'll be we can ask. I can talk to the guy. But you would have to come to the tour. That would not be very.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fun, would it? And in a large crowd, well, no one's going to take to that.
It starts when in the morning. So you could also like, it's supposed to be so big, right? You could easily like pop out early. Right?
Just don't do Jafar at 11:45.
Mostly for your digestive system.
So
I can't do Canalta ever, but it's really good.
Lizzie and I go to a lot. So I could also just, some of us could just sort of peel off and take you there if we're not going there, right? If the tour guide wants to take us to like, you know, do a tour.
I hope he doesn't.
I know, right?
Legoland.
There's the wall. Now back to the Muslim and the Christian quarters. So yeah, as far as sweets, and there's also another one that Lizzie and I like that makes this thing called
Who's chairing? Peter, you're chairing?
Which is also a Palestinian pastry that's which is layers of this very, it's like phyllo dough, but it's a little bit chewier with a kind of a sweet goat cheese and orange sauce in the center. And fold it over. So yeah, and that's on the adult sauce. And I always go, and they pack it up really, really well. And I think the car would also pack it up.
That's all the more reason to make my bag.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Okay.
okay. And then, you know, they do most of it wheelchair accessible. So you can just, there'll be like these
So I
little
can take my
brands.
wheelchair.
Yeah, no, but I think you have a little bag. Right? Yeah, so Emily.
Alex, sorry for interrupting. Do you have a PowerPoint?
They know it really.
Yes. 1 second. Can you see which one it is?
It's railway rank.
Okay, I'll give you the keyboard.
Was it me now?
No.
I still want you.
Okay, let's get started. Peter, the floor is
Alrighty.
yours.
All righty. We are going to have two speakers, unsurprisingly, Elizabeth Swan and then Alex Ragg-Morley. Elizabeth Swan, I believe, will be with us through Zoom. Alex, as we all know, is sitting right over there. Elizabeth Swan is assistant professor of interdisciplinary.
Sorry.
Fine,
Sorry.
thank you. Good to know. I'll start again from
Please
the
do.
beginning. We are going to have to.
As I was saying.
As I was saying, Elizabeth Swan is assistant professor of interdisciplinary literary studies at Durham University. Her first book, Taste and Knowledge in Early Modern England, came out with Cambridge University Press in 2020. She's co-editor of the Routledge collection, and this is one of the best typos I've ever seen, Sensing the Scared in Early Modern England. I refuse to correct that. Sensing the Sacred, obviously. She's also authored essays on topics including sensory self-knowledge, Shakespearean eroticism, and the divine senses. Professor Swan, she says Lizzie here, but I don't know her, so I think that would be rude. Professor Swan has recently completed the manuscript of a second book titled Knowledge and Power, A Polemical History, and is now working on a third book, provisionally entitled Error and Ecstasy, The Ends of Knowledge in Renaissance England. I think we can also say you have an extremely cute daughter. Alex Bragg Morley is a lecturer in the history of science and medicine at Lancaster University. His first book, Aesthetic Science Representing Nature in the Royal Society of London, 1615, 1720, was published by the University of Chicago Press in 2020. Professor Swan will speak first.
Thank you. So yeah, first of all, the fun thing is that I've been using that bio for the same bio for talks for like the last 5 or 6 talks I've done. So I'm not sure if I've inadvertently been introduced as a co-editing a collection called Sensing the Scared and not noticed.
Sensing the Scared.
Yeah.
Too frightened to correct you.
Yes, and I hope I don't cough too much through this. Yes, and also I'm working across 2 screens, which my dyspraxic brain finds it hard to kind of cope with. So I hope it will go smoothly, but yeah. Okay. In her 1666 Observations upon Experimental Philosophy, Margaret Cavendish mocks experimental philosophers by comparing them to boys that play with, hang on, we've got a computer issue already, that's it. By comparing them to boys that play with watery bubbles or fling dust in each other's eyes or make a hobby horse of snow. The marginal notes gloss the bubbles as glass tubes, whilst dust represents atoms and the hobby horses are exterior figures. Disparaging the work of the recently formed Royal Society as puerile and unprofitable play, Cavendish comments that such are worthy of reproof rather than praise for wasting their time with useless sports. The terms of Cavendish's critique were well chosen. They reverberate with an uneasy consciousness already present in the work of Royal Society members and of their forerunner, Francis Bacon, about the proximity of experimentalism to childish play. Often, as I will suggest in this talk, the similarities between experiment and play were viewed as positive. In the 17th century, figures associated with the new experimental philosophy presented aspects of the state of childhood as epistemologically valuable. Most obviously, they identified a clear correlation between children's instinctive use of their senses as a means of understanding the world and their own preference for what we now call empiricism over textual authority or speculative reason. As the educational reformer Comenius asserted, the senses are the main guides of childhood, because therein the mind doth not yet raise itself up to an abstracted contemplation of things. This chimes with the Royal Society's own methodological commitments. As Thomas Spratt wrote in his History of the Royal Society, natural knowledge should not be grounded on matters of speculation or opinion, but only of sense. Playfulness, too, was cast in a much more positive light for supporters of experimentalism than it was for Cavendish. In his Instauratio Magna, Francis Bacon cites Proverbs. Of the sciences which regard nature, he writes, the divine philosopher declares that it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but it is the glory of a king to find a thing out. It is as if, he continues, the divine nature took pleasure in the innocent and kindly sport of children playing at hide and seek, and vouchsafed of his kindness and goodness to admit the human spirit for his playfellow at that game. Reacting against the long theological tradition which had emphasized the spiritual dangers of curiosity, Bacon legitimates natural philosophy as innocent by figuring it as childish play on a cosmic scale, a game of hide and seek with God. At other moments, however, we find a different story. Bacon and his followers also often presented experimental philosophy as a more mature, manly mode of knowing than what they described as the infantile diversions of their classical and medieval forebearers. In this model, the experimentalists' predecessors were supposed to be like children, both in their proneness to error and in their quarrelsome verbosity, something I've heard a lot of over the last few days, being stuck at home with 2 children. We've had a lot of quarrelsome verbosity. Thus, Bacon complains that the Greek natural philosophers have that which is characteristic of boys. They are prompt to prattle but cannot generate, for their wisdom abounds in words but is barren of works. Bacon's followers echoed and expanded on this kind of rhetoric in order to suggest that the rarefied, specific, epistemologically generative forms of sense experience involved in the practice of experimental science segues into experience in a broader sense as that which confers maturity. Thus, John Webster describes scholastic academic exercises as full of childishness, praising instead the manly, martial maturity of experimentalists. Those valiant champions who have stood up to maintain truth against the impetuous torrent of antiquity, authority, and universality of opinion, Webster proclaims, are no babes, but strong men who fight not with the plumiest weapons of notions, syllogism, and disputation, but with the steely instruments of demonstration, observation, and experimental induction. In 17th century England, then, we have two models of experimental science. First, as innocent childish play, founded in direct sensory experience, and second, as a form of sensory experience which contributes to intellectual growth, moving its practitioners away from childishness towards manly adulthood. I'll return to the idea that experimentalism is conducive to maturity later in this talk. Now, though, I want to think in more detail about how children's senses were understood as having specific qualities which might make them particularly valuable as a model for an emergent scientific empiricism. Sensory historians and anthropologists have, of course, been alert to the ways that sense experience is shaped by vectors of identity. As Constance Classen and David Howes, amongst others, have noted, the cultural construction of sensory perception is not monolithic, but it will always be affected by intracultural variation. As they note in their book, Ways of Sensing, there are typically persons or groups who differ on the sensory values and practices embraced by the society at large. And there's been lots of brilliant scholarship on the ways that this was the case in the Renaissance, ranging from Laura Gowing's work on how women used and experienced the sense of touch, to Andrew Kettler's work on how African bodies were coded as olfactorily foul, to take just two examples, almost at random from a wealth of possibilities. The specificity of children's sensory experiences at particular times and in particular places, however, is relatively neglected. Historical studies of the senses have tended to treat childhood not as a distinct life stage in itself with its own sensory environment and capabilities, but rather as a preliminary stage in the education or enculturation of the adult senses. In the early modern period, however, we do find a repeated insistence on and interest in the ways in which children's senses have characteristics which are particular to them as a group. As Michel de Montaigne writes in the Apology of Raymond Sebond, a young child heareth, seeth, and tasteth otherwise by nature's ordinary rule than a man of 30 years. This isn't just an expression of Montaigne's skeptical relativism, but of widespread medical orthodoxy. In this period, children were thought to have a distinct humoral composition, which inflected their perceptual experience in ways which could be epistemologically advantageous or disadvantageous. Particularly because children were considered sanguine, warm, and moist, they were also more than usually impressionable. As Henry Cuff writes in his 1607, The Differences of the Ages of Man's Life, in our infancy we are fullest of moisture, for so we see infant's flesh most fluid and almost of a waxen disposition, ready to receive impression of any light touch. In England, advocates of experimental philosophy rejected many aspects of humoral theory, but they continued to insist on the special status of children's sensory and cognitive processes, including a focus on the retentiveness of children's memories as an outcome of the unusual susceptibility of their senses. As Bacon wrote in the Novum Organum, things which are chiefly imprinted when the mind is clear and not occupied with anything else either before or after, as what is learned in childhood, dwell longest in the memory. So the first aspect of childhood sensation that I've drawn attention to here is its supposed impressionability, its intensity and its retentiveness. The second thing I want to discuss is a widespread idea that children's senses are undiscriminating in ways which were traditionally conceived of as disadvantageous, but which were reconceived by Bacon and members of the Royal Society as advantageous. Early modern authors often commented on the forms of sustained perceptual attention that children give to things which adults dismiss as trivial or worthless. For children, trash is treasure. As Ben Jonson wrote in his commonplace book Timber, children esteem every trifle. In devotional, moral, philosophical, and pedagogical works, this tendency is often taken as evidence of children's underdeveloped mental capacities. We will laugh at little children to see them part with rich jewels for childish trifles, writes the cleric John Denison in 1621 work of Spiritual Instruction. In some contexts, however, children's lack of discrimination took on a positive character as something to be admired. Insofar as adults have a tendency to overrate status symbols with little inherent use value, The child's inclination to dwell instead with the trivial and overlooked things of nature can appear quite laudable. Take, for instance, Thomas Traherne's Centuries of Meditations, in which Traherne recalls his own youth with an almost hallucinatory clarity, claiming to remember this part of his life by the special favour of God. In the passage given on the screen here, Traherne remembers how in his youth, it was a difficult matter to persuade me that the tinselled wear upon a hobby horse was a fine thing. To teach me that a purse of gold was of any value seemed impossible. The art by which it becomes so, and the reasons for which it is accounted so, were so deep and hidden to my inexperience. So that nature is still nearest to natural things. Arguing from his own experience, Traherne claims that children are innately inclined to value natural joys more than artificial toys. Here, childish perception is undiscriminating in the sense of non-discriminatory, purged of prejudice and preconception, and willing to appreciate things as they are found, not as convention dictates. The idea that the childish preoccupation with the apparently trivial or vulgar things of the natural world is worthy of admiration rather than mockery also occurs in Abraham Cowley's poem To the Royal Society, included at the beginning of Sprat's history. Here, Cowley congratulates the Royal Society's members for the attention they pay, like children, to the things which proud men despise and call impertinent and vain and small. The work he's referring to here is Robert Hooke's Micrographia, which includes descriptions of its author's microscopic observations of a range of natural and artificial phenomena, including seaweed, seeds, bird feathers, moss, and moth's wings, all common fodder for children's pockets. I won't discuss this in great detail here, but as I go on to develop this research, I think one of the things that I want to argue is that the design of Micrographia is intended partly to recreate the experience of experiencing the world as a child does in its readers. So in particular, the sheer size of the book is perhaps part of this, intended to elicit a disorienting sense of being a child operating in a world which is simply too big. Micrographia is a large book, of course. It's a folio made larger by the folded pages the reader must unfurl, including the famous engraving of the enormous flea that you can see on the screen. Turning its pages and unfolding its illustrations, I think, we are meant to feel in some sense infantilized, carried back to childhood when books felt unwieldy and unmanageable in our hands. So to recap, I've suggested that children's senses in the early modern period are thought of as having special qualities of impressionability, retentiveness, and openness or impartiality, and that for 17th century experimental philosophers and supporters of experimental philosophy, this meant that the ways children used and experienced their senses was in some ways exemplary for an emergent empirical science. All this leads naturally into consideration of a term that I've so far avoided, namely objectivity. The importance of the conceptual category innocence to the emergence of objectivity as an epistemic virtue has been recognised by scholars including Joanna Picciotto, who, however, focuses not on children, but on the adult figure of prelapsarian Adam as its primary embodiment. As Picciotto writes, the concept of objectivity suggests that we place our trust in the perspective of the innocent eye. The question raised by objectivity is how innocence, traditionally understood to be a state of ignorance, ever came to be associated with epistemological privilege. Picciotto goes on to suggest that the association results, in her words, from the 17th century's conversion of Adam into an intellectual exemplar. Importantly, for Picciotto's argument, Adam was a labourer as well as the original innocent. So experimentalists redeem curiosity from its connections with original sin by associating it with investigative labour rather than appetite. In presenting Adam in this way, experimentalists reverse the traditional hierarchy of otium leisure and negotium labour, insisting that manual labour rather than aristocratic leisure is the condition for learning. It is certainly true, of course, that 17th century advocates and practitioners of experimentalism held up the figure of prelapsarian Adam as an exemplar of sensory acuity. As Joseph Glanville put it, Adam needed no spectacles. The acuteness of his natural optics showed him much of the celestial magnificence and bravery without a Galileo's tube. It is also true that they often positioned the productive labour of experiment in opposition to the frivolous play of the scholastics. And Picciotto offers a brilliant account of this process. But I've also been suggesting that we can add to this a different ancestry, The idea of childish innocence and sensory clarity specifically was also important to the development of the concept of objectivity. And innocent play is an important counterpart to innocent labour. Those pure and virgin apprehensions I had from the womb, proclaims Thomas Traherne, and that divine light wherewith I was born are the best unto this day wherein I can see the universe. Certainly, Adam in paradise had not more sweet and curious apprehensions of the world than I when I was a child. Indeed, the figure of the child stands at the very centre of what is often taken as a pivotal moment in the history of the development of scientific objectivity. Namely, Bacon's famous discussion of the four idols of the mind in the Novum Organum. Immediately after his discussion of how these idols have hitherto obstructed human progress in the sciences, Bacon concludes that the several classes of idols and their equipage must be renounced and put away with a fixed and solemn determination, and the understanding thoroughly freed and cleansed, the entrance into the kingdom of man, founded on the sciences, being not much other than the entrance into the kingdom of heaven, whereinto none may enter except as a little child. Here, Bacon draws on the Gospel of Matthew, where Christ tells his disciples, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. He does so in order to suggest that the ultimate outcome of the experimenters' iconoclastic destruction of their own inherited mental prejudices is a return to the spiritual and epistemological purity of childhood. So far, I've been thinking about how ideas about children's sensory capacities and tendencies informed early experimental scientists' rhetorical identification with children and childishness. I want now to think in more detail about play and playfulness as part of the actual practice of experiment in this period, and conversely, about play itself as a form of experiment. As with the rhetorical importance of innocence, the centrality of play and playfulness to early natural history and philosophy has been noted by some scholars. Most significantly, Paul of Findlen has drawn attention to how 16th and 17th century natural history, and to some extent science in general, rediscovered its capacity for playfulness in the form of the scientific joke. Findlen demonstrates, amongst other things, how the play of science evolved from the play of nature. Man's ability to play mimicked nature's own instincts. As with Picciotto's exclusion of childhood from her examination of innocence, however, the kind of playfulness Findlen focuses on is very much an adult, sophisticated kind of playfulness. She pays scant attention to children's play. Findlen's narrative, moreover, implies that the fun of natural history fizzled out with the formation of the Royal Society. She concludes that natural philosophers like Robert Boyle sought to correct the perception that nature was allowed any independent action in the process of creation. Lusus, games, jokes, sports, testified to the existence of an animated nature at odds with the late 17th and 18th century emphasis on God as creator of absolute categories. This certainly doesn't agree with my own reading of later 17th century natural philosophers, including Boyle and his colleagues in the Royal Society, whose writings often attest to a continued sense of nature's ludic exuberance. Thus, we find Hooke in Micrographia describing the little twinklings of stars which seem to play at Bo Peep with him as he attempts to view them through the telescope. Meanwhile, in a discussion of how volatile salts fasten themselves to the receiver in various figures during sublimation, Boyle offers the following anecdote. I remember that not long since subliming some volatile salt of urine, it adhered to the upper part of the vessel in figures much like hartshorns. Unless we will merrily say that the man whose urine was distilled had horns given him by his wife, we must acknowledge that nature seems to give herself liberty to play in the configuration of volatile salts. This is quite clearly an adult joke, in contrast to Hooke's more infantile image of playing peekaboo with the stars. But it's worth commenting on, I think, for the way that it seems called forth in response to what Boyle identifies as the playfulness and volition of nature herself in forming the salts, in much the same way that Findlen describes as characteristic of an slightly earlier era. I'll say a bit more about Boyle's ambivalent attitude to childishness in a bit, but for now I want to flip the experimenter's play equation and talk about its inverse, play as experiment. We can see children's games functioning as a kind of experiment in the Novum Organum, where Bacon discusses a specific class of phenomena he calls clandestine instances. As he defines them, these are phenomena which exhibit the nature under investigation in its lowest degree of power, as Bacon says, as it were in its cradle or rudiments. These clandestine instances, Bacon claims, are of very great service for the discovery of forms, because clandestine instances are the best guides to genera, that is, to those common natures whereof the natures proposed are nothing more than particular cases. He then goes on to give an example. Let the nature proposed be consistency, or the nature of that which determines its own figure, opposed to which is fluidity. Those are clandestine instances which exhibit some feeble and low degree of consistency in a fluid. This is shown in that childish sport where they take water made a little more tenacious by soap and blow it through a hollow reed, and so shape the water into a sort of castle of bubbles, which by the interposition of the air becomes so consistent as to admit of being thrown of some distance without discontinuation. All of which facts not obscurely intimate that consistent and fluid are only vulgar notions and relative to the sense. So here, Bacon uses the example of children blowing clusters of soap bubbles which have enough tenacity to be thrown short distances. So imagine a child in a bath cupping handfuls of bubbles and throwing them about, to argue for the physical principle that consistent and fluid are not absolute, but rather relative states. In the same work, Bacon describes a form of motion whereby bodies strive to escape from preternatural pressure or tension. Of this motion, he continues, we have a pretty instance in the motion of the air compressed in children's pop guns, when they hollow out an alder twig or some such thing and stuff it up at both ends with a piece of pulpy root or the like, and then with a ramrod thrust one of the roots or whatever the stuffing be towards the other hole, from which the root at the further end is discharged with a report, and that before it is touched by the nearer root or the ramrod. In both cases here, Bacon presents the children's games he describes as instances or examples of a physical principle. On the surface, they are merely a means to communicate in an easily recognizable way a theory or natural process. I do think, though, that there's also a sense in which these examples have evidentiary as well as merely illustrative force. Bacon is not just using the example of children's games to illustrate a physical principle which is already established. He is using his close, attentive observations of those games both to develop and prove the legitimacy of those principles, to create knowledge, not just to communicate it. The games themselves function as experiments performed by children, which Bacon learns from. So by this point, I hope I presented a fairly persuasive case for the rhetorical and practical importance of children for the early development of experimental science, both because of the particular qualities of their senses and because of their tendency to epistemologically productive play. At the beginning of this paper, however, I did acknowledge that there's an alternative strand in early Royal Society rhetoric, which describes experimentalism in exactly the opposite way, as a growth away from childishness, which is associated instead with the sterile, inconsequential squabbling of the scholastics. In this alternative strand of thought, childhood is perceived as a state of epistemological and moral deficiency, of wayward passions and irrational desires, and innocence is not something that individuals lose through experience. Rather, in a way which seems deeply unfamiliar to us now, innocence is something individuals might, partially at least, gain in adulthood, as they learn to discipline their sinful childish appetites. The rarefied, artificial forms of sensory experience involved in experiment and natural philosophical observation, moreover, had a role to play in the acquisition of this kind of mature self-discipline. Re-enter Boyle, a man who seemed to think of himself as perpetually wavering between childhood and old age. As late as 1657, at the age of 30, Boyle described himself as being yet very young, not only in years, but what is much worse, in experience. On the other hand, Gilbert Burnet's funeral sermon for Boyle presented him as someone who passed through the youthful parts of life with so little of the youth in him, that in his travels while he was very young and wholly the master of himself, he seemed to be out of the reach of the disorders of that age and those countries through which he passed. This is a reference to Boyle's own biographical account of his youth, where he proudly describes visiting the brothels of Italy without succumbing to the temptations they offered. Here, Boyle's premature maturity manifests in his sensory self-mastery. Whilst many men are children to their lives' end, Burnet proclaims, a good man, such as Boyle, is one that renders himself clean and innocent as he can possibly make himself to be. This is the good man in my text, that rises as much as he can above his body, and above this world, above his senses. In Burnet's assertion that a good man escapes childishness and becomes innocent by disciplining his senses, we hear an echo perhaps of the Miltonic idea that we bring not innocence into the world, we bring impurity much rather. That which purifies us is trial. Here, innocence is not a quality of childhood, but something that we might achieve in maturity, as Boyle allegedly did, by learning to discipline our childish appetite for sensory pleasure. Boyle's belief that the kind of focused, intense sensory attention to the natural world required by empiricism can accelerate the acquisition of such maturity surfaces in his occasional reflections, a work largely written when he was in his late teens and early 20s, but published somewhat later in 1665. Here, Boyle describes the benefits of meditating on the natural world in terms which blend the epistemological and the ethical payoffs of this practice. It accustoms a man to an attentive observation of the objects wherewith he is conversant. Attention, like a magnifying glass, shows us, even in common objects, diverse particularities undiscerned by those who want that advantage. And consequently, this exercise of the mind must prove a compendious way to experience, and make it attainable without grey hairs, for that, we know, consists not in the multitude of years, but of observations. Nor is there any reason why prudence should be peculiarly ascribed to the aged, except a supposition that such persons, by having lived long in the world, have had the opportunity of many and various occurrences to ripen their judgment, so that if one man can by his attention make, as well as he may in a small compass of time, as great a number of observations as less heedful persons are wont to do in a longer, I see not why such a man's experience may not be equal to his that has lived longer. Boyle suggests that natural philosophical experience offers the benefits of age without the disadvantages of aging. The forms of sensory attention it demands contribute to the acquisition of natural knowledge, revealing diverse particularities undiscerned by other men. But they also accelerate the process of acquiring maturity and wisdom, prudence and judgment more generally. This process, moreover, requires sensory self-discipline, but not the relinquishing of sensory pleasure altogether, as we can see in Boyle's reflection upon a child that cried for the stars. Amongst these numerous eyes that these fair lights attract in so clear, ignore the last slide, that's from an older version of this talk. Amongst those numerous eyes that these fair lights attract in so clear a night as this, there are not perhaps any that are more delighted with them than this child seemed to be. But his is a pleasure that is not more great than unquiet, for it makes him querulous and unruly, because he cannot by his struggling and reaching forth his little hands get possession of these shining spangles. Whereas I can yet look upon these bright ornaments of heaven itself with a mind as calm and serene as those very nights that are fittest to observe them in. Although the natural philosopher and the child share a sense of delight at the sight of the stars, the boy's greedy desire to possess them and his irrational grief on finding he cannot is contrasted with Boyle's diligent contemplation of them. As a person that has his affections and senses at his own command, Boyle claims, he can look upon the same objects with pleased, but not with dazzled eyes. His is not an unquiet pleasure, but a rational contentment. So in this talk, I've argued that for Bacon and for his followers in the early Royal Society, childhood was both an aspirational state to be cultivated and a condition of corruption to be discarded. In either case, however, the figure of the child was crucial to the conceptualization and experience of the development of empirical and experimental science in its earliest stages. On the one hand, aspects of children's perceptual experience, notably its receptivity and its undiscriminating quality, could be advantages in the context of a methodological program which valued first-hand experience and which shrunk from speculation and dogma. Childish play, moreover, was often treated as a kind of spontaneous ad hoc experimentation, from which quite sophisticated theories about the natural world might eventually develop. On the other hand, an alternative strand of thought presented experimentalism as part of a journey out of the ignorance, indignities, and appetites of youth into a wise and self-sufficient maturity characterized simultaneously by sensory pleasure and sensual self-discipline. In the decades and centuries following on from the foundation of the Royal Society, the idea that scientific experience leads us away from childish ignorance reached its apogee in Immanuel Kant's infamous dictum. Enlightenment is the human being's emergence from his self-incurred minority. At the same time, the idea that children have specific and valuable sensory capabilities lost to adults also endured. It arguably emerges in a different form, for instance, in the way that the Romantic poets often glorify childhood experience. This mixed inheritance, I think, continues to inform our ideas about and attitudes to the sciences today, in ways which I'm hoping to go on to explore when I'm released from my plaguey house of imprisonment and can do some research again. In order to finish this talk, before we all lose whatever is left of our own youths, however, for now, I will end here. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, you're on.
Lizzie, can you stop the sharing?
Oh.
Why Montreal?
I got it.
At the time, right.
Quick question. I'm like speaking of my youth flying away. I can't remember if you introduced Alex yet.
Yes.
You did.
I did.
Okay.
Oh, they will see you.
I've lost my.
That's, it's getting towards the end of the
I wasn't
day.
able to smell anything while you were in. Not the only one. I'm gonna sit on the side anyway.
Thank you. Oh. Just curious, like. Sure. Okay, well, thank you very much for enduring to the end of the day. This talk is in some respects very silly and not yet logically consistent with itself, but let's see how we get on. It's well known, I think, that 18th century Europe witnessed the development of models of intersubjectivity that depended in large measure on sensory experience. In the sciences, medicine, philosophy, the arts, numerous people claimed that consensus between each other, between individuals, depended on the capacity for refined forms of sensory perception. Thus, one of the key concerns of the culture of sensibility, most famous from the novels of people like Samuel Richardson, was the ability or inability to perceive the physical symptoms of the affective states of other people in their bodies, in the glistening of the eyes or the fluorescence of a blush, for instance. In the culture of sensibility, this model of intersubjectivity applied to the relationships between individuals for the most part, but others applied it to society as a whole. Thus, David Hume, for instance, in his treatise of human nature, suggested that many of our moral judgments arise from sympathy, from feelings of pleasure and pain elicited by the reproductions of another person's affective states in our own minds. He thus argued that morality depended in large measure on whether people had the capacity to experience what other people were experiencing through the experience, with experience, by the way, I'm just ad-libbing madly here, through experiencing the bodily symptoms of another person's affective state. Now, such models of sensory intersubjectivity raise difficult questions about and for those with sensory disabilities, people whose capacity for sensory experience differed in some degree from what was considered the norm. And it was people with visual impairments, the blind, who provoked the most important and sustained debates about sensory disability and its consequences. And today I'd like to focus on one such person, the amazing, and it must be said, very sexy Henry Moyes. And he is very sexy, I'll explain in a minute. Who lived from 1750 to, no, I mean, look at the man. No, this isn't, and look at the way his finger is placed suggestively on the shaft-shaped object. Great experts in the history of science have tried to figure out what it is, and we really don't know. It might be a chemical retort of some kind, but there's something very suggestive about it. He was lived from 1750 to 1807 and was left blind by smallpox, as many children unfortunately were at the time at the age of 3. He was born near Kirkcaldy in Scotland. He was a very smart cookie, attracted encouragement from people like Adam Smith and David Hume. And by the late 1770s, he established himself as a lecturer in natural philosophy. By the 1780s, he'd become something of a celebrity, gave regular lecture series to enthusiastic paying audiences in towns all over the English provinces, as well as Dublin. And he also embarked, and I think this is really extraordinary, on a highly successful tour of the United States from 1704 to 86, generating much comment in the American press, and is also discussed in the correspondence of figures including Benjamin Rush, George Washington, and Abigail Adams. Abigail Adams in particular had interesting things to say about him. Now, you can read Moyes's life as a kind of a rebuke to what was then a rather widespread idea that the blind were less capable of sensory intersubjectivity than those with vision. Indeed, it was often suggested that they might be callous or hard-hearted. He was well known for participating in the world of visual sensory experience, attracting admiring comment for his ability to lecture accurately on visible phenomena and for his facility in the use of visual metaphor. He was also very famous for his sense of fellow feeling, using his celebrity for philanthropic purposes, perhaps most strikingly by being one of the leading figures in founding the still existing Humane Society of Massachusetts, an organization devoted to saving people from drowning by really dubious methods. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Just as importantly for our purposes, Moyes was very welcome in polite society, regarded by most as an excellent conversationalist and a cheerful companion in both private and public. However, moreover, he was often depicted as a man of very high sex appeal. And I want to spend some time thinking about Moyes' sex appeal because I think it helps us to grasp a really important issue in understanding how contemporaries talked about and understood Moyes' capacity for sympathizing with others through his senses, namely the substitution of touch, sometimes hearing, but touch for vision. So let's start by looking at a character portrait of Moyes, first published in the amusingly titled Town and Country magazine of January 1786. It is surprising that he who feels the power, is it surprising that he who feels the power of beauty, to whom important sacrifices are voluntarily offered, should wish for no more? Or can he be blamed for supposing that a refusal is scarcely probable, since he has seldom experienced one? Ooh, important sacrifices, huh? Does this text suggest that Moyes' tactile mode of engagement played a role in giving him sexual appetites that were a little excessive? Does it hint that women found Moyes interesting precisely because his disability created an occasion to initiate a tactile encounter sooner than would otherwise be appropriate? I don't have a certain answer to the question, but there are some echoes here of an anecdote related by David Hume to Joseph Spence in a letter of 1754 discussing the blind poet Thomas Blacklock. And Thomas Blacklock was a big celebrity poet at the time, a bit of a not so famous today. Hume had expected that Blacklock would pursue platonic relationships with women, informed not by their appearances, but rather by their intellects. But Hume was very disappointed to find Blacklock admit that, quote, "The girls of my acquaintance indulge me on account of my blindness with the liberty of running over them with my hand." Although there is something potentially improper about this tactile encounter, there's also something totally normal about it. Far from being motivated by intellectual considerations, Blacklock turns out to be just like everybody else, driven by the sensory experience of physical beauty. So the character study I referred to a moment ago is a bit double-edged. On the one hand, there's a kind of peevishness to it, an irritation at Moyes' tactile access to women's bodies. But at the same time, it portrays Moyes as a man who successfully, perhaps too successfully, forged intersubjective connections with women. Far from living a life of sexual solipsism with the attendant risk of masturbation, he had relations of a fairly conventional nature with the kinds of women elite society deemed appropriate. Now, there are some exceptions, occasional exceptions to this tendency to regard Moyes as a functioning member of the sensory community. And there are some celebratory poems, for instance, that rely on the trope of a blind poet inspired by divine inner light. But for the most part, commentators insist that Moyes successfully uses his remaining four senses to form appropriate intersubjective connections with the people around him. So there are some remarks made on Moyes by a provincial intellectual called George Bew for the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society in 1785. And it's actually a text which is reproduced an enormous number of times, at least 16 more times in the following years and decades. At the time, for instance, it was widely understood that subtle differences in the coloring and expressions of people's faces would enable onlookers to grasp with great rapidity and ease their inner emotional states. But Bew reports that Moyes can accomplish the same thing fairly successfully by listening to people's vocal tones. He made tolerable conjectures respecting their tempers and dispositions by the manner in which they conducted their conversation. So Moyes' disability is not apparently an obstacle to grasping through an immediate form of sensory experience what another person was feeling. So the point is that Moyes can participate fully in the world of those with vision, providing satisfaction to those around him and deriving satisfaction from their conversation himself. We also find remarks on Moyes' conversational skills. He excelled in the charms of conversation, was happy in his allusions to visual objects, and discoursed on the nature, composition, and beauty of colors with pertinence and precision. So here, something else is going on, I think. Bew is not simply saying that Moyes is a good conversationalist. He's saying that Moyes can talk with sighted people about the objects of vision, about visual phenomena to which he did not have direct access through his own senses. So this account is a rather long way from the one offered by Diderot in his famous letter on the blind for the benefit of those who can see. Now, Diderot's text is really polyvalent, complex and playful, so I'm going to grossly mischaracterize it now, but those who've read it, can talk about that later. In 1749, Diderot had suggested that the blind must obtain ideas of the world so different from those of their sighted counterparts that they would, left to their own devices, develop entirely different systems of morality. He had also suggested that the blind would be strongly inclined to atheism, lacking access to the sensory evidence then used by Christian apologists to argue for the existence of God. By contrast, Bew asserts not only that Moyes is happy in a world dominated by those with vision, but that he cheerfully submitted to the fate God had marked out for him. He believed, in other words, that Moyes can substitute the other senses for vision in order to obtain many of the same sensory experiences accessible to those with vision. And in the context of 18th century thought, this capacity for sensory intersubjectivity requires explanation. Recall, as I've already said, that this is the century in which philosophers such as David Hume, and I'll bring up Condillac, for example, they promote the idea that the mind is almost nothing more than the sum of what it gains through sensory experience. It was thus also a time in which the loss of the mind's principal inlet for sensory experience, usually understood to be vision, could be thought to change not only the contents, but also the workings of the mind to a very considerable degree. Now, Bew offers an explanation that at first glance seems so simple as to require very little discussion. But I think it teaches us quite a lot about how thinkers of the 18th century thought about what we would probably call neuroplasticity, about the susceptibility of the human psychoperceptual apparatus to change, to transformation. So what is this very, very simple explanation? Bew argues that Moy has managed to replace vision with the four senses remaining to him through, quote, the union of exercise and habit. Habit's such an important word for early modernists, right? And there's something clearly obvious about what Bew is saying here. It's very common to read about visually impaired people who've cultivated very high levels of tactile or auditory sensitivity, or who have what seem to sighted people to be very tenacious memories. In fact, if you talk to blind people, it's one of the things that gets sick of being asked, like, can you hear really well? But to really understand what Bew may have been hinting at, we need to reflect on the central and rather more specific place of habit in 18th century accounts of morality, aesthetics, and ultimately the interplay between the mind, whatever that is, and the senses. So I want to start talking about this issue by remarking on the place of habit in the Scottish philosopher Thomas Reid's 1764 inquiry into the human mind on the principles of common sense. Now, I'm not just doing that randomly. I'm not doing that kind of intellectual historian move of going to the nearby text. Bew actually mobilizes this text in his discussion of noise. And Reid rejects the sensationalist claim that the mind is nothing more than the series of impressions made on it by external objects. Instead, he insists that there was no necessary relationship at all between the data themselves of sensory experience and the mental perceptions occasioned by them. And I'm using the word necessity in a very precise 18th century sense to refer to the mechanical interplay between physical things. So that he says that there is not a necessary relationship between what sensation does and what happens in the mind. Now, an example of what Reid was talking about, we can figure this out from some very, very basic facts about the nature of visual experience. So if you consider how we perceive circular objects, it's pretty clear that most of the time when you see a circle, you don't see a circle. What you encounter is a sort of ovoid form. That's the distortion imposed by optical perspective. The mind is somehow enabled to turn those distortions into apparently accurate perceptions of the objects in question. So Reid argues that the sensus communis, for common sense, supplies the mind with perceptions that do not arise from but are occasioned by the mechanisms of sensory perception, and therefore that the mind could be understood to play a more active role in cognition than Hume had earlier suggested. And it was for this reason that Reid could famously assert that blind people had access to nearly all the ideas accessible to those with vision. Since Reid did not think that visual perception resembled the data arising from the eyes, he thought it possible for the other senses to furnish the mind with the stimuli it needed to develop adequate ideas of the shapes, positions, and dimensions of external objects. But habit plays a very, very important role in Reid's discussion of how these acts of perception work. And indeed, he argues that habit, and particularly habits of body, can profoundly alter how an individual perceives the world. Consider the way an 18th century person, it doesn't have to be an 18th century person, it could just be you, but the scenario is quite 18th century. Consider the way an 18th century person would learn to associate a certain pattern of sounds with a passing carriage. According to Reid, a person would at first pay close attention to the sounds themselves, in effect perceiving the clip-clop of the horse's hooves and the rumbling of the wheels over cobblestones. But over time, Reid argues, the person will gradually develop a habit of ignoring the sounds themselves, skipping instead to the perception of a passing carriage. In other words, habituation would make the individual in some sense deaf to the passing sounds, but more aware of or attentive to the idea that they signify. So it's not enough to note, as many have, of course, that Reid believed the blind capable of accessing most of the same perceptions to which those with vision had access. And that's because he argues that it was only through the cultivation of appropriate perceptual habits that an individual could make themselves capable of perceiving the world correctly. So I think we start seeing the valence of Bew's word of habit is developing somewhat. Now, there's a remarkable and I think remarkably unpleasant example of this notion in Reid's treatment of strabism, the condition in which an individual's eyes do not focus on the same point. And Reid and his contemporaries refer to this condition more rudely as squinting. Now, here, Reid was intervening in a long-running debate among medics and experts in optics about whether strabism was the result of some defect in the fabric of the eye, or whether it was instead caused by some problem with the muscles controlling the eye. It's important to be clear about the implications of this distinction. At this time, philosophers and medics still tended to associate the muscles with the will. And in so doing, they drew on an argument that had been ventured by Galen, who, to cut a very long story short, regarded the muscles as the organs of voluntary motion. This is why there's some resistance to regarding the heart as a muscle. So to suggest that strabism arose from some defect or problem relating to the movements in the muscles controlling the eyes was potentially to suggest that it arose from a defect in the will of the individual concerned. Now, it's true, of course, as I'm sure we all know, that this view of the muscles is coming under a great deal of pressure during the 18th century. It's already been coming under pressure in the 17th century. So we have a medic such as the Edinburgh physician, Robert White, coming to the belief that many of our muscular motions do not arise from the will. But even in the works of people like White, that association does persist. If we consider, for instance, White's account of a rapid and apparently unconscious motion of the eyes. On the one hand, he argued that the dilation and contraction of the pupils in response to differing degrees of light were involuntary motions, triggered in the body and mind by an uneasy sensation. I would say too much light, the pupils contract, right? On the other hand, he argued that the motions of the ciliary muscles, which enable the eye to focus on objects at different distances, were voluntary, even though we are unconscious of them. That's the lovely paradox there. How did he resolve the apparent contradiction in asserting the possibility of unconscious voluntary motion? The answer is obvious. It's habit. Right? Habit instills a voluntary action, right? So by claiming that we start off, before we can remember it, very conveniently for his argument, before we can remember doing it, we start off moving our ciliary muscles in a voluntary manner to focus on objects at different distances. But eventually the repetition of this action becomes habitual. It was originally a willed action, but over time we lose our awareness that the will was once involved. And in his remarks on strabism, Reid makes some similar distinctions, and he actually draws on an earlier account by the physician James Durin, which is included in Robert Smith's Complete System of Optics, published in 1738. And in that text, Durin worked very, very hard to discount any of the physical causes that others had proposed for the condition. Using the evidence of experiments performed both by himself and others, he successively discounted damage to either the fabric of the eye or the muscles upon which the eye depends for its movements. Instead, he identifies strabism as, and I quote, a vicious habit, putting forward the dubious hypothesis, this is insane, that infants acquired it when their parents foolishly placed them in the cradle in such a way that they could see the nearest source of light with one eye only. I don't know how many parents are kind of swaddling their kids, bandaging one eye or something. But anyway, that's the gambit. In such a case, he proposed the infant would develop the habit of turning only one eye towards the light, leaving the other eye to act independently of the counterpart with which it should have been in unison. This is actually part of a broader discussion about why the eyes move in unison, even though there's various physiological reasons why they shouldn't. Bad perceptual habits could quite literally cause a functional kind of blindness. It's worth adding, moreover, that Durin was by no means alone in taking this position. Consider, for instance, the physician James Parsons' Human Physiognomy Explained, delivered to the Royal Society of London in 1746 for its annual Croonian lecture on muscular motion. There, Parsons warned that habitual misuse of the facial muscles could eventually lead individuals to develop unpleasant facial expressions that would require lengthy effort to remove. He went so far as to assert that some young people could acquire strabism simply by hanging out too much with other children who had strabism. In other words, imitating the facial expressions of an individual with strabism might be enough to develop it in oneself and thus to be rendered functionally blind in one eye. Now, Reid doesn't argue that bad habits were the only cause of strabism, since he knew of quite a few individuals who had acquired the condition through an accident. But even in these instances, he argued that habit played an important role. When an individual had an eye pointing in the wrong direction, Reid asserted, that person would eventually get into the habit of ignoring the sensory data coming from it. Since that data conflicted with what was coming from the healthy eye, the mind had to suppress it in order to obtain a tolerable impression of the external world. Every accidental motion, every direction or conformation of his eyes which lessens the evil will be agreeable. It will be repeated until it be learned to perfection and become habitual, even without thought or design. Now, in this case, what disturbs the sight of one eye is the sight of the other, and all the disagreeable appearances in vision would cease if the light of one eye was extinct. The sight of one eye will become more distinct and more agreeable in the same proportion as that of the other becomes faint and indistinct. It may therefore be expected that every habit will by degrees be acquired, which tends to destroy distinct vision in one eye while it is preserved in the other. So in other words, Reid argues that the mind develops a habit of inattentiveness to the sensory data reaching the mind through one eye, that this habitual inattentiveness was the cause of a beneficial form of blindness, in which the mind focused only on the data coming from the eye pointing in the right direction. Given that he saw habit as the cause of a beneficial form of blindness, it followed for Reid that bad habits could be the cause of a harmful form of blindness. If a young person somehow got into the habit of pointing one eye in a different direction to the other, God knows how, they might not be able to shake it, and the result would be a long-lasting ocular impairment. Thus, Reid argued that habit could be the cause of blindness, and this time the bad form. And by the same token, he argued that the cure for this kind of blindness was the cultivation of new perceptual habits. It will then concern him to acquire the habit of looking straight, as he hath got the power, because he will thereby not only remove a deformity, but improve his sight. And I conceive this habit, like all others, may be got by frequent exercise, habit and exercise. He may practice before a mirror when alone, and in company he ought to have those about him who will observe and admonish him when he squints. Reid thus argued that cultivating the habit of pointing the eye in the right direction would correct the flow of sensory data through the ocular nerves, making it desirable for the individual to once again pay attention to it. It's worth noting, moreover, that Reid frames this cure in terms of intersubjectivity, stressing the importance either of using a mirror to enable the individual to feel as though observed, or even better, to rely on others to admonish him when he fell into his supposedly bad habit. Okay, let's go back to Henry Moyse. All I'm doing here, and I realize there are some tensions between the different cases that I brought up, which we can discuss afterwards, is I just want to suggest that Reid's inquiry provides Bew and others with a way of explaining how Moyse could alter his capacity for sensory experience through habit and exercise, that he might be able to cultivate the attentiveness of his touch in such a way as to experience things differently. Bew wasn't simply suggesting that Moyse could use his senses to compensate for the one he lacked. He was suggesting that the cultivation of those senses had in some sense given Moyse access to the world of vision. And the testimony of Moyse's success was his ability to reckon not only with the shapes and sizes of the objects around him, but also, and much more importantly, with the affective states of the people he encountered. It's important to stress once again that Reid did see this interplay between the senses as meaningfully possible, owing to his suggestion that the sensus communis did not present the mind with images derived mechanically from the organs of sensory perception. But there was, I would say, a potential cruelty in regarding the cultivation of new sensory habits as the solution to Moyse's potential exclusion from the intersubjective community of those with vision. Reading over the accounts of Moyse, very good. Reading over the accounts of Moyse, I was constantly left with the impression that people were testing him, trying to ascertain just how well he had managed to internalize the codes of sensibility so important to the polite circles in which he moved. Generally, Moyse was praised for having acquired the social virtues expected of a man in his situation. But what if he had not succeeded? Would he have been a man of bad sensory habits? And here there's a clear connection to the history of strabism. For some oculists of the 18th century, strabism was a natural habit, to be corrected through what often comes across as a rather brutal form of sensory training. If habit gave people a way of imagining how the visually impaired could participate in their sensory world, it furnished an equally potent mechanism for moral condemnation and exclusion. And all this might make us think again about Moyse's strenuous efforts to frame himself as a man of compassion and sensuality. We might wonder how much he felt himself obliged to constantly affirm his mastery of contemporary codes of intersubjectivity. Now, I've got 2 or 3 minutes left, and that's the end of the formal talk, but I just wanted to show you something else. So, and one person knows about this already. So I've started having built a reproduction of a device that Henry Moyse designed to enable him to perform tactile mathematics and geometry. So this is based on the instructions he sent into the Encyclopedia Britannica in 1797. And you can see it's essentially a board with an extremely large number of squares. The squares are carved with little grooves so that somebody can use their fingers to rub over the board and work out where the squares are. Each square has a little hole in the middle, a bit like the sort of hole you would put a violin peg into, and you stick the pegs in and you can turn them to different angles to signify different figures. So the first peg gives you 1 through 4, the second peg gives you 5 through 8, and the last peg gives you 9 and 0. So you can do arithmetic by turning these pegs in different positions. You can also put the pegs in the board, and you can put silk. I think silk is a nice 18th century substance to use. You probably just use string, but let's call it silk. Put silk thread around the pegs to make geometric figures as well. And this to me is a really fascinating thing that I want to recreate, in part because Moyes' lack of vision meant that he doesn't leave us with a very big textual nachlass of any kind. And there's no record of any of these devices surviving. I don't know that anybody's ever reconstructed them. And I think readers of Jessica Riskin's book, for instance, on the sensuous chemists and whatnot, will know that there is a connection, in fact, between tactile mathematics and kind of sensual intersubjectivity that's worth exploring. So, you know, when this is built next week, hopefully, I was going to bring it with me, but it's not ready. It should be possible to start running some interesting reconstructive, recreative experiments on the machine and start thinking through our hands about what type of exercise tactile mathematics might be and how that might lend itself to the formation of certain forms of intersubjective consensus. So that's the extra, the bonus bit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, both of you, for those fascinating papers. I mean, really. I'd like to start the question period with more or less a comment for Professor Swan. How do we fit in Paul's statement, if you call that, about, you know, when I was a child, I acted as a child, and then when my parents told me to, I put childish things away, which, you know, how does that concept fit into, you know, all that wonderful stuff, all those wonderful documents that you had given us? For Alex, actually, it's a slightly more practical question. How did this fellow learn to read? Well, you know, Milton went blind later in life. Did he always have people who were reading to him? I mean, how did that happen? And when did blind people start wearing glasses? Sort of essential question. So the two of you can fight it out. Who wants to answer first?
So Lizzie, since she got the first.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. So that quote from Paul from the letter to the Corinthians, I've not actually found it quoted or discussed in the sources that I've looked at in the same way that the Gospel of Matthew is quoted on the need to be like a child before we enter the kingdom of heaven. But of course it's there and it's kind of present in the early modern imagination. And basically, I think just theologically, there's a very kind of conflicted set of attitudes to childishness at this time. So you do have these two kind of diametrically opposed positions on childhood, and that's something that kind of coexisting. And that's something that Joe Michenska actually has tracked recently in his book on iconoclasm as child's play. So he does a wonderful job of kind of unpacking the kind of duality of this theological tradition. I think part of it as well comes ultimately from debates about the origins of the child's soul, and the theological debate about where the soul comes from. So is it, do we take the kind of orthodox creationist position that it is created directly by God and infused into the infant during conception or gestation, in which case the child is born with a pure, innocent soul? Or do we take the kind of the Traducian view associated with figures like John Milton, that souls are generated through natural processes of procreation, and so inherit original sin, and so children are born corrupt and childishness is a state to be discarded and put away. So I don't really have much to say to that, apart from, yes, there's these two separate theological traditions. They have scriptural origins, they have theological outgrowths, and I think we see the influence of those very much in the works of experimental scientists, and we see experimental scientists trying to negotiate those two opposed kind of poles.
Thank you. Okay.
So on Moyes and reading, I mean, Moyes is basically being read to. Yeah, and he's lucky that he has people around him that he can do that, and he at various points in his life kind of like inhabits some rich lady's house for a while, a couple of months. Like, write these amazing letters describing how awesome it is to have it in the house, and like you know, if I had a sighted genius, they wouldn't be interested in me at all. But you know, he's dependent on me, and that's kind of sexually gratifying, and I can read to him all the time. It's really interesting. And that said, I mean, there are some opportunities. I mean, we don't have Braille or anything like that, but so one thing that you can do is you can run your finger over the indentation of the type in the page if a book has been printed particularly firmly. And there are various kind of myths about the kind of tactile possibility that if you cultivate your sense of touch a lot and practice a lot, you might be able to do that. And there's also a sort of set of sub-myths which actually apply more to Blacklock than to Moyes about the possibility of tactile discernment of colors on the grounds that different colored objects would have different textures. And the funny thing is Blacklock actually, he comes out and says, I cannot do this, and people still say that he can. Which is an interesting thing. But the glasses go back a very long way because Moyes is, like many people who've had that type of eye injury, is sensitive to light levels in a way which is unpleasant and uncomfortable.
Can I just ask quickly to Alex, is the tube that Moyes was holding in that portrait, is that likely to be a kind of addition to his glass? Is that likely to be a kind of optical device of some kind? Is that? It's
probably a chemical retort. But
okay.
A whole bunch of people at the National Museum of Scotland, all that, like nobody can figure out what it really is.
Okay.
But he specialised in doing chemical lecturing.
Yeah.
So probably a chemical retort.
Yeah. Okay. No, I got kind of momentarily excited when I saw that because there's a letter in a kind of later, it is 17th century, but later 17th century issue of the Philosophical Transactions, where an anonymous correspondent talks about his sight deteriorating and how he developed a long taper tube which he attached to his spectacles, which apparently helped him regain. He says, my sight is better now I'm using this tube than it has been ever since childhood. It has restored me to a state of kind of childish vision. So I was just, when I saw Moyes with his glasses and his tube, I thought, is there any chance it could be an optical device?
Well, how about Philip, since you always seem to be, the last person, and so because you're on Zoom. So why don't you ask your question?
That's very kind, thank you. Picking up what Alex just said, you focused on the intersubjectivity, but as you are a historian of science, I'd like to know more about the use of the senses, the four senses that you had by Henry Moyes in his chemical experimentation. So could you tell us more about which, did he use smell especially, for instance, in doing chemical experiments? What about alternatives to judgments of colors, of color changes when experimenting and all these kind of things?
So that's an interesting question. What I'll say about it is that there's no evidence that Moyes made any significant scientific advancements or pursued any real kind of course of experimentation, and there's some really snooty letters about him written by some contemporary natural philosophers saying that they're a bit unsure about some of his kind of ideas. What's interesting about, one of the things that's very interesting about Moyes as an experimental lecturer is his insistence on the visual, an almost kind of miraculous insistence on the visual. So he'll do a chemical experiment and he'll sort of say, as you all see before you, it's turning crimson. He wouldn't just say, it would be very specific visual vocabulary. And that was all kind of part of the trick and part of the appeal. He is considered to be somebody who has very good tactile sensation, and he's occasionally asked to kind of judge of the difference between reproductions and antiques based on the feel of the surface. So if the surface is slightly worn and has a bit of a particular classic antiquarian move, right? The best antiquarian can't see at all. So he does that. And the other thing is that he's actually, he makes a kind of really odd showing in Lord Keynes's stuff on the origins of language as an expert on the sound of Native American languages, on the ground that because he's got such incredible kind of auditory sensation on account of being black, and he spent time in America, and he's heard the Iroquois speak, he can discourse accurately on the kind of pitch interval. Wow. So there are some kind of bits of, and he's famous as well because it's just, it's kind of like the celebrated Mr. Moyes says this, So there are some suggestions there of a kind of extraordinary use of the remaining senses, but I can't speak to any mobilization of those in his alleged field of expertise. And there are some people, so Priestley doesn't think very highly of Moyes. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. That was great. I have a very short question for Lizzie, and then maybe a longer, more complicated question for Alex. And my first is, do you deal with the child actors that were performing, for example, Johnson's plays, right? Who were always held up as, or who were always deployed or often deployed, right? In these more cynical or salacious even ways, but all like really politicized quite a bit. I mean, there was no innocence in that children's theater. And for Alex, you this kind of subtext of the implicit moral register, right? Of virtuous versus vicious blindness as this habituated disposition. And so then you bring up this, your sexy, who's it, Henry Moyes, right? As this example of virtuous blindness or seeming it, or what's the difference between the virtuous blind man and the celebrity blind man? But his virility seems to come up on display. So is this like part of his moral virtue? Is this like an ethical judgment? Are the two brought together, in this kind of classical masculine way?
Hi, yeah, so thank you. Yeah, the short answer to the short question is no, not really, not yet. But I will be. So yeah, this is kind of initial research towards an essay for a volume on experiment and experience, theoretically on the early modern stage. Although I've got so caught up in the experimental science bit of it that I don't know how I'm going to shoehorn in the stage. But yeah, the idea is to think particularly about play as a term that can link experimentalism and the dramatic arts. Yes, and that kind of image of the boy actor. And particularly those kind of preternaturally kind of knowing children on the stage is definitely something that I will be thinking about. Yeah, thank you.
How about we? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No, fine, very good. So I think my sort of hypothesis that I have in answer to this question, which I have thought about quite a bit, because there is obviously tension between the kind of willed moral goodness of a man like Moyes, and he is spectacularly good, and the kind of strange interest in his sexuality and the fact that women seem to be just kind of, I don't know what is this. There seems to be a lot of groping involved, basically, as far as I'm reading between the lines, which shouldn't be acceptable in polite society, except it seems to be in his case. I think that the working hypothesis is that it's morally worse to be sort of in a dark room masturbating than it is to have a sort of normal sexuality, if you see what I mean, outward facing sexuality in which there's a sort of reciprocal intersubjective relationships. I think that's the kind of terrain of this thing, basically. And it is interesting because in some of the kind of discussions of, if you think, I mean, there aren't enough kind of sort of detailed cases of the blind to kind of make a kind of proper kind of historically contiguous set of accounts. But if you look at somebody like, what's he called, about the l'enfant sauvage of Aveyron, who is just madly kind of jerking off, and the guy who's in charge of him is just desperately trying to kind of curb this habit, and he introduces him to women and says, come on, look, women, all of it, and tries to get him kind of socialized sexually. And I think that's where my kind of hypothesis is coming from. But there's also kind of like, I mean, the other link, but I kind of, it's almost too obvious in a way, so I didn't want to bring it up. But Samuel Tissot, masturbation leads to blindness. So there is that link there as well, which I sort of thought about, and then I spent a whole week being like, oh God, I now work on masturbation. But having thought about it, there is that sort of that question about kind of solipsism versus intersubjectivity, I think, and complicated questions of virtue, about virtue there. Yeah.
Sorry. Well, I was hoping to, Heidi, who's like finally made it. Let's welcome Heidi.
So glad. It's a testament to both of these wonderful papers. I'm so glad I took the cab straight here and did not stop at the hotel and change. So wonderful papers. I wondered as I was listening to kind of both talks about the concept of disability gain, sort of an idea in critical disability studies, and it's so obvious in your examples. And so if you want to address it, feel free, but I can use that to turn to a question from Lizzie, where I wonder if the notion of disability gain could be helpful in thinking about these kind of childish states.
I'm sorry, the sound quality isn't always amazing. Of disability, what was that?
Come towards the mic.
Also, disability, what?
So disability gain is a term in critical disability studies. The idea that we heard great examples articulated in Alex's talk where, you may be a deaf person, but there are these other sort of ways in which your life is rich and your other senses sort of compensate. So I wondered if, I was thinking about it with your talk partly, Lizzie, because you cited Traherne, who writes wonderful poems about kind of wanting to be deaf or mute. And it made me wonder, and he associates that with sort of childish innocence. It just made me wonder if you saw any kind of connection or way in which you might get some mileage out of that concept.
Yeah, I hadn't, but now you've said it, I can. So that's really helpful. Thank you. But I think the kind of disability gain that would perhaps be most relevant is kind of cognitive disabilities. So one of the things that really interests me is this idea that because children don't have higher level rationality, because they don't have the ability to kind of reason in abstract ways, this makes them actually more directly reliant on their senses. They don't kind of link to premature systematizing. They kind of linger with the experiences of the body rather than kind of jumping to premature conclusions, which of course is one of the great bugbears of Baconian science: premature systematizing, premature rationalizing, premature system building. So I suppose that there's a kind of sense in which that kind of cognitive deficiency, that inability to reason on a high level, then becomes a benefit in terms of the sense, in terms of focusing their attention specifically on the senses. And I've actually, since I heard Alex talking at RSA, been meaning to go and read some Thomas Reid, because from kind of, I went to some of the texts that Alex was talking about, and from a quick glance, I think that he also talks about children as figures who are kind of prior to what Alex was so brilliantly describing as the kind of the corrupting effects of custom and habit. So maybe an adult hears the rattling of the cart and knows what it is, but a child doesn't necessarily. They hear the sounds in themselves, and in that sense, because they don't have that kind of experience and that ability to reason from their experience, they have a more kind of direct and authentic experience of the sensations in themselves. So yeah, I will certainly think about it in terms of sensory disabilities, but also I think cognitive kind of debility or disability is perhaps an interesting route for me to go down. So thank you.
Bill?
Lizzie, thank you so much. That was both talks were incredibly rich, and I can see all sorts of points of dialogue between them. I continue to be fascinated by, as you say, how contradictory discourses about childhood were. And at precisely the same time, there is this sort of veneration of the pre-systematizing child that serves early science, post-Baconian science. There is also an outsourcing of the child who is incapable of recognizing things for what they are, to ethnography. And at much the same time that Boyle is privileging the child who can play in creative ways, travel writers are talking about people from other parts of the world as being primitively childish because they cannot tell the worth of a thing. They think that trifles, an artificial star is worth more than something that is bullion is really worth something. And I guess some of that informs the discourse of Othello's famous last speech, where he talks about the Indian or the Judean who throws away a pearl richer than his whole tribe. But I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about I guess it's a question about the way in which the contradictoryiness of the discourse about children is something that is playing out because of globalization.
Yeah, no, and yeah, again, I have to say this is research in its infancy, and this kind of parallel between the child and the kind of the American native inhabitants of the land, and is something that I have noticed and that I want to pursue, but I haven't yet thought about it in any great depth. I mean, Boyle certainly talks about the inhabitants of the New World as childlike. And again, obviously, that can be positive or negative. It kind of feeds into Rousseau's noble savage eventually, but it also feeds into this kind of denigration of kind of native peoples as incapable. Yeah, and so when I first started researching this, what I was hoping to find is a kind of clear distinction, distinction between what's the word, like a clear kind of parallel between these experimentalist theological affiliations and their attitudes towards the role of childishness within experimental philosophy. So I was hoping to find, we have a bunch of creationalists who glamorize and valorize the childhood senses as a form of kind of direct, immersive, immediate sensory experience versus Traducianisms who see childishness as a condition to be discarded, but actually it doesn't fall clearly along those theological lines at all. And even within a single figure, like Bacon uses the language of childishness incredibly pejoratively. And the scholastic theory that things move towards the center of the earth is very childish and silly. In the same work that he will say that you must become as a child in order to enter into the kingdom of heaven. It's within a single work these kind of contradictory attitudes seem to coexist. And with Bacon actually, he does so in the section on the soul in the advancement of learning. He kind of reaches a kind of interesting accommodation of this debate about whether or not the soul is traduced through generation or whether it is created purely by God. He says, well, our rational material soul is created and infused into us by God, but our sensitive souls are created through generation. They are traduced in our bodies. So he has it both ways. He says different bits of the soul are created in different ways, which I think potentially is partly an explanation for the kind of just profoundly kind of conflicted nature of his attitudes. But yeah, I don't have much more to say about that. Apart from that to me, what I found interesting about this is just how kind of entangled these different attitudes are and how difficult it is to kind of pull apart the strands.
Sophie, why don't you bring this wonderful day to a close? Sorry, David. Sorry. Never mind. David, why don't you bring this wonderful?
I don't need to bring it to a close, and it may be pretty short, and it's also a little inchoate, but it's for Alex,
okay.
Which is I'm wondering about sympathy as a way of being able to kind of see into and feel the other person internally, and sort of what the relationship is then between like doubling down on sympathy and being blind. Do you know what I mean? Like you were saying that maybe he's overcompensating with the sympathy in a sense because he's blind.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the opposite can also be true, that it's a kind of disability gain to enter in a kind of non-cynical way into the process of sympathy in order to kind of expand one's connection with another human and like have a stronger sensory connection, but it's a kind of it's through the, I mean, I'm in a sense going back to my taxi driver, like, you know, how do you, right, you know, how does the Yiddish Shemana know that you're doing something wrong, but how does the person who can't see understand your internal workings? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I think that, so the reason why I reach for the idea of a kind of compensation is simply because I think that there is a stereotype that he needs to work against, you know? But then there are some very, very interesting questions to be raised about how to perceive the interior of another person, you know, another person's interior feelings, and in many respects, touch is perhaps a more potent way. You know, if you have access to somebody's pulse or something like that, you can learn a great deal about them. There's some interesting descriptions of Moyes touching other people and getting some information from them that way.
Not getting slapped.
No, of course not. No, it's
okay,
it's point of access to the world, and you know, so I see what you're getting at. I think that he does have to work against a certain stereotype about what the blind might be like, and I think there is a kind of a necessary, shall we say, performance of a certain type of sympathy. But I think that goes alongside a recognition that his mode of engagement with the world can actually perhaps give him certain, you know, greater forms of insight than might be accessible to somebody, particularly because, I mean, people are always simulating visual symptoms of emotions in the period. I mean, even in Richardson, like, people are like, you know, shooting up on it, not shooting up, that's a joke, but ipecacuanha and stuff like that, you know, in order to go pale and things, you know. So those forms of access may help him in some ways achieve sympathy.
Very quick comment and very quick questions. And comment is for Lizzie, and it's about Thomas More's Utopia, I'm afraid. Deadening words, I'm so sorry. But it's that bit where he, I think they give some children some gold.
Yes.
Can you dredge it up?
And they turn it into chamber pots.
In order to teach them that gold is not an important thing. I don't know why. Anyway, gold potties, that's one thing. And the other thing, which is sort of a type question for both of you, and it's a question that is about the pupil of the eye being the same word as the Latin for doll. So the eye having in it a child. So the pupil, was that because you could see an upside down person, you could see a tiny child in someone's eye. And so that's why it's called pupil. So it's called doll, effectively, which I think is completely fascinating and weird, but also suggests that the organ of sight and vision has within it a child, and therefore there's some connection, and it's an early modern connection as far as I can see etymologically. Without an attribution in the 15th century, but it's really at the end of the 16th century where people pick up and start calling the pupil. So that, I suppose, it's just a thought about childishness and eyes and correction, and anyway, it's an interesting etymological thing, which might be.
Yeah, Alex, do you want to respond to that first?
Well, actually, no, but all I can say, I mean, the etymology is really super interesting. The only thing I can add to that is that you know that there is an experiment that you do, a very simple experiment to demonstrate the way the pupils work, and the instructions are always get yourself a child. Right, so Descartes like find a child, Locke's like find a child, and then put the, you know, stick a candle close, and that's because the pupil is more dilatable, more receptive, and so you can use that to demonstrate that this is something which simply happens devoid of any kind of rational engagement, right? So the younger the child, the better, because the less likely they are to have some kind of rational willed command over the operation. Lizzie, I'm just going to exploit speaker's privilege for a second. I wanted to say something about your paper, right? So Boyle's occasional reflections, right? The idea that the number of observations you have in life is what distinguishes between the real adult and the real child is the condition for the grand historicization of the age of a race, right? That's basically what Rousseau says in the second discourse, right? But essentially that, like, the more civilization you have, the more observations you make, the more of a cynical asshole you become, right? So the multiplication of experiences is what makes you into that type of sort of civilizational adult. So it was just an idea.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, the doll thing is fascinating, and the pupil, and I'm not quite sure what I can do with it, but it's really interesting. I suppose the only thing I would say about that is when I've come across, I mean, I know people do talk about dolls in this period, but the term I've come across is much more usually babies rather than dolls. Yes, Alex, that is really, really helpful because one of the things I've been trying to think through is how to link kind of discourses of individual kind of processes of maturation and aging to the idea of a kind of broader cultural maturation or aging. So I've been thinking about, you know, Bacon's famous kind of mind-boggling assertion that, you know, we think of the past as antiquity, but really we are the ancients of the world. Because as individuals get older, so too do kind of cultures and societies. And I remember the first time I read that, just going like, whoa. Yeah, and I've been trying to think that one of the things that I've been trying to puzzle through is the link between this idea of kind of individual processes of maturation and kind of broader cultural processes. And I've been thinking a little bit about the Royal Society's emphasis on collectivity and kind of collaborative knowledge production. As a kind of intermediary step, but thinking about that in relation to Rousseau as well is really, really helpful. Thank you.
That was amazing. I mean, just amazing. Thank you.
Go and all have a extra glass of wine for me, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Recover
See you soon.
Get better soon.
Okay, everyone, so we have the reception downstairs. Gather your things and
I'm good.
That's amazing.
24 hours.
So sorry.